Chapter 265. Medicine King's Valley was a special force that had been passed down from the flowing time great emperor for thousands of years. The sect was filled with alchemy masters, and most of its disciples were outstanding alchemists. Its strength was not necessarily very strong, only slightly stronger than some second-class sects and far below the combat strength of a first-class sect. However, its influence was unmatched by any other force. As long as one was a cultivator, in the process of cultivation, they would need to take some pills, and these pills were all made by alchemists. For all the alchemists in the world, Medicine King's Valley was the holy land in their hearts. Any alchemist, when mentioning Medicine King's Valley, would be extremely pious and respectful. Many people even considered joining Medicine King's Valley to study alchemy and see the Pill Sage's legacy as their life's goal. The Pill Sage, the founder of Medicine King's Valley, had died many years ago, but the passage of time still could not erase his sacred status in the hearts of alchemists. It was rumored that the lineage of alchemy was passed down by the Pill Saint in the past. With Medicine King's Valley as the center, the current generation of cultivators was able to take pills when they were injured. Before the Pill Sage passed down his alchemy skills, the world's cultivator only knew how to find herbs and swallow them whole. This was just a legend, but legends were always exaggerated and could not be completely believed. However, there was one thing in this legend that was true. The Pill Saint had indeed existed, and his portrait now stood in the forbidden area of Medicine King's Valley, surviving thousands of years of the flowing time great emperor without any trace of weathering. This in itself was a miracle. Although Medicine King's Valley had the word valley in its name, this force was not built in a mountain valley. There were more than a dozen mountains around it, each of which was over 1,000 feet high. These mountains formed a circle, covering an area of several hundred square kilometers. This area of several hundred square kilometers was where Medicine King's Valley was located. In each mountain peak, there were powerful alchemists residing there. Some of them were taking in disciples and spreading their influence. Some were alone, cultivating alone and comprehending alchemy. There were 1 or 2 acres of medicine fields in each mountain, planted with a variety of spirit grasses and herbs that made people drool. The entire valley of the medicine masters contained an endless supply of alchemy materials. At the center of these mountains was a valley-like existence. It was different from the tranquility of the surrounding mountains. This valley had been here for many years. Every day was bustling with activity. The cultivator coming and going was like a school of carps crossing the river in an endless stream. There was no other reason. This small town built in the middle of the valley was the place where Medicine King Valley communicated with the cultivator from the outside world. If a cultivator wanted to refine pills, they would bring sufficient materials. He had come here to look for the disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters to refine. The disciples of Medicine King's Valley did not accept gold or silver for their alchemy. They only accepted 1/3 of the finished product. No matter what grade of pill one came to Medicine King's Valley to refine, whether it was a common grade pill or a heaven grade pill, there was nothing to be said if the refinement failed. But if the pill was successfully refined, 3 out of 10 pills would be the alchemist's reward. This kind of method of collection was a bit of a lion opening its mouth and asking for an exorbitant price. Every single heaven-grade medicinal pill was worth a lot. If one worked hard to collect the materials, not only would they have to bear the risk of losing everything, even if the refinement was successful, 30% would be taken away by others as a reward. But even so, it could not erase the enthusiasm and determination of a cultivator to come to Medicine King's Valley to refine pills. Because here, the chances of an alchemist failing to refine pills were very small, and after the pill was successfully refined, the quality of the pills was also higher than the ones refined by the alchemists outside. So even with such harsh conditions, the cultivator was still willing to come here to find someone to refine pills for them. It was better than letting the alchemists outside refine pills and accidentally destroying all the materials. The reputation of Medicine King's Valley was well known, and not only did it attract the cultivator of the Great Han Empire, even people from the surrounding countries often came here to ask the elders of Medicine King's Valley to refine pills for them. The elders generally did not act rashly. If one wanted to ask them to refine pills, they would need at least heaven grade or even profound grade materials, and the remuneration would be higher. Medicine King's Valley had 10 great elders, each of them sitting in the 10 surrounding mountains, each of them possessing unique skills, and their alchemy skills were superb and unpredictable. Most people, and even the disciples of Medicine King's Valley, rarely saw them. These elders were all in their 60s and spent most of their time in seclusion studying alchemy, and only when some particularly expensive materials appeared would they act to refine pills. In the valley town, there were many shops, but not all of these shops were owned by Medicine King's Valley, and 90% of them were set up here by the various forces in the world. After all, this was the center of all the alchemists in the world. So these forces set up shops here to sell herbs, collect materials, gather intelligence, and so on. Medicine King's Valley itself was also a loner, never making enemies with any of the forces in the world, and never deliberately befriending any of them. So for thousands of years, it had always maintained a transcendent status. In the valley town, fighting was strictly prohibited. So even though there was an endless stream of cultivators coming and going, no one in this city dared to violate this rule. Once someone fought in the city, there was no need for the people of Medicine King's Valley to act, as the others would kill both sides on the spot. But once outside the valley, all kinds of grievances would be ignored by Medicine King's Valley. Therefore, the surrounding thousands of kilometers were two completely different worlds. Inside the valley, surrounded by mountains, it was lively and peaceful, while outside the valley, for dozens of kilometers, there was fighting and killing everywhere. These people all had disputes in the valley and did not dare to act on the spot, so they came outside to fight to the death. On this day, a carriage came from afar and stopped about 50 kilometers away from Medicine King's Valley. The coachman put away his whip and shouted into the carriage, "Little brother, we've arrived at Medicine King's Valley." "We've arrived?" Yang Kai awoke from his meditation, a look of joy on his face as he lifted the curtain and walked out, looking around in amazement. Where is this place? The surroundings were empty. What kind of Medicine King's Valley was this? This was clearly the wilderness. The coachman smiled and said, "Little brother may not know, but the outside of Medicine King's Valley is full of dangers. Ordinary people like us do not dare to rashly approach. Whenever a guest wants to be sent to Medicine King's Valley, they will send them here and turn back. Any further is the gates of hell." Yang Kai frowned, and the coachman noticed his displeasure and carefully explained the situation around Medicine King's Valley to him. Hearing this, Yang Kai's brow gradually relaxed, knowing that the coachman was telling the truth and not deliberately leaving him here. So he no longer cared. It was only a few kilometers. So he casually took out a silver note and handed it to the coachman. Using his movement skill, he calmly approached the distant mountain. Although he had just heard the coachman talk about the dangers outside Medicine King's Valley, seeing it for himself was far beyond Yang Kai's imagination. Along the way, in less than 30 kilometers, he saw 4 or 5 places where people were fighting to the death. These people all had conflicts in the valley and then came outside to resolve them. Along the way, there were even many corpses on the ground that were still emitting heat. Yang Kai was secretly speechless, but adhering to the principle of not meddling in other people's business, he quietly walked away. After walking for a short distance, he suddenly heard the sound of a chase behind him and the sound of clothes flapping in the wind. Yang Kai frowned and turned his head to look. He saw a young girl wearing a sky blue dress running towards him. The young girl was about 16 or 17 years old. Her appearance was quite pretty, but at this moment, her big watery eyes were full of panic. She was running with all her might. Behind her, 6 or 7 figures were chasing, their faces full of anger and murderous intent, each of them carrying a sword, looking extremely vicious. "You little wench, stop right there." An angry shout came from the other side. The girl ran even faster. "Quick, don't let her hide in the valley. Once she's inside, we'll never be able to catch her." The people saw that the girl was heading towards Medicine King's Valley and couldn't help paling. Medicine King's Valley strictly prohibited martial arts. If this girl really rushed in, everything would be over. In the blink of an eye, the girl rushed in front of Yang Kai. Seeing Yang Kai vigilantly sizing her up, the girl smiled, revealing her white teeth. Then using all her strength, she gasped for breath and shouted, "Cousin, run. What are you waiting for?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as his expression became cold. But before he could react, the girl rushed past him like a gust of wind, bringing with her a faint fragrance. Not good. That little wench still has someone to help her. Quick, don't let a single one of them go. Kill the men and capture the women. The face of the person who had just shouted changed greatly. The group of people chasing her seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, their speed suddenly increasing. Damn! Yang Kai's expression was filled with resentment as he gritted his teeth and cursed, not wasting any time to explain himself to those people, instead turning around and chasing after the girl. Whether it was the girl in a light blue dress or the group of burly men chasing after her, none of them were very strong. The strongest only Yuan Qi 3rd or 4th stage. Yang Kai really didn't put this kind of strength in his eyes, but to get involved in such a troublesome matter for no reason really made Yang Kai burn with anger. Using his self-created movement skill, 3 steps became 2, and in just a few breaths of time, he had caught up with the girl's figure. The girl was stunned, quickly turning her head to look, just in time to see Yang Kai grimacing at her, his smile ferocious and terrifying. Cousin. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and called out affectionately. Haha. The girl's pretty face immediately turned bitter, goosebumps rising all over her body. She never expected that Yang Kai, who looked so young, would be so fast. Before her laughter fell, Yang Kai's face sank, and while running, he stretched out a large hand to grab the girl. The girl's expression changed greatly, and she raised a slender hand to meet his attack. Yang Kai urged his Yuan Qi to meet her attack. The girl's figure flickered, and her speed suddenly decreased a lot. Before she could react, Yang Kai grabbed her waist with one hand and clasped her wrist with the other, suddenly stopping her in her tracks. You! What are you doing? Run! The young girl shouted in panic as she watched the group of people chasing after her rapidly closing in on her. Yang Kai coldly snorted, twisted his waist, and threw the young girl towards the group of people who had gathered before him. You! The girl's eyes were filled with disbelief. She never expected that Yang Kai would do such a thing. Chapter 266. Being caught in a hurry and then thrown back, the girl didn't even have time to react and fell straight to the ground. When the group of people who were chasing after her saw this scene, their expressions were greatly shaken, and they scattered in all directions. By the time the young girl landed on the ground, everyone had already surrounded her. Little wench, let's see where you can run now. The leader of the large men clenched his teeth and shouted, his face full of anger. The rest of the people sneered, and several of them looked up and down the girl's delicate and plump body, their eyes flashing with a trace of lust. Yang Kai observed the expressions of this group of people, and his face suddenly became gloomy. This group of people, they were not good people. The girl looked resentful and bit her red lips, looking at the large men around her with great fear, not daring to move. Her strength was not very strong, only at the peak of separation and reunion boundary. Now that she was surrounded, how could she escape? Her pair of big watery eyes looked towards Yang Kai and screamed, "You bastard, you shameless bastard. I curse you to die a horrible death, to have your soul destroyed, to be struck by lightning." If she had not been thrown back by Yang Kai, she would have already rushed into Medicine King's Valley and been safe. Thinking of this, the girl felt wronged and angry. Yang Kai snorted and turned to leave. Although he knew that this group of large men were not good people, the girl's actions just now had angered him, and he made up his mind to scare her. Seeing him so heartless, the girl felt cold all over. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, the large men surrounding the girl exchanged glances, and 2 of them quietly rushed out, holding sharp swords and steel knives as they moved towards Yang Kai. Regardless of whether these 2 people were cousins or not, since he had already seen them, there was no reason to leave them alive. The girl was about to open her mouth to warn him when a sharp sword was placed against her neck. Feeling the cold sensation, the girl immediately swallowed her warning. The 2 large men were both at the peak of separation and reunion boundary, similar to the girl's realm, and were as fast as the wind. Soon, they arrived behind Yang Kai. The weapons in their hands glowed with a cold light as they aimed straight for Yang Kai's vital points. The young girl couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Her large eyes narrowed, and her long eyelashes trembled incessantly. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel some regret. She really shouldn't have dragged this man, whom she had never met, into the water. Just now, she was being chased too quickly. A thought flashed through her mind. That was all he did. She didn't want to implicate him and cause him to suffer such a calamity. Yang Kai, who was walking forward, seemed to have eyes on his back. Before the weapon could reach him, his body suddenly floated forward. Miraculously, he dodged their attacks. Turning around, Yang Kai looked at the two indifferently, the corners of his mouth slowly rising. He laughed eerily. This turn of events shocked the two large men, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. Knowing that this young man was not weak, they shouted and activated their Yuan Qi, using their killing moves to attack Yang Kai. Two fist shadows appeared in midair, and before the two large men had time to react, their bodies were sent flying backwards by a powerful impact. In midair, they both coughed up blood, and when they fell to the ground, they had already died. Jia 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 jia. The old demon laughed strangely. In that isolated world, he didn't play much of a role, but now that he had finally come out, he naturally had to show his skills. The black gas broke through the air, circled around the bodies of the two dead people, and then flew out. The leader of the large men saw his two subordinates instantly die, and his expression changed greatly. Placing his sword on the girl's neck, he coldly shouted, "Go!" The rest of the people couldn't help but gulp, roaring in unison as they fiercely rushed towards Yang Kai. Jejia! The old demon attacked again, and all of them were shocked by this strange artifact. Immediately, one of them split up to block the old demon's soulbreaker all, while the others attacked Yang Kai without slowing down. Asterisk pong pong pong. Asterisk 3 muffled sounds rang out. The large men who had just rushed to Yang Kai's side were all involuntarily sent flying, each of their chests caving in. Since entering this isolated world a year ago, Yang Kai's opponents had all been the elite disciples of various forces. Each of these elite disciples had the ability to fight above their own realm, and each of them was capable of killing enemies 2 or 3 minor realms above their own realm. However, these elites had still suffered defeat at the hands of Yang Kai. Even the most tyrannical of them all, Wu Cheng-yi, could not escape death. How could these small fries be Yang Kai's opponent? With one strike from each of them, none of them had the chance to resist. Those with lower strength were directly killed, while those who were slightly stronger fell to the ground, completely losing their ability to fight. As soon as the bodies of the three fell to the ground, the old demon shamelessly abandoned his opponent and directly went to absorb their souls. The old demon's opponent didn't even have time to escape before Yang Kai grabbed him, gripped his head with both hands, and fiercely twisted it. With a crisp crack, the man's neck directly broke and his body fell limply to the ground. Leaving this man's body behind, Yang Kai coldly walked towards the big man who had kidnapped the girl, step by step, his Yuan Qi flowing out from his body, his clothes fluttering in the wind, giving him the appearance of a majestic killing god. The girl's mouth formed a circle as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. She had not expected this boy she had dragged into this water to be so tyrannical. He didn't look much older than her, so how could he be so strong? There was already a deep layer of fear and shock in her flickering large eyes. Compared to this group of enemies who had chased her for several days, Yang Kai was more like a villain, a blood-soaked executioner. He killed people as easily as he pinched an ant to death. From beginning to end, his cold expression had not changed in the slightest, and his eyes had not even blinked once. Human life was as light as a feather to him, so he did not care about it at all. The girl trembled with fear, but how could the big man who had kidnapped her not be the same? Although he had the strength of a Yuan Qi 4th stage master, at this moment, he was also scared out of his wits and his soul. He was very clear about the strength of his subordinates. In a one-on-one fight, he could also deal with them, but it was impossible for him to do it as easily as this boy. Friend, this is all a misunderstanding. The big man's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he fearfully watched Yang Kai approach step by step. With a smile on his face, he said, "We didn't do anything to you. Friend, how about we just let it go?" Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and he did not say a word. Indeed, we were the ones who had eyes but failed to see, and we're in the wrong first, but you have already killed so many of us. Do you still want to kill all of us?" The big man repeatedly retreated, and from beginning to end, his long sword was still pressed against the girl's neck. Seeing that Yang Kai was still unmoved, the big man knew that today was not the day to be kind. So he hardened his heart and his expression became ferocious. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her. You kill me. You kill me. You also die." Yang Kai was still slowly approaching the big man. In an instant, the big man was sweating profusely. As the boy in front of him approached, he felt like a mountain was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. His yuan qi involuntarily circulated, and the long sword in his hand slightly tightened. The girl couldn't help but cry out in alarm as she felt a cold sensation on her neck, and a trace of warmth gushed out from there. "You really think I don't dare to kill you?" The big man tried to intimidate. Before his voice fell, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and an invisible force was released from his mind, directly rushing into the big man's soul. This was the power of divine sense. Divine sense not only could be used to perceive the surrounding situation, it could also be used to attack. However, Yang Kai had never had such an experience, so he was just taking a risk. Pouring his divine sense into the big man's body, the big man's expression was stunned for a moment, but when he recovered, he saw that the boy in front of him was already in front of him, stretching out a large hand and grabbing his long sword. The big man roared, and his yuan qi was activated, fiercely cutting towards the girl's neck, wanting to destroy both jade and stone. Yang Kai's eyes were quick, and his palm struck the big man's face, at the same time sweeping his foot towards the girl, sweeping her away from the sword. In a flash, the girl dodged to the side, a few strands of severed hair fluttering in the air. The big man hurriedly retreated, avoiding Yang Kai's palm, and dragging the long sword in his hand, he pulled a long wound on Yang Kai's other hand. Blood splashed, but Yang Kai's expression was cold and calm, and taking advantage of the situation, he clenched his bloody fist and punched the big man's chest. Burning Sun's 3-layer blast. The big man's strength was at the 4th stage of the yuan qi boundary, so he was caught off guard by Yang Kai's attack, but he was still able to fight back, and his long sword danced in the air, one after another killing move after another. While they were fighting, the Burning Sun's 3-layer blast yuan qi exploded in his body, and the big man groaned 3 times, his face suddenly turning pale. Only at this moment did the old demon have the opportunity to rush forward and join forces with Yang Kai to fight. After a dozen moves, the big man's chest was pierced by Yang Kai's finger. His eyes gradually lost their light, and the big man's face was full of bitterness as he muttered, "Madman." The old demon laughed strangely and wrapped the soul breaker all, rushed into the big man's body, and took away the big man's soul, and immediately turned into black gas and entered Yang Kai's body. "Young master, did you feel it?" The old demon asked softly.
"Yes."
Yang Kai shook the blood off his hand. These people's yuan qi is very violent, and it seems that they are people who practice evil arts, or they are cultivators who have fallen into the evil path. When a cultivator is at the separation and reunion boundary, their temperament will be divided into 2 levels, which is why this boundary is called the separation and reunion boundary. They enjoy the pleasure of increasing their strength, but are unable to suppress their outbursts of emotions, and are controlled by all kinds of emotions. This is the so-called evil cultivator. These people are generally more brutal, bloodthirsty, and violent. Many cultivators are like this. The higher their strength, the more outstanding their performance will be, and eventually they will walk a different cultivation path from others, such as the people Yang Kai had just killed. Compared to the normal cultivation method, which one is better, no one can say clearly, but generally speaking, evil cultivators are not very popular. In this world, the largest gathering place of evil cultivators is the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Within a radius of a few thousand kilometers, big and small demons gathered, and evil cultivators were everywhere. When High Heaven Pavilion's Great Elder Wei Shitong gave Yang Kai a promotion order, it was to go to the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land and kill an evil cultivator whose strength was not lower than his own, but Yang Kai refused. But how did this girl provoke these people? Chapter 267. With suspicion in his heart, Yang Kai turned to look at the young girl. The young girl had been swept away by Yang Kai's foot and had yet to stand up. Her face was filled with panic and fear, as if she had been greatly frightened, her tender body trembling. Just now, just a little bit more and she would have died. That sharp sword even cut off a lot of her hair, and there was even a dark red mark on her neck. At this moment, she was covering her white neck with her hand, and her entire body was dripping with sweat. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, the young girl couldn't help feeling her heart skip a beat, her face filled with fear. Only now did she realize what kind of existence she had provoked. 7 or 8 lives had been taken by him in less than 30 breaths of time. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a murderous man. Yang Kai frowned, stepped forward, and squatted down in front of her. The young girl retreated again and again, her long eyelashes trembling, her fear reaching the extreme. Chuckling, Yang Kai pushed her hand away and looked at the scar on her neck, saying, "It's just a superficial wound. If you heal it well, it won't even leave a scar." Saying so, he reached into his sleeve and took out a healing pill and handed it to her. The young girl squeezed out a smile. "I have a pill." Her vigilance was quite strong. So Yang Kai didn't care and put away his own pill. The young girl looked at him timidly, but seeing that he didn't seem to have any malicious intent, she bravely took out a bottle and swallowed a pill. "When you were caught, didn't you know to lean back a little?" Yang Kai frowned. I've never fought with anyone before." The young girl's face was a little red. Since she was young, although she had always been cultivating, at most, she had only sparred with others as friends. She had never experienced that kind of life and death battle. Being held by a long sword, she was instantly at a loss of what to do and didn't know what to do. Yang Kai carefully looked at her and found that this young girl's skin was delicate and her clothes were quite luxurious. Although she looked a little mischievous, she still had a unique temperament, one that could not be cultivated by an ordinary small force. This was definitely a young lady from a large family. It was no wonder that despite looking to be around the same age as him, he had the strength of a peak separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Moreover, his actual combat experience was so poor. It was the result of being spoiled. "How did you provoke this group of people?" "How would I know?" The girl immediately felt wronged. "When I left home, when I was playing outside, this group of people suddenly appeared. He had been captured by them long ago. All of them were so ugly. You scared me to death." Yang Kai couldn't help but smile. Seeing that he seemed to be easy to talk to, the young girl's courage couldn't help but grow a lot, and her almond eyes widened. He gritted his teeth and looked at Yang Kai. "And you? Why did you throw him back? Do you know how dangerous it was? If I really die, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. I'll follow you every day and annoy you to death." Yang Kai stared into the distance with a deep look in his eyes. After a while, he retracted his gaze and said in a deep voice, "Maybe you didn't mean to shout like that, but what if it was someone else with no strength? If you're unlucky, you'll probably be immediately dismembered by the chaotic swords." The young girl was stunned. Her eyes flickered as she lowered her head and said softly, "I was wrong." After saying that, she looked up again. She felt wronged. "But aren't you too cruel? People say that one should help when they see injustice. You're so strong, even if I used you, it wouldn't matter." Yang Kai chuckled and didn't explain. When those big men surrounded the young girl, Yang Kai naturally saw the lewd light in their eyes. He planned to wait for them to leave, and then secretly follow them to see the situation. But he didn't expect that those people wouldn't even let him go. It just so happened that he wanted to kill them all. Standing up, ignoring the young girl's shouts and questions, Yang Kai used his movement skill and headed straight for Medicine King's Valley. The young girl was stunned. She also hurriedly stood up and followed. This place was only a few miles away from Medicine King's Valley. She was deeply afraid that a few evil people would suddenly jump out from somewhere, so naturally she couldn't wait to hide in Medicine King's Valley. Chasing after Yang Kai's figure, after entering the valley town, she couldn't find him anymore. "He's not much older than me, but his strength is so strong. Which family is he from?" The young girl whispered to herself, thinking for a long time but still unable to think of a suitable person. she couldn't help feeling annoyed. Entering the valley town, a variety of medicinal fragrances filled the air, making one feel refreshed. Yang Kai casually wandered around the town and found that the shops here, with the exception of the inns and restaurants, were all related to herbs and pills. Ordinary and extraordinary spirit grasses, rare fruits, miraculous medicines, everything was here. A variety of herbs were displayed in the shops, and there were many that Yang Kai had never even heard of before, but they could be seen everywhere. Worthy of Medicine King's Valley, Yang Kai praised in his heart. With such a scene, as long as one was an alchemist, they wouldn't be willing to leave here. Alchemists had a special fondness for herbs, so with so many of them here, it would be strange if they were willing to leave. In every shop, there were many cultivators who had come here to look around or haggle with the shop owner to buy herbs. There were also many alchemists who were helping the cultivator refine pills. However, all the alchemists in Medicine King's Valley town were disciples of Medicine King's Valley. Most of the cultivators who came here to ask for help in alchemy were here because of Medicine King's Valley's reputation, so naturally they wouldn't look for alchemists from other forces. Yang Kai strolled around for a long time, admiring and observing the alchemists as he went. He found that these alchemists were also divided into different grades. Their corresponding grades were ordinary grade, earth grade, heaven grade, and mysterious grade, each of which was divided into 3 grades: high, medium, and low. Most of the alchemists Yang Kai saw were earth grade alchemists. For example, the one in front of him who had a silver 2-petal flower embroidered on his chest was an earth grade mid-rank alchemist, which also meant that he could skillfully refine earth grade mid-rank pills. Each petal corresponded to a grade: gold, silver, and white, which corresponded to high, medium, and low. Through the embroidery on these alchemists' clothes, Yang Kai could see what level they were at. There were very few heaven-grade alchemists, and as for mysterious-grade alchemists, there was not a single one. Only the elders of Medicine King's Valley were mysterious-grade alchemists. Many shops had finished pills for sale. Yang Kai wasn't interested in ordinary pills, but pills that could nourish his soul were something he couldn't help but linger on. These pills could not only strengthen his newly cultivated divine sense, but also nourish the soul-warming lotus, allowing the 5-colored soul-warming lotus to advance towards its ultimate goal of becoming a 7-colored lotus. Once the soul-warming lotus evolved to a 7-colored lotus, its effect would be great. However, soul-nourishing pills were very rare, and many times more expensive than ordinary pills. A bottle of ordinary earth-grade low-rank pills, 10 pills in a bottle, sold for 5,000 taels. But a bottle of earth-grade low-rank soul-nourishing pills was at least 30,000 taels. That was 6 times more expensive. Kai Yang was embarrassed, so he could only look at the ocean and sigh. After strolling around for a long time, Yang Kai saw that the sky was getting dark, so he found an inn to stay for the night. At night, the town of Medicine King's Valley was even more lively, so Yang Kai casually ate a meal before leaving the inn to inquire about some news. He had come to Medicine King's Valley this time to take a look at the Myriad Drug Pond, but the Myriad Drug Pond was a forbidden area of Medicine King's Valley, so it would not be easy to enter. For the next few days, Yang Kai had been inquiring about Medicine King's Valley, but he had been unable to find a way, so he was secretly anxious. Medicine King's Valley's Myriad Drug Pond was located on top of the Pill Saint's Peak. Not only was there a Myriad Drug Pond, but there was also a portrait of the Pill Saint. It was a holy land in the hearts of all alchemists and was usually heavily guarded. Even ordinary Medicine King's Valley disciples could not even think of approaching. Only the Valley Master and Elders were qualified to comprehend the mysteries of alchemy left behind by the Pill Saint. Yang Kai had heard many rumors about the Pill Saint statue, many of which were said to be miraculous. It was said that the Pill Saint's ancestral spirit would appear from time to time, solving the puzzles in the hearts of alchemists and even teaching them alchemy techniques, allowing many people to benefit greatly. It was because of this that Medicine King's Valley carefully protected the Myriad Drug Pond. With such a heavily guarded place, how could one approach it? The Myriad Drug Pond was different from High Heaven Pavilion's Coiling Dragon Stream. Although the Coiling Dragon Stream was a forbidden area, it was very long and very dangerous, so naturally no one dared to approach it. On this day, Yang Kai was wandering around the town when he suddenly saw a familiar figure flash by. Looking at this person's back, Yang Kai couldn't help chuckling. He quietly followed the man. After a short while, he saw the man enter a shop. Yang Kai looked up and saw a plaque hanging above the shop that read, Dong Medicine Store. As soon as Yang Kai walked into the medicine hall, a waiter immediately came out and greeted him enthusiastically. What is honored guest looking for? Our Dong family medicine hall is rich in herbs and has everything you need. Whether it is alchemy materials or finished pills, we sell them all at fair prices. If honored guest is interested, please take a look around. I don't want to buy anything. Yang Kai shook his head. Then, I'm looking for the young man who just went in, Yang Kai said. The waiter's expression immediately became vigilant. Sweeping his eyes over Yang Kai, he didn't become angry and instead tentatively asked, May I ask what this little brother's name is? Yang Kai smiled faintly. Just tell him that an old friend of High Heaven Pavilion has come to visit. The waiter stared blankly for a moment before nodding slightly. Turning around, the waiter went into the inner hall to report, and a moment later, came back out again, his face full of smiles as he said flatteringly, Little brother, please follow me. My young lord invites you in. Yang Kai nodded. Entering the inner hall, the waiter followed the stairs all the way up to the 3rd floor. When he reached the door, the waiter respectfully said, The young lord is inside. Saying so, the waiter respectfully withdrew. Yang Kai pushed open the door and strode in. At a glance, Yang Kai saw a slightly fat face looking towards him with a smile. Dong family, Dong Qing Han. Behind him were the Dong family's Wind and Cloud dual guards. These 2 old men didn't say a word, and although they seemed to be very old, in fact their eyes were quite reserved, only nodding slightly towards Yang Kai. Next to him sat a dignified and pretty young girl who was angrily holding a cup of tea. Yang Kai's eyes swept over this group of people, and when their 4 eyes met, he was stunned. The young girl also stared at Yang Kai in amazement, her expression extremely strange, her pair of eyes staring stupidly at him, the tea she had just taken a sip of involuntarily spurting out all over Dong Qing Han's face. Chapter 268. What the hell are you doing? Dong Qing Han had been putting on an older cousin smile as he looked at Yang Kai, but after being scolded by the young girl, his image was immediately ruined. It's him. The young girl pointed at Yang Kai with her delicate finger, her face filled with shock. Dong Qing Han finally managed to sweep the tea leaves off his head and frowned. What do you mean it's him? Speak clearly. The man I met outside the mountain valley, the bad guy who grabbed me and threw me out, the young girl quickly explained. Dong Qing Han was stunned, turning his head to look at Yang Kai, then back at the young girl, a trace of astonishment flashing across his fat face. What a coincidence. Yang Kai was also puzzled. He hadn't expected this mischievous girl to appear here. This was the Dong family's territory, and she was able to sit at the same table as Dong Qing Han. Her status was definitely not low. Could it be his brow furrowed? Yang Kai faintly guessed. You still dare to appear in front of me. The young girl remembered what had happened that day, but now that she had the support of Dong Qing Han and the Wind and Cloud dual guards, she immediately became spirited, gritting her teeth as she rushed over to Yang Kai, tilting her chin up proudly, seemingly imitating someone else's demeanor as she sneered, What's this called? There was a path to heaven, but you refused to take it. There was no door to hell, but you still rushed in. You're dead. Although she said this, there was no trace of anger or murderous intent on her face. Instead, she stared at Yang Kai with great interest. Yang Kai grinned. Is this how you treat your savior? Saying so, he slapped the young girl's head. The young girl's big eyes narrowed. Her body suddenly shrank, and she quickly ran back like a rabbit, hiding behind Dong Qing Han, gnashing her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai, her face full of arrogance. Don't be presumptuous. Dong Qing Han scolded with a straight face. The young girl immediately straightened her back and shouted at Yang Kai, Don't be presumptuous. I said you. Dong Qing Han turned back and glared at her. The young girl suddenly froze. No matter what, he did save your life. Don't you know how to thank me? You're already so old, yet you don't even have the slightest bit of etiquette. Dong Qing Han reprimanded sternly. I don't want that. If he hadn't thrown me back that day, I would have been able to escape into Medicine King's Valley. The girl stomped her foot and made a face at Dong Qinghan. Impudent. Get out. Dong Qinghan angrily slammed the table. The young girl pursed her lips and her eyes immediately turned red. She angrily rushed out. Before he left, he glared fiercely at Yang Kai. After the young girl left, Dong Qinghan smiled wryly and shook his head, signaling to the wind and cloud dual guards. The two of them immediately released their divine senses and nodded to Dong Qinghan. Sit down. Dong Qinghan motioned. Yang Kai sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. He frowned and asked, that person just now, Yenner, you've met before. Yang Kai couldn't help but smile wryly. If that was the case, then did they really have a cousin's relationship? He hadn't expected that what she had just casually called out that day would actually become true. Dong Qingyan, Yang Kai had some impression of her. However, the only time he had ever met her was 10 years ago. At that time, she was still a little girl running around behind Dong Qinghan. 10 years later, how could Yang Kai recognize her? A woman changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Yang Kai shook his head. Not only did he not recognize her, she probably didn't recognize him either. Who would remember so many things from their childhood? Yin said that a few days ago she was rescued by a young man about her age. I didn't expect that person to turn out to be you. Dong Qinghan also sighed. Sometimes the world was full of coincidences. It was a chance encounter. Yang Kai nodded slightly, not bothering to claim credit for himself. Not to mention that he hadn't spent much effort that day. The person he had saved was his cousin, so naturally there was nothing worth mentioning. While the two of them were talking, Dong Qingyan came back and tiptoed towards them. In her hand was a piece of ancient jade that exuded a faint energy fluctuation. As these fluctuations spread out, all of her aura was concealed. This kind of shielding was very thorough. Even an immortal Ascension Boundary Master wouldn't be able to detect her with their divine sense. A short time later, Dong Qingyan arrived outside the door like a cat. Her small ears perked up as she listened. Yang Kai and Dong Qinghan seemed to be quite familiar with each other, which naturally aroused her curiosity. On top of that, her big brother usually didn't reprimand her, but just now he had actually directly asked her to leave. Dong Qingyan immediately thought that the two of them must have some kind of secret to discuss, so her big brother had deliberately sent her away. Humph. This young lady wants to hear what you two are talking about. The sound of their conversation drifted out from inside the house. Dong Qingyan bit her red lips, her small face flushed red with nervousness. Although she was nervous, she was also excited. When she was in the Dong family, she had relied on this ancient jade to eavesdrop on countless secrets, so she was already familiar with this. Why are you here? Dong Qinghan looked at Yang Kai and asked. I've come to ask for your help. What kind of help? I want to enter Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai got straight to the point, taking a sip of his tea and looking at Dong Qinghan faintly. Do you have any idea how to do so? Which peak? Dong Qinghan's expression became serious. Pill Saint's Peak. Hearing this, not only did Dong Qinghan's eyes narrow, even the wind and cloud dual guards standing behind him glanced towards Yang Kai. Dong Qinghan smiled bitterly. Medicine King's Valley has 12 peaks, 10 of which are the residences of the 10 Great Elders. One is the residence of the Valley Master, and the central peak is the Pill Saint's Peak, which is also Medicine King's Valley's restricted area. If you want to enter one of the other peaks, I have a way, but this Pill Saint's Peak, I really don't have the ability. There's no way at all? Yang Kai didn't want to give up. He also knew that the Pill Saint's Peak was special, otherwise, he wouldn't have come looking for Dong Qinghan. He couldn't use the power of the Yang family right now, but Dong Qinghan was different. He was the young lord of the Dong family, the future successor. So naturally, he could use the Dong family's connections. Dong Qinghan frowned, tapping his fingers on the table for a moment before saying, It's not impossible. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Let's hear it. In 2 months, the Alchemy Summit will be held here. At that time, all the alchemists from all over the world will come here to compete with one another. The top 50 alchemists of each realm's alchemist assembly will be allowed to enter the Pill Saint's Peak to look at the Pill Saint's portrait and comprehend the secrets of alchemy. If you can enter the top 50, you can legitimately enter the Pill Saint's Peak. Yang Kai rolled his eyes. Do I look like an alchemist to you? Dong Qing Han shook his head. You don't. But this is the only way to enter the Pill Saint's Peak. Other than that, unless you become an elder of Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Both of these methods were fantastical. Becoming an elder of Medicine King's Valley was obviously impossible, and obtaining a top 50 ranking at the Alchemy Summit was also nonsense. Yang Kai had never even touched upon the alchemic way, so how could he stand out among the world's alchemists? Anyone who dared to show off their skills at the Alchemy Summit must have a deep understanding of the alchemic way. Considering all this, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Besides the Pill Saint's Peak, if you want to go to any of the other peaks, I can find a way, and it won't be difficult. Dong Qing Han also felt a little embarrassed. This was the first time in his life that his cousin had asked him to do something, yet he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Won't be difficult? Dong Qing Han smiled faintly. It's very simple. Just find some precious treasures and ask the elders of Medicine King's Valley to refine them. That way, you can enter one of the peaks, but at most you can only stay for half a day. If you stay any longer, Medicine King's Valley will expel you. Those elders have very bad tempers, and the disciples of Medicine King's Valley are also very arrogant, even more domineering than the young lords of your central capital's 8 great families. Yang Kai listened to this and secretly shook his head. Only being able to enter for half a day was definitely not enough time. If that's the case, if you're not in a hurry, you can go back first. I'll think of other ways to help you. Dong Qing Han's expression became dignified and serious. I won't ask you what you want to do with the Pill Saint's Peak, but if you make any mistakes, don't sell out my Dong family. Listening to him speak so seriously, Yang Kai grinned. What do you think I'm going to do? Who knows what you want to do, little brat? Dong Qing Han snorted, sighing. I can only say I'll think of a way to help you. I don't have any assurance of success. I know. Yang Kai nodded. After bidding farewell to Dong Qing Han, Yang Kai returned to the inn and sat down to meditate while thinking about how to enter the Pill Saint's Peak. The meaning of Dong Qing Han's words was obvious. He didn't have a good way to send Yang Kai to the Pill Saint's Peak, so he couldn't pin his hopes on him. Just as he was thinking hard, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai frowned, stood up, and opened the door. Opening his eyes, he saw the mischievous Dong Qing Yin smiling at him shyly. Hee. The hatred and hostility from a moment ago had disappeared, replaced by a sense of cordiality and curiosity. Why are you here? Yang Kai looked at her curiously. You really are here. Dong Qing Yin breathed a sigh of relief, glancing around the room, lightly coughing. Big brother asked me to tell you that he's found a way. Hearing this, Yang Kai's mouth slowly rose, revealing a strange grin as he stepped aside and said, Come in. Dong Qing Yin didn't show any fear and quickly entered the room. Looking around the room with great interest, Dong Qing Yin pursed her lips and said, You live in a place like this? So small and messy. You're... Dong Qing Yin knew that the identity of the Yang family's young lord couldn't be spoken casually, so she quickly swallowed her words. Your brother said he has a way? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. And Dong Qing Yin nodded quickly. Did he tell you that himself? Of course. Dong Qing Yan's long eyelashes trembled slightly. Then why didn't he tell me himself? Wouldn't it be the same if I did? Dong Qing Yin sat down on the bed and playfully said, Big brother said that I will be fully responsible for this matter. He has another important matter to attend to and has already left Medicine King's Valley, so there's no need to look for him in the future. Chapter 269. Dong Qing Yin spoke as if she was telling the truth, but how could Yang Kai believe her? Really? Yang Kai smiled even more strangely. Why would I lie to you? Dong Qing Yin stuck out her chest and patted it with her hands. Don't worry. I promise you that you'll be able to get close to where you want to go. Heh. Yang Kai grinned as he stared at Dong Qing Yin. This laughter was both obscene and evil, causing Dong Qing Yin to feel a prickly heat rise up on her arm, quietly swallowing her saliva and timidly saying, You're so scary when you laugh. Yang Kai's expression became serious, no longer trying to beat around the bush with her. Tell me, how do you know all this? What? Dong Qing Yin pretended to be confused, her expression somewhat unnatural. You know where I want to go. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at her, raising a finger and shaking it. Don't tell me it was your brother who told you. Dong Qing Han wouldn't do such a thing. In the Dong family medicine shop, he had sent Dong Qing Yin away before talking to Yang Kai, obviously not wanting her to know Yang Kai's identity. So how could he suddenly involve her in this for no reason? Moreover, the two of them had only been separated for less than an hour. An hour ago, Dong Qing Han was helpless. So how could he have come up with a solution in such a short time? Coupled with this mischievous little cousin of his, it would be strange if Yang Kai didn't see the problem. It really was my brother who told me, Dong Qing Yin firmly asserted. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, grabbed Dong Qing Yin's arm, and dragged her out. What are you doing? What are you doing? Dong Qing Yin refused to leave, screaming in horror. Yang Kai frowned. If you keep shouting, I'll knock you out. Dong Qing Yin quickly closed her mouth and tried her best to retreat, but her strength was much lower than Yang Kai's, so how could she escape? In the blink of an eye, she was dragged to the door. What the hell do you want to do? Dong Qing Yin looked at Yang Kai pitifully, a pleading look upon her face. I'll send you back to Dong Qing Han. I'm sure he hasn't left yet. Don't. I barely managed to escape. If you send me back, I'll be finished. Dong Qing Yin panicked. Yang Kai grinned. Then tell me, how do you know all this? Okay, I'll tell you. Only then did Yang Kai release her. Dong Qing Yin glared at Yang Kai bitterly. She rubbed her aching wrist and slowly tidied up her messy clothes. Only then did she angrily sit back on the bed. If you dare to lie, I'll really send you back to your brother, Yang Kai said seriously. I overheard it myself. Dong Qing Yin quietly glanced over at Yang Kai, but seeing his expression sink, she quickly added, I'm not lying to you. I really overheard it myself. Yang Kai smiled. He asked, how did you overhear it? You're just a peak separation and reunion cultivator. How could you hide from the wind and cloud dual guard's divine senses? When he was talking to Dong Qing Han, the wind and cloud dual guards had been monitoring the nearby area. If Dong Qing Yin had really been eavesdropping at that time, she certainly wouldn't have escaped the detection of those two old men. I naturally have my ways, Dong Qing Yin said smugly, sitting on the edge of the bed, her two legs swinging back and forth. Seeing Yang Kai's distrustful expression, Dong Qing Yin couldn't help but frown. I'm the Dong family's young lady. How could I not have at least one or two defensive artifacts? Artifact? Yang Kai's brow rose, a look of surprise on his face. What kind of artifact could hide from the divine senses of an immortal ascension boundary master? On top of that, the wind and cloud dual guards were both late-stage immortal ascension boundary masters, roughly the 7th or 8th stage. To be able to hide from them, the role of this artifact was really not small. Realizing that she had spilled the beans, Dong Qing Yin's face filled with annoyance, hesitantly looking at Yang Kai. Quietly whispering, she said, I'll show it to you, but don't try to steal it from me. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, silently nodding his head. He was also very curious about this so-called artifact. Seeing him agree, Dong Qing Yin solemnly took out a piece of ancient jade from her sleeve. Yang Kai stared at it and saw that this piece of ancient jade had a dark yellow color, as if it was made by nature. However, there were some crisscrossing lines on the surface of this jade. Obviously, it had been refined by someone. Dong Qing Yin poured her yuan qi into it, causing Yang Kai's brow to wrinkle as he discovered that her aura had disappeared in an instant. Dong Qing Yin said, You haven't reached the immortal ascension boundary yet, so without your divine sense, you won't be able to understand this artifact. You won't be able to understand the wonders of this artifact, but I'm not lying to you. It was because I used this artifact that I was able to hide from those two old men. While she was speaking, Yang Kai had already released his divine sense to investigate her surroundings and found that it was indeed as she had said. As his divine sense swept across the area, there was nothing unusual about her. If he closed his eyes, he wouldn't even notice that there was another person here. This artifact is quite interesting. Put it away. Don't expose this thing in front of strangers in the future. Yang Kai sternly exhorted. Dong Qing Yin giggled. I don't want to show off my wealth. I'm not stupid. Saying so, she put away the ancient jade. How much did you hear? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Almost all of it. Dong Qingyin stuck out her tongue. Then how much do you know? I know that place you want to go, and I also know. You really are my cousin? Dong Qingyin was speechless. She had just casually called him that day, but he had been so accurate. You said before that there was a way for me to get close to that place. Is that true? Of course it's true. Dong Qingyin nodded repeatedly, her eyes rolling as she said, but I won't tell you the method now. Yang Kai suddenly smiled. Do you have a condition? If you do, then state it. Don't let my brother catch me. Dong Qingyin hurriedly said. Yang Kai frowned. He had long noticed that this little girl had secretly run out. Dong Qinghan appearing in Medicine King's Valley was probably because he had chased after her. Although he had some kinship with the Dong family, in the end, this was their family's business. How could he make such a decision? A few days ago, she had been chased by a group of villains. If something really happened to her, how could the Dong family let it go? Cousin. Dong Qingyin saw him hesitating, so she put on a pitiful look, shaking Yang Kai's arm. I'm bored to death at home. I just came out for a walk. After a few days, I'll go back. Please don't tell them anything. Yang Kai remained silent. Dong Qingyin continued to plead, finally saying fiercely, if you don't protect me, I'll tell everyone you're the Yang family's young lord. Let's see who's going to have a hard time. Yang Kai couldn't help rubbing his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. If it had been someone else threatening him like this, he would have directly silenced them, but this girl in front of him couldn't. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai said, I'll definitely inform Dong Qinghan of your whereabouts. Young Lady Dong suddenly jumped up. She cursed, You have no conscience. Smelly cousin. I hate you. Let me finish. Yang Kai glared at her. But I can also protect you, provided you don't make trouble for me. Inin. Dong Qingyin nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I promise to be obedient. Helplessly shaking his head, Yang Kai could only write a letter. Inside the Dong family medicine shop, Dong Qinghan was furious. Young lady disappeared? How could she disappear? Did you all grow up eating shit? With so many pairs of eyes watching you, in the blink of an eye she disappeared? The several Dong family disciples in front of him were being scolded so badly they couldn't help feeling like crying. There was nothing they could do. They didn't have much strength. Medicine King's Valley was filled with people, and with the young lady's strange behavior, she had disappeared into the crowd. What can we do? Thinking so in their hearts, they didn't dare to say anything. What are you waiting for? You bunch of idiots, hurry up and find her. If you can't find the young lady, then don't come back. Just find a place to chop yourself up and feed yourself to the dogs. Useless things. Dong Qinghan's face was livid. The group of people felt as if they had been granted amnesty, quickly scattering like birds and beasts, all of them muttering in their hearts, Young lady, please come back quickly. If you don't, we'll all die. Young master, Medicine King's Valley strictly forbids fighting. The young lady won't be in any danger. Don't worry. Maybe she'll come back soon. One of the wind and cloud dual guards comforted. I'm afraid she'll run away. Dong Qinghan said helplessly. This little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She suffered a big loss a few days ago, and now she still hasn't learned her lesson. His face filled with resentment. The two guards glanced at each other and didn't say anything more. Just as he was feeling annoyed, a young servant came in from outside and bowed respectfully. Which one of you is the Dong family's young lord? Dong Qinghan quickly replied, I am. Hello, young Lord Dong. The young servant smiled flatteringly. A guest asked me to deliver a letter to you. Dong Qinghan's expression shook. Where is it? The young servant quickly handed over the letter. Hurriedly opening it and glancing over it, Dong Qinghan finally put down a big stone in his heart. One of the wind and cloud dual guards gave the young servant some silver and sent him away. Seeing his young lord's furrowed brow relax, he couldn't help asking, Have you found the young lady's whereabouts? Dong Qinghan rubbed his forehead and took a deep breath, whispering, She went to Yang Kai's place. Since she's with young Lord Yang, there's no need to worry. Inside the inn, Yang Kai gave Dong Qingyin a room next door. Such a thoughtful arrangement greatly increased the Dong family's young lady's impression of Yang Kai. Cousin, you're so kind. The next day, when Dong Qing Han came to visit, Yang Kai briefly explained the whole story, causing Dong Qing Han to smile wryly. Dong Qing Yan's threat made him not dare to use force. If Yang Kai's identity was exposed, it would not be a joke. In desperation, he could only comply with his little sister's temperament. Time flew by, and 7 or 8 days passed in a flash. These days, Yang Kai spent most of his time cultivating. Although there were many cultivators in Medicine King's Valley, the world energy here was still abundant, so it was a good place to cultivate. From time to time, he would be dragged out to play by Dong Qing Yin, and after these days of contact, Yang Kai was surprised to find that his cousin was also an alchemist. However, her grade was not high, only a common grade mid-rank alchemist. She was the Dong family's young lady and had never had to worry about food or clothing since childhood. The family had spent a huge amount of manpower and material resources to cultivate her. If she wanted to refine pills, she could directly obtain them from the family. Why would she need to perform alchemy herself? So even though she showed a strong interest in alchemy, she didn't have much practical experience. After arriving in Medicine King's Valley, it was like arriving in heaven. Everything here made her forget to return. Chapter 270. On this day, before dawn, Yang Kai's door was knocked open and Dong Qing Yin excitedly rushed in, directly standing in front of Yang Kai. "Ku! Ku, what ku?" Yang Kai glared at her and cut her off. Dong Qing Yin stuck out her tongue and quickly corrected herself, calmly saying, "Guard Yang, come with this young lady." After all, she was the Dong family's young lady, and the Dong family and Yang family were related by marriage. If someone were to hear Dong Qing Yin call out to Yang Kai, they would definitely be able to guess Yang Kai's identity. So, after some discussion, the two decided that Yang Kai would play the role of Dong Qing Yan's guard. When a young lord or young lady of a great family went out, they would always have a few servants around them, so it was reasonable to call them this. Looking at the sky outside, Yang Kai faintly said, "Go play by yourself. I won't accompany you today." Dong Qing Yin didn't become annoyed, instead just giggling, "Guard Yang. Don't you want to go to that place?" Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious. Is today the right time? For the past few days, Yang Kai had been asking her if she had a way to get close to the Pill Saint's Peak, but Dong Qing Yin had never given him any details, only saying that the time wasn't right yet. Bringing it up today naturally gave Yang Kai a glimmer of hope. "Then do you want to go out with this young lady?" Dong Qing Yin looked at him triumphantly. Yang Kai quickly got out of bed. Inside the Medicine King's Valley town, Dong Qing Yin shuttled through the crowd, as agile as a fish swimming through water. Yang Kai was wearing a set of martial arts robes, his hands folded behind his back, a serious expression on his face as he followed closely behind her. At a glance, it was obvious he was Dong Qing Yan's attendant. Arriving at the eastern end of the town, Dong Qing Yan's face immediately flushed with excitement and nervousness. Yang Kai could even clearly hear her heartbeat. She took a deep breath and covered her chest with her hand, calming herself down after a long time. Yang Kai looked around and found that there were many people gathered here. Moreover, each of these people had a unique flower petal embroidered on their chests. There were 2 pieces, gold, silver, and white. These people were all alchemists. Most of them were earth-grade low-rank alchemists, but there were also many common-grade alchemists. There were at least 200 people gathered here, bustling with activity. Dong Qing Yin also pulled out a single silver petal ornament from somewhere. He pinned it on his chest. Puffing up her chest, it was as if she wanted to let the whole world know that she was a common-grade mid-rank alchemist. "What the hell are you doing?" Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. He asked softly, "Wait, whether you can enter or not will depend on this." Dong Qing Yin responded softly, her small face filled with seriousness. Yang Kai frowned. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai slowly released his divine sense and listened to the nearby alchemist's whispers. After a while, his expression became strange. These people had come from all over the world, but they had all gathered here in order to become a disciple of Medicine King's Valley's Hidden Cloud Peak's elder Xiao Fusheng and learn alchemy. Yang Kai opened his eyes, looked at Dong Qing Yin, and asked, "Did you come here to become a disciple?" Dong Qing Yin smiled. "Of course, Grandmaster Xiao is accepting a disciple. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I ran away from home just for today." Saying so, she looked at Yang Kai pitifully. "Guard Yang, you don't want to tell my big brother, do you? I just want to know what this has to do with my goal. Hidden Cloud Peak is not far from there. If you can enter," Dong Qing Yin said meaningfully. Yang Kai listened to her, and his heart moved. Indeed, if he could enter Hidden Cloud Peak, he might be able to find an opportunity to enter the Pill Saints Peak. The two peaks were only separated by 2 mountains. "But I don't understand alchemy." Dong Qingyin chuckled. "Grandmaster Xiao is accepting a disciple, so there must be a secret behind it. Even if you don't understand alchemy, you still have a chance. It just depends on whether you have the aptitude." "Guard Yang." Dong Qingyin gently shook Yang Kai's arm. "You see, I've done so much for you. So please don't tell my big brother about this, okay? Besides, being able to become Grandmaster Zhao's disciple can be considered as winning glory for my family. Even if my father finds out later, he will only praise me. So please don't do something so thankless." Yang Kai faintly said, "If you can go in, then we'll talk." "I'm sure I can," Dong Qingyin said confidently. "For this day, I've made a lot of preparations." Just wait and see. I don't know if you can go in." Yang Kai secretly shook his head. He really hadn't expected Dong Qingyan's method to actually be this. The method was very good, but Yang Kai didn't have any confidence. He had never touched alchemy before, so how could he pass Grandmaster Zhao's test? However, right now he could only bite the bullet and try. In any case, he wouldn't lose anything. As time passed, more and more alchemists gathered here, each of them full of enthusiasm. Like Dong Qingyin, there was a mixture of nervousness and anticipation, many of these alchemists even showing pious expressions. It was obvious how much these people respected and worshipped Hidden Cloud Peak's Xiao Fusheng. Yang Kai listened to the conversations of these people and learned a lot. Xiao Fusheng was one of the top 10 elders of Medicine King's Valley. His alchemy skills were even better than the Valley Master of Medicine King's Valley, and he was one of the few mysterious grade top-rank alchemists in the world. Above mysterious grade was spirit grade, a height no one had ever reached before. Xiao Fusheng had been obsessed with alchemy all his life. Although he occupied one of Medicine King's Valley's peaks, he had never accepted a disciple, nor did he have a wife or children. He had dedicated his life to alchemy. In the world of alchemy, Xiao Fusheng had unparalleled prestige. A few months ago, news spread from Medicine King's Valley that Xiao Fusheng wanted to accept a disciple, shocking the world. Countless alchemists scrambled to worship Grandmaster Xiao and inherit his legacy. The central capital's 8 great families and first-class great forces even wanted to send their own alchemists to Hidden Cloud Peak, but they were all rejected by Grandmaster Xiao. Until today, in Medicine King's Valley town, there was a test set by Grandmaster Xiao. Only those who passed this test could enter Hidden Cloud Peak. Grandmaster Xiao didn't care about the requirements for accepting a disciple. No matter where they came from or what kind of force they belonged to, as long as they had the aptitude, they could learn his alchemy skills. The only requirement was that they had to be at least 25 years old. Therefore, those gathered here were all alchemists of the younger generation. Some of them, in order to enter Hidden Cloud Peak, had even given up participating in the alchemy summit. Time passed slowly. Yang Kai stood behind Dong Qingyin, paying attention to the surrounding movements while secretly observing the situation. The sun was high in the sky. With a burst of commotion, the disciples of Medicine King's Valley finally appeared. These disciples of Medicine King's Valley were not Grandmaster Zhao's disciples, but rather alchemists from other peaks who had been entrusted to handle and monitor today's test. Not far ahead was a high platform that had been set up in advance. This high platform was several dozen meters in length and width, and all the alchemists who had come to participate in the test were gathered around it. For Medicine King's Valley disciples leapt onto the high platform. The one leading them was a middle-aged man. Embroidered on his chest was a 3-petal golden flower, and his expression was cold and dignified. Holding a huge medicine pot in his hand, he walked forward with a majestic gait. A burst of exclamations rang out. It's Medicine King's Valley's Qin Zhe, only 35 years old. He's already reached the level of a heaven-grade top-rank alchemist. He's also a genius of Medicine King's Valley. I heard he's the next Valley Master. Shh, quiet. Qinzhe came to the high platform and placed the huge medicine pot in his hand on a table. The three Medicine King's Valley disciples behind him also stopped. Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, Qinzhe cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, my martial uncle Xiao has set up a test here today to accept disciples. This Qin is not talented enough. I will be the supervisor." The special and important status of an alchemist made this group of Medicine King's Valley masters look down on them. Moreover, they were often accompanied by alchemy furnaces all year round. So many of them did not understand the ways of the world and were disinclined to exchange pleasantries with others. As a genius alchemist, Qinzhe's arrogance and indifference were even more obvious. After a few simple words, Qinzhe opened the huge medicine pot with a straight face. Suddenly, a strange medicinal fragrance filled the air, and when everyone smelled it, their spirits shook. The test is very simple. Here are some pills that my martial uncle Xiao has personally refined for today. He wishes to join Hidden Cloud Peak. He took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it to refine its medicinal effects. If there is nothing else, you may pass the test. Everyone, please help yourselves. Saying so, Qinzhe stepped aside. The three young Medicine King's Valley disciples stepped forward and looked down at the crowd, their expressions cold and indifferent. Hundreds of people stood around the platform in a daze, none of them daring to be the one to eat the crabs. Qinzhe's words were understated, but everyone knew that Grandmaster Zhao's test was definitely something special. Everyone was now waiting for someone else to try, so who would take the initiative to step forward? The Medicine King's Valley disciples were not in a hurry. They just stood on the high platform and waited quietly. After a long time, someone asked, "Dare I ask, what kind of pill is this?" One of the Medicine King's Valley disciples sneered, "A poison pill." The crowd was in an uproar. Although everyone knew that Grandmaster Zhao's test was not easy to pass, this kind of test was still far beyond everyone's expectations. Forcing someone to take a poison pill as soon as they came up, who could withstand it? Everyone only had one life. If they failed to pass the test and died here, wouldn't that be too bad? Qinzhe lightly said, "Although it is a poison pill, it is not fatal. However, if one's aptitude is not high enough to take it, they will at least be weakened for 3 to 5 months." Hearing that it was not fatal, many people's minds became lively again. Grandmaster Xiao was still a famous grandmaster, so naturally he would not harm anyone. With this large pot of poison pills here, it was likely that those who wanted to fish in troubled waters would retreat. But of those who came here, which one of them was not confident in themselves? After thinking for a while, someone jumped onto the high platform. "I'll try." "Me too." With someone taking the lead, many people followed suit. Shwa 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 shwa, more than a dozen people rushed up. "Please." The Medicine King's Valley disciple gestured. These people stepped forward, took a pill from the pot, and put it in their mouths. "Please refine the pills." The more than a dozen people who took the pills quickly sat down cross-legged and began circulating their secret arts. The hundreds of people below all stared with wide eyes, carefully observing, not wanting to miss a single thing. Chapter 271. In just 10 breaths of time, one of the alchemists who had taken a poison pill went pale and without warning. His entire body began to tremble as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Everyone in the audience exclaimed, never having expected the poison pills refined by Grandmaster Xiao to be so potent. Before the exclamations had even ended, 3 loud puffing noises rang out from the stage, followed by a strange stench that drifted over with the wind. It turned out that the alchemist had let out several loud farts while he was distracted. Many people who were nearby were caught off guard and inhaled the stench, nearly vomiting it on the spot, all of them showing looks of disgust. The pale face of the alchemist who had participated in the test instantly turned red. This was not due to the effects of the poison pill, but due to shame. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he had let out 3 farts. How could he endure this? Seeing countless eyes filled with pity and disgust directed towards him, the alchemist suddenly felt ashamed and hurriedly stood up, jumped off the stage, and fled in panic like a stray dog. He actually dared to participate in Grandmaster Zhao's test without any ability. He really overestimated himself. What a disgrace. Which alchemist is this? If word of this gets out, how will he face others in the future? The ridicule coming from behind was like a stab to his back, making him not dare to stay, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the crowd. The crowd had not yet recovered from the ugliness of the alchemist when suddenly there was a soft thump from the high stage. Looking over, they saw the two alchemists who had just taken a poison pill actually fall backwards, their eyes wide open as they maintained a meditative posture, completely unconscious. The three young disciples from Medicine King's Valley glanced at each other and coldly snorted before walking over to the two alchemists and kicking them off the stage. Their attitudes were cold and their expressions were arrogant, as if they were just kicking two objects instead of people. However, no one dared to accuse them of anything. They had already been warned beforehand. Grandmaster Xiao had refined a bottle of poison pills. Since they dared to take it, they should be mentally prepared to be poisoned. Not dead. Immediately, someone went up to test the aura of the two alchemists and found that they were not dead, but for some reason they were still motionless and wouldn't wake up. So hot. Another alchemist suddenly jumped up from the high platform. His exposed skin was as red as blood, emitting a monstrous heat. Steam was rising from the top of his head. He kept tearing at his clothes, and in a short while, his upper body was bare, but he seemed to be unaware. It was still tearing. Dong Qingyan's pretty face blushed as she hurriedly covered her eyes. A few cultivators scurried up from below the high platform and dragged that person away with ashen faces. These few cultivators should be from the same clan as that alchemist. They didn't want to see him embarrass himself anymore. In less than 30 breaths of time, the first batch of alchemists who had participated in the pill trial had been completely annihilated. There were all kinds of living things, and the symptoms of poisoning were also all kinds of strange. Such a tragic experience not only did not deter these alchemists from joining Hidden Cloud Peak, but instead made them even more enthusiastic. The poison pills that Xiao Fusheng had refined were clearly the same kind of pills, but they could produce so many different effects. It was indeed the work of a master. Because of this, these alchemists who had come felt that Grandmaster Zhao's alchemy skills were unfathomable. After this group of alchemists left, another 30 alchemists stepped onto the stage. As time passed, more and more people were poisoned, either falling unconscious or making a fool of themselves. In total, more than 200 alchemists had stepped onto the stage, but not a single one had safely passed Grandmaster Zhao's test. The entire test site was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Another group of alchemists was poisoned, and one of them, who had become as stiff as a stone after being poisoned, shouted loudly, "I don't accept this! I don't accept this! How can a single poison pill test my extraordinary aptitude? I don't accept this. I want to go to Hidden Cloud Peak to see Grandmaster Xiao. Grandmaster Xiao, please give this junior a chance." "Drag him away," Qinze coldly shouted. The three young Medicine King's Valley disciples all wore cold expressions. Walking up to this man, they directly threw him off the high platform. The man continued to shout, "Grandmaster Xiao, I can inherit your mantle. Please give this junior a chance." "This group of people is crazy," Yang Kai coldly observed, shaking his head. Dong Qingyan softly said, "You don't know Grandmaster Zhao's prestige in the alchemy world. That's why you say that. Look at that man. Even though he's so ugly and unsightly, has anyone ever laughed at him?" Yang Kai turned his head and found that no one was ridiculing him. Most of them had dull expressions, many of them even showing sympathy. "Grandmaster, in the eyes of us alchemists, is a supreme existence. In order to worship him as our master, what does it matter if we suffer a bit of hardship and lose face?" Dong Qingyan lightly bit her red lips, her face filled with both nervousness and expectation. "Are you sure you want to go up and take that poison pill?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "You also saw the reaction of those people. Directly falling unconscious is already good. But if you can't pass this test, you'll have to tear off your clothes on the spot." Dong Qingyan's pretty face immediately paled. Everyone gathered here is young. I'm sure they would be willing to see such a scene. SK, the Dong family's young ladies' clothes are in disarray. That's a good topic to talk about after dinner. Really, even if you don't, if you let out a few loud farts in front of everyone, don't say that. Dong Qingyan's face went pale. No matter what kind of ugliness it was not something a little girl like her could accept. Once it happened, she would never be able to raise her head again in the future. Glaring fiercely at Yang Kai, Dong Qingyin waved her small fists. I knew you were up to no good and wanted me to go back to my brother's place, but I still want to try this test. I've been preparing for this day for a long time. Now that I've come all the way here, how could I give up now? Saying so, her voice softened again as she blushed. If it's really like you said, you'll have to take me away sooner rather than later. Yang Kai shook his head slightly. It seemed that his cousin was determined to go up on stage. No matter how he tried to dissuade her, it would be useless. The crowd once again burst into an uproar. An Earth-grade top-rank alchemist. Isn't that the Wang family's alchemy genius, Wang Qiren? He's also here? If it's him, I'm afraid he really can pass Grandmaster Zhao's test. Good, this is going to be interesting. Look at that one, an Earth-grade mid-rank alchemist, trained by the Xiong family. That one is also an Earth-grade mid-rank alchemist, from the Chang family. The alchemists of the great families are finally going to take action. A good show is about to begin. This group of alchemists were all young alchemists who had been trained by the great families and great forces, all of whom had come here to inherit Xiao Fu Sheng's mantle. Those who had just gone up, all of them were alchemists from small places, so it was normal for none of them to pass the test. Now that this group of people had gone up on stage, many people were looking forward to it. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, and as the voices reached the ears of the dozen or so Earth-grade high-rank alchemists on the stage, these young men all showed proud expressions. They also showed their good upbringing and stepped onto the high platform. First, they bowed to Qin Zhe. After performing a disciple's salute, they stepped forward one by one and stood in front of the pill pot. Brother Wang, please go first. Among all of you, only Brother Wang has reached the Earth-grade top-rank alchemist level, so naturally he should go first. The Chang family alchemist smiled and gestured. The others also nodded. Wang Qiren smiled and cupped his fists. Since that is the case, this Wang will accept. Saying so, he turned to the direction of Hidden Cloud Peak and bowed before reaching out and taking out a poison pill, placing it in his mouth before sitting down and refining it. From his attitude, it was clear that he was determined to pass this test and had a card up his sleeve. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bowed to Hidden Cloud Peak. That was the mountain peak where Xiao Fusheng lived. The three Medicine King's Valley disciples couldn't help sneering when they saw this. So what if it was an Earth-grade top-rank pill? The poison pill refined by Martial Granduncle Xiao, even if a heaven-grade alchemist took it, if their aptitude wasn't high enough, they would still suffer. This Wang Qiren really thinks he's some big shot. The three Medicine King's Valley disciples glanced at each other and secretly sneered, waiting for the situation to develop, ready to see Wang Qiren make a fool of himself. Not long after, this group of people took the poison pill and found a good place to sit down. While everyone on the stage was absorbing the medicinal efficacies, the spectators below also held their breaths, craning their necks to watch, as if they were more nervous than if they were participating in the test themselves. These alchemists were truly worthy of being from great forces. All of them had extraordinary attainments and high aptitude. Those who had gone up to take the test before had lasted at most half a cup of tea's worth of time. However, this group of people only reacted after a cup of tea's worth of time had passed. The first to do so was an Earth-grade low-rank alchemist, who suddenly frothed at the mouth and fell unconscious. Immediately after, someone jumped off the high platform and a few muffled sounds rang out. One after another, the alchemists of these large forces all had problems. This result left everyone dumbfounded. It wasn't that these people were unworthy of their reputation, but that the difficulty of Grandmaster Zhao's test had exceeded everyone's imagination. After a stick of incense worth of time, only Wang Qiren remained on the high platform. Everyone else had left. Countless people's hearts were tense. If Wang Qiren couldn't pass this test, then they really didn't know who else could. After a long time, Wang Qiren's body suddenly moved and a faint black qi appeared on his forehead. Qin Zhe, who had been sitting there motionless since the beginning of the test, suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Wang Qiren's reaction. As time passed, the black qi became more and more obvious, more and more solid. Suddenly, the black qi disappeared without a trace, But instead, Wang Qiren opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of black blood. The crowd burst into an uproar. This was the first time they had seen Wang Qiren react like this, so they couldn't help wondering if he had passed the test. The Wang family cultivator quickly rushed up and hurried to Wang Qiren's side. Wang Qiren waved his hand and stood up with difficulty, looking towards Qin Zhe with a trace of expectation. Qin Zhe sighed. Fail. Wang Qiren's expression darkened, but he didn't give up, cupping his fists and asking, "Dare I ask, Senior, how can I pass this test?" Qin Zhe saw that he was also a talented alchemist, so he patiently explained, "In fact, you were just one step away from passing. Unfortunately, you failed." Junior understands. Wang Qiren smiled bitterly and jumped off the high platform with the other cultivator. Chapter 272. Once again, they were all annihilated. Even an alchemy genius like Wang Qiren had failed to pass Grandmaster Zhao's test. This result was far beyond everyone's expectations. After Wang Qiren left, the scene was silent for a long time, no one daring to step onto the stage. No one was confident they could pass Grandmaster Zhao's test, so no one dared to step onto the stage and disgrace themselves. From beginning to end, the people from Medicine King's Valley were not anxious, so no one stepped onto the stage. They simply stood there and waited. Yang Kai glanced over at Dong Qingyan and found that her two small hands were constantly clenching and opening, clearly showing her extreme nervousness. Her face showed some eagerness to try, but also some lack of confidence. Even an Earth-grade high-rank alchemist had failed. Could she, a mere common-grade mid-rank alchemist, succeed? If you miss something, you may regret it for the rest of your life. Yang Kai said lightly. Dong Qingyan's tender body shook as she turned to look at Yang Kai, a trace of contemplation flashing across her eyes, but soon they became firm as she took a deep breath and said, let's go. Yang Kai smiled lightly, and together with Dong Qingyan, both stepped onto the high platform. Seeing that there was still someone who dared to step onto the stage, the crowd below suddenly burst into cheers and shouts of encouragement, causing Dong Qingyan to smile shyly. But soon after, someone discovered her rank through the embroidery on her chest. Only a common-grade mid-rank alchemist, with such a low rank, she's probably going to make a fool of herself. Poor little girl, if she makes a fool of herself here, how will she have the face to show her face in the future? Dong Qingyan listened to these words, biting her lip and not saying a word. The three young disciples from Medicine King's Valley actually smiled at her. A beautiful woman was always able to win good impressions wherever she went. "Young lady, please." Dong Qingyan nodded gently, took a deep breath, walked over to the medicine pot, and took out a poison pill, turning back to look at Yang Kai questioningly. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, "Don't worry, I'll watch from the sidelines." If Dong Qingyan really couldn't pass the test, he would definitely take her away. He definitely had to take her away. He couldn't let her embarrass herself in front of so many people. On the high platform, besides the Medicine King's Valley disciples, only Dong Qingyan and Yang Kai were present. On top of that, Yang Kai's outfit made it obvious he was this woman's attendant, so the Medicine King's Valley disciples didn't immediately chase them away. Dong Qingyan took a deep breath, placed the poison pill into her mouth, and swallowed it down before walking over to the side and sitting down cross-legged. He circulated his energy to neutralize the effects of the medicine. Yang Kai put his hands behind his back. Like a javelin, he stood in place, vigilantly observing Dong Qingyan's movements. Half a cup of tea's time passed, but she did not respond at all. 10 minutes passed. She still did not respond. Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he secretly released his divine sense to sweep Dong Qingyan's body, quickly discovering that the yuan qi in her body was rapidly circulating. He was burning some of the impurities in his meridians. These miscellaneous items should be the poison contained in the poison pill. "Oh, this little girl isn't bad. She managed to hold on for so long," someone in the audience exclaimed. Of the several hundred people who had come up before, except for the alchemists from the great families, few had been able to hold on for so long. Moreover, it wasn't as if no common-grade alchemist had come up before, but those people had only lasted a dozen breaths, so Dong Qingyan's performance had impressed everyone. How did she do it? She's another genius suited for alchemy. Compared to that Wang Qiren, she's not much better. I know her. She's the Dong family's young lady, Dong Qingyin. What? The Dong family's young lady? As the crowd exclaimed, a faint black chi suddenly appeared between Dong Qingyin's eyebrows. Quickly, this black chi became thicker and thicker, and then the black chi quickly moved and disappeared into her body. But Dong Qingyin suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a black chi visible to the naked eye. After exhaling this black chi, Dong Qingyin opened her big eyes in amazement. Qinzhe also stood up from his chair. His stiff face finally bloomed into a smile as he praised, "Good, good. Someone finally passed Martial Uncle Zhao's test." Passed? The hundreds of people present were silent, almost unable to believe their eyes. In total, more than 300 alchemists from all over the world had taken the stage. Many of them were geniuses with outstanding aptitude. Some were even Earth-grade high-rank alchemists, but all of them had somehow failed. Now, a single common-grade mid-rank alchemist had actually passed unscathed? What kind of mysteries were hidden in this? Dong Qingyin was also dumbfounded, blinking her big eyes as she stared at Qinzhe in amazement. Yang Kai lightly coughed and said, "Young lady, this senior said you have passed the Grandmaster's test." What? Dong Qingyin didn't seem to have recovered. Qinzhe's cold expression suddenly changed, replaced by a kind smile. "Young lady, congratulations on passing the test. From now on, you are my Martial Uncle Zhao's disciple. This Qin should also call you junior sister." Dong Qingyin was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, she jumped up and burst into tears of joy, covering her face with both hands, her eyes immediately becoming red. Happiness had come too suddenly. The little girl was obviously not mentally prepared. She was at a loss for words for a long time. Not knowing what to say, tears began streaming down her cheeks. After a long time, Dong Qingyin turned to Qinzhe and said, "Yin, greets big brother Qin?" Qinzhe laughed. "Junior sister is too polite. Martial Uncle Zhao accepting you as a disciple is my Medicine King's Valley's blessing." After the two exchanged pleasantries, the atmosphere immediately became much more harmonious, causing the group of people below to stare dumbfounded. When had they ever seen Medicine King's Valley's Qinzhe act so friendly? Every time they asked him to perform alchemy, he would always put on a straight face, as if everyone in the world owed him money. But now, he was smiling so widely that his molars could be seen. It wasn't that he didn't know how to smile, but rather that they couldn't enter his discerning eyes. "Since junior sister has passed Martial Uncle Zhao's test, you are now a disciple of my Medicine King's Valley. If there is nothing else, you can come with us to Medicine King's Valley. If there is something you need, please handle it as soon as possible," Qinzhe said with a smile. Dong Qingyin nodded. If she wanted to enter Medicine King's Valley, she would need to inform the Dong family first. However, since things had reached this point, she believed that her big brother would definitely not stop her. Being able to enter Medicine King's Valley was also a matter of pride for the Dong family. Think about it. No matter which great force in the world wanted to have a good relationship with Medicine King's Valley, the Dong family's young lady was already the direct disciple of Medicine King's Valley's Grandmaster Xiao. This was a unique advantage. No one could compare to him. Big brother, Yin also wants to try. Dong Qingyin glanced over at Yang Kai and said, "Guard?" Qinzhe frowned, glancing over at Yang Kai faintly. Although he didn't show much disgust, the disdain in his eyes was obvious. "Yin has been protecting me since I was a child." So, Qinzhe gave her a meaningful look, apparently misunderstanding that she had developed feelings for him over time. Not wanting to delve deeper, he just nodded and said, "Since he wants to try, it's fine. In any case, Martial Uncle Zhao has refined a large number of poison pills." Saying so, he casually asked, "What grade of alchemist is he?" Dong Qingyin blushed and said, "He doesn't know alchemy." "Doesn't know alchemy?" Qinzhe's expression suddenly became ugly. "If you don't know alchemy, then what's the point of trying? Do you really think alchemy is a child's play? My Medicine King's Valley is not so easy to enter if you don't have a heart for alchemy. If you want to pass this test, then don't try." Yang Kai looked at him faintly and said, "Dare I ask, when Senior Xiao set up this test, Did he say that those without alchemy experience would not be able to participate? Qinze sneered. Martial uncle never said such a thing. But since you have never studied alchemy before, you naturally won't be able to go far on this road in the future. If you don't intend to devote your life to alchemy, then don't come here to make trouble. This is not a place for you to play around. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he said lightly, as far as this junior knows. Grandmaster Xiao himself was only 26 or 27 years old when he first started learning alchemy. This junior is only 17 this year, 10 years younger than Grandmaster Xiao. All of this information was what he had just heard from others. Qin Zhe's brow furrowed as his expression became quite unpleasant. Suddenly, someone from the crowd cursed, "Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to Grandmaster Xiao?" Grandmaster Xiao is a genius, born for alchemy. Not to mention that he only started learning alchemy at the age of 26 or 27. Even if he was 40 or 50 years old, it wouldn't be too late. What qualifications do you have to compare yourself to Grandmaster Xiao? Silence. Qin Zhe angrily shouted, immediately silencing the crowd. Qin Zhe stared deeply at Yang Kai, not saying a word. After a long time, he nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. Since Martial Uncle did not say that only alchemists must participate in this test, you are qualified. Go and take a poison pill." Yang Kai nodded, and under the sneers of the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples, he took out a poison pill and threw it directly into his mouth. Dong Qingyin looked at him nervously, but Yang Kai just smiled and walked over to the side and sat down. Circulating his true Yang secret art, a burning sensation spread out, causing Qin Zhe's brow to wrinkle slightly, and he couldn't help secretly nodding. Although he had looked down on Yang Kai a moment ago, now that he felt his yuan qi, he knew that this boy was not simple. At such a young age, he had already reached the yuan qi boundary. This kind of aptitude was not something an average person could compare with. If he did not distract himself with alchemy and instead concentrated on the martial Tao, he would surely achieve great things in the future. A trivial guard is so powerful? The Dong family's heritage was not shallow. Qin Zhe was really surprised. As soon as the poison pill entered his stomach, Yang Kai felt it completely dissolve and flow directly into his meridians. Worthy of being personally refined by a grandmaster, this kind of medicinal efficacies were simply too fast. Not to mention that Yang Kai was now at the second stage of yuan qi. Even if a cultivator had just reached the initial element boundary, as long as they circulated their yuan qi, they would be able to effortlessly absorb the medicinal efficacies. The medicinal efficacies flowed through his meridians, but after being tempered and burned by his true yang yuan qi, they were not able to harm him in the slightest. After a few circulations, Yang Kai felt that the poison had completely lost its effect, and instead continued to flow up to the top of his head, converging into a turbid gas in his mouth. Gawking for a moment, Yang Kai secretly cursed. Dong Qingyin had just spent the time it took to drink a cup of tea to pass the test, which had already caused Qin Zhe to lose his composure. Now, after just a few circulations he had passed the test, who knew what kind of disturbance would arise? This speed is too fast. Thinking so, Yang Kai swallowed the turbid gas in his mouth, not spitting it out, while continuing to circulate his secret art as if nothing had happened. Chapter 273. After half a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai quietly began circulating his yuan qi, guiding the turbid qi from his mouth to his forehead. From an outsider's point of view, Yang Kai's forehead was now filled with a faint black qi. Qin Zhe was suddenly surprised. This was clearly a sign that would only appear at the final juncture of the test. Of the hundreds of alchemists who had taken the stage before, only Wang Qiren and Dong Qingyin had reached this point, but the former had failed while the latter had succeeded. How could a mere guard do this? Could it be that he was another genius suited for alchemy? Qin Zhe was quite nervous as he stared at Yang Kai deeply, his heart almost jumping into his throat. His martial uncle Xiao had personally told him that as long as he could find a suitable successor for this trial, he would be satisfied. Now that Dong Qingyin had passed, if another one passed, wouldn't his martial uncle laugh his head off? Not only would Hidden Cloud Peak have a successor in the future, but it would also be able to carry forward its legacy. Just as Qin Zhe's heart was filled with nervousness, the black qi between Yang Kai's eyebrows suddenly disappeared. Qin Zhe held his breath on the spot, his eyes widening. Success or failure would all depend on the next moment. As he anxiously waited, Yang Kai didn't respond, but after a long time, Qin Zhe's eyes began to ache, only to see a wisp of black qi appear between Yang Kai's eyebrows. What's going on? Qin Zhe was really confused. The reaction of this young man in front of him wasn't like Wang Qirun, who spat out a mouthful of black blood, nor was he like Dong Qingyin, who successfully forced out the black smoke. So how could this black gas appear back and forth between his eyebrows? This situation was inconsistent with what his martial uncle had told him before. Just as he was feeling anxious and confused, the black qi disappeared. But before he could calm down, the black qi reappeared. Qin Zhe's heart began to beat erratically as the black qi continued to rise and fall. This kind of waiting without knowing the result was really too torturous, especially since the other party's performance was constantly fluctuating between success and failure, making him feel even more tormented. The black qi fluctuated at least a dozen times before the boy in front of him suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a thick, turbid qi. As this turbid qi was expelled, the boy's entire body seemed to become sluggish, his head drooping down. He had lost his spirit. Fuck. You finally spat it out. Qin Zhe cursed in his heart. If you keep tormenting me a few more times, I'm afraid I won't be able to take it anymore. But how could something like this happen? Qin Zhe furrowed his eyebrows in deep thought. Could it be that this youth's aptitude had barely reached the standard set by his martial uncle, and that was why he had passed the test with such difficulty? Thinking about it this way, it did make sense. Brother Qin? Dong Qingyin looked at Qin Zhe and hesitantly asked, "How is he?" Qin Zhe regained his senses and laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. Although his aptitude is slightly worse than yours, but he barely passed. Passed again? Everyone below the stage was stunned by this sentence. So many people had gone on stage before, but none of them had succeeded. Even Wang Qirun had spat out a mouthful of black blood, but now, a common grade mid-rank alchemist had passed. Even though her rank as an alchemist was very low, she was still the daughter of the Dong family. The Dong family was quite powerful, so it was acceptable that they could cultivate such a talent. But what about the guards? They were just young Lady Dong's followers. How could such a person pass? Senior Qin, that little brat shouldn't have cheated, right? Someone below shouted. That's right, Senior. This person doesn't even know alchemy. How could he pass Grandmaster Zhao's test without an alchemist rank? He must have used some dirty tricks to achieve this. I refuse to accept this. The smile on Qin Zhe's face immediately froze, his eyes flashing like lightning as he swept his eyes across the crowd, coldly snorting. This is a poison pill personally refined by my martial uncle Xiao. No one can cheat. Even if an immortal ascension boundary cultivator takes this pill, those without alchemy aptitude will not be able to bear it. If there is anyone who disagrees, come up and give it a try, but if there is anyone who dares to question it, then that is an insult to my Medicine King's Valley, an insult to my martial uncle Xiao. As soon as this big accusation was made, the crowd immediately quieted down. Damn, a little guard who can't even perform alchemy can pass. I don't believe it. An alchemist grit his teeth and fiercely rushed up the stage. Many people quickly followed. A moment later, a large group of people were poisoned. A whole pot of poison pills, at least 500 to 600 of them. By noon, all the poison pills had been taken, but from start to finish, only Dong Qingyin and Yang Kai had safely passed the test. There were also many people who suffered the same fate as Wang Qirun, reaching the final step but failing at the final step, causing many people to sigh with regret. Only now did everyone realize that Grandmaster Xiao had not set out to recruit disciples, but had set up such a difficult test in order to find a suitable successor. After the test ended, Qin Zhe walked over with a smile. Junior brother and junior sister, when will you come with me to Hidden Cloud Peak? If Martial Uncle knows that 2 people have passed this time, he will definitely be very happy. Yang Kai's face remained expressionless, not saying a word, his expression cold. His current status was that of a bodyguard, so naturally he could not overstep his boundaries. Dong Qingyin smiled and said, I'm going to say goodbye to my big brother. Oh, let's go together. Quickly say goodbye and we'll go to Hidden Cloud Peak. He couldn't wait to take them to Medicine King's Valley. On the third floor of the Dong family medicine store, Dong Qing Han's fat face wore a wry smile. The news that Dong Qing Yin had passed Grandmaster Zhao's test had reached his ears early on. Although he knew that his little sister had been obsessed with alchemy since childhood, he had never expected her to be able to accomplish such a feat, worshipping Xiao Fu Sheng as a disciple. This was a good thing no one could refuse. But in the end, she was a girl who had been pampered since childhood. Now suddenly changing to an unfamiliar environment, he didn't know if she could handle it. But now, what was done was done. Unless the Dong family was willing to break off all ties with Medicine King's Valley, it would be impossible to poach someone from Medicine King's Valley. The Dong family naturally could not break off relations with Medicine King's Valley. The stakes were too high. Just as Dong Qing Han was smiling bitterly, the Wind and Cloud Dual Guard's expression suddenly changed and whispered, "Young lady and young Master Yang are coming, and there is another person with them. He should be the steward of Medicine King's Valley." Dong Qing Han was startled and quickly got up. "Come with me to greet them." Before they reached the door, the sound of someone running up the stairs could be heard. Opening the door, Yang Kai saw Dong Qing Yin running up the stairs at a brisk pace. Big brother, I succeeded." Dong Qing Yin couldn't wait to tell Dong Qing Han the good news. Dong Qing Han's face immediately stiffened as he reached out and knocked her head, scolding, "Nonsense! Such a big thing. Why didn't you discuss it with me in advance?" Dong Qing Yin rubbed her small head, still grinning, not showing the slightest annoyance. Just as Dong Qing Han finished reprimanding her, Qin Zhe, who had followed closely behind, lightly coughed. Dong Qing Yan's expression immediately became serious as he quickly bowed, "Junior greets Senior Qin." And Qin Zhe nodded lightly, frowning slightly, "Young Master Dong, since your little sister has passed the test, she is now a disciple of my Medicine King's Valley, the disciple of my martial uncle Xiao, and also this Qin's junior sister. Although she is still a member of your Dong family, you can't hit her at will." Dong Qing Han was stunned. Qin Zhe continued to casually scold him. "Alchemist is a noble profession, different from you spear-wielding barbarians. What you need is brains. Do you understand brains? What if you break her head? Junior sister is a genius in alchemy. If you really break her head, can you afford the loss? Can you afford the wrath of my martial uncle Xiao? Can your Dong family afford the wrath of my Medicine King's Valley?" Spear and stick scolding. Dong Qing Han's young master Dong was left speechless. Qin Zhe snorted and continued, "You call me senior, but Yin'er is now this Qin's junior sister. In terms of seniority, she is higher than you. How can you hit her? Do you not understand this simple truth?" And Dong Qing Han was dumbfounded, wanting to cry but having no tears. "I just greeted you. I didn't say anything. I know your Medicine King's Valley is overbearing, but she is my little sister. Can't I even teach her a lesson? I've never seen anyone so overprotective. You haven't even entered Medicine King's Valley yet, and you're already acting like this? Once you really enter Medicine King's Valley, what kind of trouble will you cause?" However, although Dong Qing Han was extremely depressed, in his heart he was also quite happy. Qin Zhe being so protective of his little sister, after entering Medicine King's Valley, she wouldn't suffer any hardships. Junior knows he was wrong. Dong Qing Han cleverly admitted his mistake. Qin Zhe nodded lightly, "Good. Young Master Dong doesn't look like an uneducated person. Knowing your mistakes and correcting them is a good thing." Dong Qing Han's fat face squeezed out a forced smile, a smile that was even uglier than crying. Qin Zhe turned around and looked at Dong Qing Yin, "Junior sister, if you and young Master Dong have anything to say, make it short. I'll wait for you downstairs." Saying so, he floated down the stairs. He had come up here to support Dong Qing Yin. After Qin Zhe left, Dong Qing Han ground his teeth and glared at his little sister. "You've got the ability. Should I call you Senior Dong?" "Hee." Dong Qing Yin giggled, stepping forward and shaking her brother's arm, softly saying, "Father." Dong Qing Han helplessly shook his head. "I'll tell him. I believe he won't try to stop me. In. Father will be proud of me." Dong Qing Yin nodded quickly, suddenly feeling like a big stone had been lifted from her heart. Turning to look at Yang Kai, Dong Qinghan whispered. Once you enter Medicine King's Valley, be careful. If anything happens, don't involve Yin Er. He was naturally referring to the Pill Saint's Peak. I know what to do. Yang Kai nodded. Half an hour later, Yang Kai and Dong Qing Yin came downstairs. Qin Zhe and the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples had long since become impatient, so when they saw them come down, they immediately rushed back. Of the 12 peaks of Medicine King's Valley, Hidden Cloud Peak was located in the middle, only 2 mountains away from the Pill Saint's Peak. Arriving at the foot of the peak, looking up, there was only a vague, rugged mountain road leading to the top, both sides of which were lush greenery, creating a beautiful scenery. At the foot of the mountain was a stone tablet with 3 large characters engraved on it, Hidden Cloud Peak. At the bottom right corner of the stone tablet was a line of small blood-red characters. Yang Kai took a closer look and saw that the line of small characters was actually, Trespassers will die. Chapter 274. This line of bright red characters demonstrated the overbearing and extraordinary spirit of Medicine King's Valley. Only people from Medicine King's Valley would dare to erect such a majestic stone monument in front of their own home. There was no one guarding the foot of the mountain, so Qin Zhe led the group up the mountain. Dong Qing Yin and Qin Zhe walked side by side, followed by the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples, with Yang Kai bringing up the rear. When the 3 young Medicine King's Valley disciples looked at Dong Qing Yin, their faces were filled with envy, worship, and even love. On the other hand, when they looked at Yang Kai, they were still disdainful, not even bothering to say a word to him. Alchemists were a group of people who were not good at communicating with others and had eyes above their heads. The alchemists of Medicine King's Valley were even more so. Dong Qing Yin's background was extraordinary, and her natural beauty naturally attracted their attention. Although Yang Kai had also passed the test set by Grandmaster Xiao and was qualified to enter Hidden Cloud Peak, in essence, he was just a small attendant with a low status. How could they lower themselves to interact with him? Since they didn't speak, Yang Kai was like a taciturn gourd, secretly observing as they walked. On the other hand, Dong Qing Yin was like a sparrow. From the moment she set foot on the rugged mountain road, she had been constantly asking questions. She was about to enter the Holy Land in her heart and see the senior she worshipped. So Dong Qing Yin was both nervous and looking forward to it. Qin Zhe didn't speak much. Most of the time he was silent, but when faced with Dong Qing Yin's questions, he carefully answered one by one, not showing the slightest impatience. Listening to the conversation between the two of them, Yang Kai also learned a few things. Hidden Cloud Peak had only had one alchemist, Xiao Fusheng, since several decades ago. Besides the 2 maidservants who served him, there was no one else. Moreover, these 2 maidservants were ordinary people who had never cultivated before. Xiao Fusheng had been obsessed with alchemy all his life and had never accepted a disciple until this year when he changed his mind and decided to pass on his life's knowledge. That was why today's test had occurred. Why did Master suddenly change his mind? Dong Qing Yin asked curiously. Qin Zhe's expression darkened, but he didn't answer. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Martial Uncle's thoughts. I dare not speculate. You should ask him yourself one day." Oh. The first half of Hidden Cloud Peak was nothing out of the ordinary. As far as the eye could see, there were only rugged rocks and forests. From time to time, there would be some wild animals roaming about. However, they were all small animals such as rabbits and roe deer. There was nothing dangerous about them. But in the second half, instead, it was the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It made people feel relaxed and happy. There were many exotic flowers and herbs in the mountains. Just like that, they grew there openly, swaying in the wind. There were many types of them. It was a dazzling sight. There are so many herbs here. Why didn't anyone secretly come up here to pick them? Dong Qing Yin couldn't help feeling curious when she saw no one guarding the mountain forest. Who dares? Qin Zhe coldly snorted. Whoever dares touch Medicine King's Valley's herbs will have their entire family annihilated. Hearing these murderous words, Dong Qing Yin quickly spat out her tongue. The herbs that were planted in the mountains were definitely not too valuable, so it was not worthwhile to offend Medicine King Valley for these things. An hour later, the group arrived at the top of the mountain where there was a row of houses. There weren't many of them, only about 7 or 8, most of which were newly built. These should be the residences that Xiao Fusheng had prepared for his disciples. Arriving here, Qinzhe stopped and turned to the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples and said, "You wait here." The 3 of them listened. Quickly putting on a bashful face, they smiled and said, "Martial uncle, we also want to go in." "What are you going to do?" Qinzhe asked unhappily. One of them wore a look of yearning. "Since we entered Medicine King's Valley until now, we've only seen Martial Uncle Xiao once, but now we're here, heh heh." Qinzhe frowned and pondered for a moment. Nodding, he said, "Good, then don't speak. Martial Uncle doesn't like to be disturbed." "Yes, we promise we won't speak." The 3 immediately cheered up. Yang Kai observed from the side and found that these 3 people's expressions were filled with awe. Even Qinzhe's expression became serious. It seemed that Xiao Fusheng's reputation in the hearts of alchemists was far beyond what he had imagined. Even these disciples of Medicine King's Valley were proud to see him. Under the leadership of Qinzhe, the group of people walked straight towards the row of houses. Before they had even arrived, 2 beautiful women appeared in front of them. These 2 beautiful women were both plump and gorgeous, with a hint of charm between their brows, a faint, dignified air, and a light smile. At first glance, these 2 beautiful women appeared to be only 25 or 26 years old. In fact, both of them were over 40 years old. Because as early as 25 years ago, they had come to Hidden Cloud Peak to serve Xiao Fusheng. 25 years ago, they were only 16 or 17 years old. These 2 beautiful women were ordinary people who had never cultivated, but they were still able to maintain their youth and beauty. Compared to many other cultivators, they were even able to maintain their looks. All of this was thanks to Xiao Fusheng's methods. Seeing the 2 beautiful women come over, Qinzhe quickly cupped his fists, not daring to show the slightest disrespect, respectfully saying, "Ladies, please report to Martial Uncle that we have brought the people he wants." These 2? One of the beautiful women wearing a moon-white dress looked at Dong Qingyan and Yang Kai with a smile. "Greetings, senior." Dong Qingyan also understood etiquette and quickly bowed with Yang Kai. The beautiful woman chuckled, "Call me Aunt Xiang. This is Aunt Lan." Dong Qingyan giggled and obediently bowed again. Aunt Xiang then said, "You don't need to be so formal here. Just treat this place as your own home. In the future, the 2 of you will be living here for a long time. If you are too formal, you will feel uncomfortable, and we will also feel uncomfortable." The other beautiful woman, Aunt Lan, smiled and said, "When we first came to Hidden Cloud Peak, we were about the same age as you. In a flash, more than 20 years have passed." Dong Qingyan saw the 2 of them acting so cordially, and her tension gradually relaxed. "Ladies, Martial Uncle is..." Qinzhe waited for them to finish their small talk before respectfully asking for instructions. "Grandmaster is currently performing alchemy. News from the bottom of the mountain has already been sent back. You can go back first. When Grandmaster finishes refining that furnace of pills, he will meet with them." Hearing this, not only did the 3 young Medicine King's Valley disciples look sad, even Qinzhe was slightly disappointed. "Many thanks." Qinzhe quickly adjusted his expression, cupped his fists, and led the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples away. After they left, the 2 beautiful women waved to Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan, smiling as they arranged a place for them to live. Hidden Cloud Peak had only been inhabited by the 3 of them and Xiao Fusheng. Xiao Fusheng would often retreat to perform alchemy and would not appear for more than 10 days. The 2 of them had been companions for so many years, so now that Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan had arrived, they were naturally happy. Hidden Cloud Peak was not like any of the other peaks. There was nothing to pay attention to, nor were there so many restrictions. Everything was very free. After arranging a place for Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan to live, the 2 women left. They stayed on Hidden Cloud Peak for 3 days, but Xiao Fusheng still did not show up. Only the 2 beautiful women came to see Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan from time to time, inquiring about their well-being. 3 days later, just as Dong Qingyan was muttering to herself about when Xiao Fusheng would come out, a tyrannical energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from nearby. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, exchanging a glance with Dong Qingyan before quickly rushing out of the house. The 2 beautiful women had also walked out and were staring at a room in a daze. This was Xiao Fusheng's residence. Not long after, the door opened, and an old man in his 60s with white hair and beard walked out. The old man had a peaceful face, but at this moment, his eyebrows were tightly knitted. He was holding a golden pill in his hand, and while walking, he frowned and observed it. Dong Qingyin suddenly became nervous. The man she had always worshipped had appeared in front of her. Her mood could be imagined. Yang Kai was also looking at this legendary figure in the alchemy world, and was surprised to find that this person didn't have the slightest fluctuation of yuan qi. He was like an ordinary old man, bland and plain. However, Xiao Fusheng was not an ordinary person. He was at least an immortal ascension boundary master. Yang Kai couldn't help but become solemn. Being able to restrain his aura to such an extent, this Xiao Fusheng was not simple. No pill veins, no pill veins, without pill veins, what use is there for me? Xiao Fusheng muttered a few times with a pained expression before letting out a long sigh. Yang Kai glanced over at the pill in his hand and found that this pill was full of world energy. Even from a few dozen meters away, he could smell its pill fragrance. On top of that, it was round and full, clearly a heaven grade or above pill. But now, this pill had been degraded by Xiao Fusheng to be worthless. Grandmaster, Ani Xiang, one of the two beautiful women, called out softly, "He's here." HM? Only now did Xiao Fusheng recover from his contemplation, tossing the pill he had been holding to one of the beautiful women before turning his eyes towards Yang Kai and Dong Qingyin with great interest. And, not bad, not bad. Circling around Dong Qingyin a few times, Xiao Fusheng repeatedly praised. At this time, Dong Qingyin's small face suddenly became serious, not daring to move at all. After circling around Yang Kai a few more times, Xiao Fusheng suddenly frowned. Not bad, but the murderous aura is too heavy. Yang Kai's heart went cold. Xiao Fusheng, on the other hand, casually said, "You too, stretch out your hands." Yang Kai and Dong Qingyin both stretched out their hands. Xiao Fusheng flicked his finger and placed it on their wrists. After examining them for a long time, his old face filled with a smile and his eyes flashed slightly as he stared at Yang Kai meaningfully. "You cheated during the test?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before immediately letting out a laugh. Senior's eyes are sharp. Dong Qingyin was stunned on the spot and quickly defended Yang Kai. He didn't cheat. He took that poison pill and forced the poison out of his body. How could he cheat? Xiao Fusheng smiled and said, "I'm not saying that his aptitude isn't good. On the contrary, his aptitude is probably better than yours. It's just that he deliberately delayed forcing out the poison. Obviously, he didn't want to show off too much." Dong Qingyin was stunned. The two beautiful women's beautiful eyes also flashed a strange light as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. How did Senior see through it? Xiao Fusheng chuckled and patted the dust off his clothes. "I set this test myself. How could I not know?" Chapter 275. After Xiao Fusheng's simple explanation, Yang Kai finally understood what was hidden in his poison pills. The pot of poison pills was not complicated to refine, and the materials required were not expensive, otherwise there would not have been so many of them. However, the biggest function of these poison pills was to test the purity of a person's yuan qi. An alchemist was also a cultivator, and all of them had yuan qi in their bodies. But this group of people regarded alchemy as their main occupation. Increasing their cultivation and strength was all for the sake of alchemy. When a poison pill was taken, if one's yuan qi was pure enough, it could completely expel the poison from the body, otherwise, it would not work. The purity of yuan qi was related to many things, such as a cultivator's secret art, martial skills, the pills they had taken, their physique, and various other factors could all affect it. Although these alchemists regarded alchemy as their life's occupation, because of various experiences, their yuan qi was impure, so they failed Xiao Fusheng's test. Yang Kai had only practiced the true Yang secret art since he began cultivating, and had constantly tempered his yuan qi, so it was not surprising that the purity of his yuan qi could meet Xiao Fusheng's requirements. Dong Qingyan's situation was similar. She cultivated a fire attribute secret art. The Dong family was a big family, and when she was at the peak of the separation and reunion boundary, in order to help her break through to the yuan qi boundary, The family had spent a lot of precious treasures to help her condense her yuan qi, so naturally her yuan qi would not be impure. Xiao Fusheng smiled wryly. In fact, this old master's pot of poison pills, if an alchemist were to take them, 90% of them would fail the test, because they don't take the purity of their yuan qi too seriously. When refining pills, many alchemists have to personally test the properties of the pills themselves. The various medicinal efficacies in their bodies would clash and condense, so how could there be any pure yuan qi? But if it were to be taken by those who cultivate a fire or yang attribute secret art, I'm afraid it would be a different story. Yang Kai suddenly realized why the time it took him to resolve the poison was shorter than Dong Qingyan's, so there was such a reason. However, of those who came to participate in Xiao Fusheng's test, which one of them was not an alchemist? Only a cultivator with a special purpose like Yang Kai would try it. Wanting to find such a successor among the alchemists was indeed somewhat difficult. Dong Qingyan being able to pass this test smoothly was also thanks to the Dong family not supporting her in alchemy all these years. If she had started studying alchemy from an early age, this test would likely have ended with regret. Many people have taken the wrong path as an alchemist. This old master was wrong. Xiao Fusheng let out a long sigh. There was an indescribable sense of loneliness and regret. Yang Kai frowned and said thoughtfully, "Master, according to what you said, wouldn't it be better to find a child with excellent aptitude and train him from a young age?" A child? Xiao Fusheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. This old master can't wait that long. Yang Kai's heart stirred, staring at Xiao Fusheng in surprise. The two beautiful women were also dejected. They wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, Dong Qingyan couldn't help but gasp, "Grandmaster, you?" Xiao Fusheng chuckled. With an indifferent expression, he said, "It doesn't matter. I can still live for a few more years. In this lifetime, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through to the mysterious grade top rank. I really want to see what the spirit rank is like." His words were full of yearning and regret. His expression suddenly brightened and he said, "I can't, but I want to train a spirit-grade alchemist. Breaking through the shackles of the spirit rank will depend on the two of you." It was for this reason that Xiao Fusheng wanted to accept a disciple. He had devoted his entire life to alchemy, but had never been able to break through to the spirit rank. How could he not regret it? He had unparalleled alchemy knowledge and his own personal experience on the alchemy path, so he firmly believed that he could cultivate a disciple who surpassed himself. Perceiving Xiao Fusheng's determination, Yang Kai struggled for a moment before quickly saying, "Senior, please forgive this junior. The reason why I came to Hidden Cloud Peak was not to study alchemy." Xiao Fusheng's brow furrowed as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise. "I want to reach the peak of the martial Tao. If I study alchemy, I'm afraid I won't be able to," Yang Kai said sincerely. He had come to Hidden Cloud Peak this time, just to take advantage of its geographical advantage to get close to the Pill Saint's Peak. Xiao Fusheng had confided in him, so Yang Kai didn't want to deceive him too much. He definitely couldn't say that he wanted to go to the Pill Saint's Peak, but he also couldn't learn alchemy, otherwise he would be unable to escape. Hearing Yang Kai say this, the two beautiful women suddenly frowned and looked towards Yang Kai with a slightly unhappy expression. On the other hand, Xiao Fusheng just chuckled. Who said that alchemy can't help one reach the peak of the martial Tao? Yang Kai's expression shook as he thought about it. The first time he had met Xiao Fusheng, this old man had left a deep impression on Yang Kai. Although he was already half buried in the ground, the kind of high-spirited spirit he displayed and the kind of mentality he had to compete with the heavens was something that many young people didn't possess. The Grandmaster didn't ask him to become Dong Qingyan's disciple and instead just stayed here. A few days later, Xiao Fusheng didn't show up much. Dong Qingyan insisted on calling him master and disciple, while Yang Kai only called him Old Xiao. Although the two beautiful women were somewhat displeased with Yang Kai's attitude and tone that day, their self-restraint was excellent and they didn't embarrass him. Every day they still greeted him with a smile and took care of the daily life of the entire Hidden Cloud Peak, silently contributing. On this day, Xiao Fusheng called Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan into his room. The two of them stood in front of Old Xiao, Yang Kai's expression indifferent while Dong Qingyan was somewhat restrained. Xiao Fusheng smiled faintly and nodded. I haven't taught you anything these past few days, but I've been observing your character. Although time will reveal a person's heart, this old master has lived for many years, so his eyesight is still somewhat profound. Yin, you have a kind heart and come from a great family, but you don't have the spoiled temperament of those young ladies. Even if you inherit this old master's mantle, I believe you won't do anything evil in the future. If you are willing, this old master can accept you as a disciple. Disciple is willing. Dong Qingyin quickly replied, her face filled with joy. Xiao Fuxing nodded with satisfaction and then turned to Yang Kai. You are different, although you are young. You have experienced many hardships and your temperament is much more mature than your peers. Your Yuan Qi is like a sword, sharp and fierce, so you should have killed many people. But although your methods are ruthless, you will not kill the innocent. Yang Kai nodded silently and did not refute this. As one grew older, their eyesight was generally quite sharp. Your pursuit is different from Yin-er's, so even if your aptitude is better than Yin-er's, I will not force you. You have your own path to walk, so I will not accept you as a disciple, nor will I teach you alchemy. Master, Dong Qingyin exclaimed, thinking he was going to drive her away. Xiao Fusheng waved his hand and smiled, but since you have passed this old master's test, it can be considered fate, so I can teach you something else. For the time being, you and Yin-er can live together on Hidden Cloud Peak. Many thanks, old man Xiao. Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Xiao Fusheng really wanted to drive him away from the mountain, he would have no choice, but now hearing him say he could stay on Hidden Cloud Peak, he naturally relaxed. With this, he no longer had any psychological burden to bear. This is a set of secret arts. The two of you can take them to cultivate, but remember, you only need to cultivate for an hour a day at most. Xiao Fusheng handed over a booklet and closed his eyes. Yang Kai reached out and took the booklet before leaving the house with Dong Qingyin. Half a day later, the two of them had familiarized themselves with the secret arts on the booklet and returned to their respective rooms to cultivate. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret art this was as it didn't have a name and its circulation route was quite strange. It actually required one to circulate all 108 meridians in the body at the same time, a staggering number. Yang Kai and the old demon studied this secret art together for a long time, but even with the old demon's profound knowledge, he still couldn't figure out what it was, only that it didn't cause any harm. Xiao Fusheng didn't have much time left, and now that he had finally accepted Dong Qingyin as his disciple, he naturally wouldn't harm her. Thinking so, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on his bed, adjusted his breathing, and began to cultivate this unknown secret art. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Kai Yang was able to enjoy a rare moment of leisure. Every morning, he would wake up early in the morning and face the rising sun to practice his unyielding golden skeleton secret art. Then, he would spend an hour practicing an unknown secret art. After this, it was time for him to cultivate. The days passed quickly, and they were very fulfilling. Yang Kai repeatedly went to inquire about the situation of the Pill Saint's Peak, but without a proper reason or excuse, he would often be driven away before he could even approach, leaving him at a loss for what to do. The two beautiful women on Hidden Cloud Peak also treated Yang Kai very well. Every day they would cook some medicinal cuisine for him and Dong Qingyin to eat. The two women's cooking skills were very high, using only simple ingredients to create exquisite food. Dong Qingyin's feelings with the two beautiful women also greatly increased during this time. After all, they were all women, so it was much easier for them to interact with one another. After a month of hard work, Yang Kai's own strength didn't increase much, and the unknown secret art didn't increase his Yuan Qi, so it didn't have any magical effects. However, as old Xiao had said, this secret art could only be cultivated for an hour a day. Any longer and Yang Kai's Yuan Qi would begin to boil like boiling water, causing him unbearable pain. One day after a month, after Yang Kai and Dong Qingyin finished their breakfast, the two beautiful women smiled and handed over 2 medicine baskets. Xiang, what are these for? Dong Qingyin took the medicine baskets with a puzzled expression and handed one to Yang Kai. Xiang smiled and said, Grandmaster has a task for the two of you. Really? Dong Qingyin was very happy. During this time, She had only been cultivating, and Xiao Fusheng hadn't taught her a single thing about alchemy, which made her quite depressed. She had joined Hidden Cloud Peak in order to learn alchemy, but until now she hadn't even seen the shadow of a pill, so how could she not be anxious? Now that she heard that her grandmaster had a task for her, naturally she couldn't wait to perform well in order to win the favor of her grandmaster, then take the opportunity to put forward her own requirements for learning alchemy. What task? Yang Kai asked faintly. Grandmaster has asked you to collect some herbs. Ani Xiang smiled and listed the names of the herbs she was going to collect, then explained in detail the habits and shapes of these herbs. Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan both secretly remembered this and set off with their medicine baskets. Chapter 276. Medicine King's Valley's Hidden Cloud Peak. Halfway up the mountain, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan were carrying medicine baskets as they searched for herbs in the jungle. The task Old Xiao had given them this time wasn't difficult to complete. The herbs they were looking for weren't precious, nor were they rare. They could all be found on this mountain peak. The only problem was that the age requirement was a bit harsh. They needed to be at least 30 years old or above. The two of them trekked through the mountains and rivers, carefully searching for herbs until late afternoon, before finally collecting most of them. We're still missing an iron bone grass. Ani Xiang said we need 10 stalks of it. Dong Qingyan counted with her fingers, her brow wrinkling slightly. Cousin, we haven't found a single one yet. Yang Kai looked around and suddenly thought of something. I'm afraid Hidden Cloud Peak doesn't have this kind of herb. Let's go somewhere else. Dong Qingyan's eyes darted around for a moment before she giggled. You mean, somewhere like Pill Saint's Peak? Yang Kai glared at her. Dong Qingyan tacitly agreed, and together with Yang Kai, the two of them headed towards Pill Saint's Peak. Pill Saint's Peak was a restricted area of Medicine King's Valley. From the top of the mountain, ordinary disciples were not allowed to approach it. But below 3,000 feet, one could freely enter and exit. With a clear goal in mind, the two of them walked all the way to Pill Saint's Peak. Let's split up and search. Yang Kai lightly coughed. N. Dong Qingyan smiled and nodded. She naturally knew what Yang Kai wanted to do, but she didn't point it out, instead just saying, be careful. I know. Carrying the medicine basket on his back, Yang Kai casually approached the top of Pill Saint's Peak, casually searching for iron bone grasses while secretly remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Half an hour later, as Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally approached, he was now only 1,000 feet away from the peak. Quietly looking up, Yang Kai suddenly found a stone statue standing on top of Pill Saint's Peak. This stone statue was the Pill Saint's portrait. The stone statue was at least 300 feet tall and had a magnificent aura. Yang Kai was still able to see the statue's chest from 1,000 feet away. The stone statue was modeled. It was unknown how many years the flowing time great emperor had stood here. Wind and rain battered it, but it still stood firm. Yang Kai wanted to release his divine sense to investigate, but he was somewhat afraid. Although he couldn't see anyone, there was definitely an expert guarding the place. Old demon, can you sneak in and take a look? Yang Kai asked. If there is an immortal ascension boundary master up there, old servant has nowhere to hide, the old demon replied. His current strength wasn't too high, so he couldn't hide his demonic chi. Furthermore, his characteristics were too obvious. He was wrapped in a black aura with the Soulbreaker all. There was no way to hide from an immortal ascension boundary master. Was there no way at all? It had been more than a month since they arrived at Hidden Cloud Peak. He hadn't even figured out what was hidden there. Who's there? Just as Yang Kai was frowning, an angry shout came from above. A figure flew down from above and landed directly in front of Yang Kai. He looked at him coldly. This person was definitely an immortal ascension boundary master, and his strength wasn't low. Although most of the disciples in Medicine King's Valley were alchemists, there were always some who were responsible for combat and defense. Which peak are you from? Don't you know that 3,000 meters below Pill Saint's Peak is a restricted area? The man coldly shouted. His expression was unfriendly. Yang Kai frowned, his mind racing. I'm asking you a question. Who is your master? Didn't he tell you the consequences of trespassing on Pill Saint's Peak? Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Greetings, senior. This junior is a disciple of Hidden Cloud Peak's Old Man Xiao. Under Old Man Xiao's orders, This junior came down the mountain today to collect some herbs. Grandmaster Xiao? The man was stunned for a moment before suddenly realizing, you're the young man who joined Hidden Cloud Peak a month ago? It is indeed this junior. The man vigilantly and cautiously looked Yang Kai up and down, sending out his divine sense but retracting it a moment later. The cold expression on his face gradually eased. Yang Kai then said, this junior was only focused on finding herbs. I didn't expect to find myself here. Please forgive me, senior. The man nodded and said, if it were any other disciple, today's death sentence could be spared, but punishment would still be unavoidable. But since you've only been here for a short time, today's mistake can be forgiven. Leave quickly and don't commit such a crime again. If you do, you will be severely punished. Yang Kai helplessly withdrew. After Yang Kai left, the man's figure flickered and returned to the top of Pill Saint's Peak, continuing to watch over it. From a distance, Yang Kai glanced back again. Sure enough, there was an immortal Ascension Boundary Master guarding that place. What should he do? If there was a way to get close to the Myriad Drug Pond, he might have been able to get a glimpse of its mysteries, but now he couldn't even get close, let alone anything else. Walking back with a gloomy expression, Yang Kai could hear Dong Qingyan arguing with someone from afar, so he couldn't help quickening his pace. A moment later, a clear voice entered his ears. This iron bone grass was obviously found by me first. How can you be like this? Dong Qingyan's tone was somewhat aggrieved. Another voice called out, Junior sister must be joking. This herb is the shared property of my Medicine King's Valley. Naturally, it belongs to whoever picks it first. What's more, according to what Junior sister said, we were the first to discover all the herbs in this mountain. We've lived here since we were young. Who's your junior sister? Dong Qingyan angrily said, I am Grandmaster Zhao's disciple. According to seniority, all of you should call me Martial Ant. Ahem. The three young Medicine King's Valley disciples who were confronting Dong Qingyan couldn't help feeling embarrassed, unable to refute. Xiao Fusheng had accepted a disciple in his later years, so although Dong Qingyan was very young, her seniority in Medicine King's Valley was much higher than the average person, the same generation as Qin Zhe, so naturally these young men were lower than her. What's wrong? Do several martial nephews want to snatch what Martial Ant wants, HM? Dong Qingyan proudly snorted. What Martial Ant? The leader muttered discontentedly, I was lucky enough to be able to worship Martial Uncle Xiao as my master. If Martial Uncle Xiao was willing to let me try that poison pill, I could have also passed the test. Humph. Dong Qingyan wrinkled her delicate nose. It's useless to say such things now. Obediently hand over the herbs your Martial Ant has taken a fancy to. Otherwise, I'll go tell your master and say you offended your superiors, disrespecting your elders. As she finished speaking, her voice suddenly became louder. The faces of the several young Medicine King's Valley disciples all changed. This big accusation was something they couldn't bear. Inside Medicine King's Valley, only Hidden Cloud Peak's rules were a bit lax. In other words, only Hidden Cloud Peak had no rules and was completely free. Unlike the other peaks, where there were many rules and regulations, it was not a joke to offend one's superiors and disrespect their elders. However, these young men were all older than Dong Qingyan, and they were all men. How could they be willing to admit defeat in front of this little girl? The leader of the group thought for a moment. He quickly came up with a plan. Grinning meaningfully, he ground his teeth and said, Since Martial Ant is a disciple of Hidden Cloud Peak, you must be an alchemy genius. Naturally, Dong Qingyan said proudly. This little girl was also obsessed with alchemy. Instead of praising her for her beauty, it was better to praise her for her exquisite alchemy skills. As soon as she heard this, she immediately became arrogant. Martial Ant is looking for iron bone grass? The man asked again. And there isn't much iron bone grass left in Medicine King's Valley right now. How much iron bone grass does Martial Ant need? 10. I only found 2. That's really a coincidence. We also have a lot of iron bone grass here. It should be enough for Martial Ant's needs. You're willing to give it to me? Dong Qingyan smiled happily, suddenly feeling that her martial nephews were quite handsome. The man chuckled. Naturally, it's impossible to give it away for free, But Marshall Nephew wants to use these iron bone grasses as a bet and compare notes with Marshall Ant. If Marshall Ant can win, not only will we offer these iron bone grasses, but if Marshall Ant takes a fancy to the other herbs, then we will give them to Marshall Ant. Marshall Ant is free to take them. What does Marshall Ant think? Hearing this, Dong Qing Yin wrinkled her brow and pursed her lips. Just as she was wondering what to do, Yang Kai's voice suddenly called out, "Who wants to compare notes? I'll accompany you." Guard Yang. Dong Qing Yin smiled happily and waved towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's figure flickered and arrived in front of Dong Qing Yin, faintly looking at the three Medicine King's Valley disciples in front of him. "You want to compare notes?" It's him. He's the other disciple who passed the test and joined Hidden Cloud Peak. One of the Medicine King's Valley disciples grit his teeth and said, his face filled with envy and jealousy, wishing he could take his place. "Bullying a woman isn't a skill. If you have something to say, then come at me." Yang Kai glanced over at the three. Yang Kai's arrogance, immediately arousing the competitive spirit of the three Medicine King's Valley disciples, the leader of the group said, "Good. Since you have such intentions, I'll let you see my skills." "Wait a minute." Yang Kai raised his hand. "You just said that iron bone grass would be the stake. Does that still count?" "Of course." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. "You three come at me together." The three Medicine King's Valley disciples couldn't help glancing at each other. "Please enlighten us." Before Yang Kai's voice had even fallen, he had already stepped forward. The three Medicine King's Valley alchemists only saw an afterimage fly towards them, and with a few loud bangs, the three Medicine King's Valley alchemists were all thrown off their feet, all of them screaming miserably. "So weak?" Yang Kai frowned, a look of suspicion filling his face. He had thought that since these people were so arrogant, they would certainly have some skill, but he hadn't expected that they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from him. Those attacks just now were just probing attacks. He had only used 50% of his full strength. How could you hit us?" The alchemist who had just spoken fell to the ground, trembling as he pointed at Yang Kai, his face filled with resentment and sadness. "Nonsense." Yang Kai sneered. This was a competition, if not a fight. What else could he do? Without wasting any more words, Yang Kai stepped forward and rummaged through the three Medicine King's baskets, collecting all the iron bone grasses. "Guard Yang, let's hurry up and leave." Dong Qing Yan's pretty face flushed red as she pulled Yang Kai towards Hidden Cloud Peak. "You've gone too far." A cry of grievance and sadness came from behind. "I'm going to tell Marshal Uncle Shao and have him punish you." "Why are they acting like this?" Yang Kai frowned. Didn't they want to exchange pointers? After losing, they're still clamoring, too weak. "Cuckoo." Dong Qing Yan's face became even redder. "Why are we running? Those iron bone grasses were what they said they would use as a stake. It's only natural they won. We didn't rob them." "Don't talk. You're embarrassing yourself." Chapter 277. It wasn't until they reached Hidden Cloud Peak that the two of them slowed down. Yang Kai looked at Dong Qing Yin suspiciously, his face filled with confusion, not knowing why she was blushing. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. Dong Qing Yin glared at him for a moment before taking a deep breath and helplessly explaining, "Cousin, when alchemists compare notes, it's a competition of alchemy skills. Everyone takes the same materials and then refine a pill. The number and quality of the pills they refine, as well as the time it takes to refine them, the winner is decided by the number and quality of the pills they refine, not like you." Saying so, she waved her small fists a few times. "It's not like that." Yang Kai was stunned. His face couldn't help turning red as he awkwardly said, "They didn't explain it clearly. How could I know?" Dong Qing Yin smiled bitterly. "It's common sense. Fortunately, you didn't use too much force and didn't hurt them. If you had really injured them, the consequences would have been serious." Saying so, she patted her forehead and said weakly, "Sure enough. Cultivators are a bunch of brutes who only know how to use their fists." Yang Kai was also extremely embarrassed, thinking to himself that no wonder those three had been so excited when they heard he agreed to a competition, as if they didn't know how to write the word death. It turned out they thought he was going to compete with them in alchemy. That beating was really a waste. Aware that he was in the wrong, Yang Kai remained silent on the way back, but Dong Qingyin couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing every time she recalled what had just happened. After returning to the top of the mountain, Yang Kai handed over the herbs he had collected today to the two beautiful women. After eating the medicinal cuisine they had prepared, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyin returned to their respective rooms to rest. The next day, Yang Kai hadn't yet left his house when he smelled a fragrant scent from outside, one that made him feel very comfortable. Curious, Yang Kai opened the door and walked out, following the scent to the outside of his room. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that in each of the two rooms not far away, there was a large steaming vat, each of which was filled with a variety of strange herbs. The two beautiful women were each responsible for one of the rooms, fanning the flames below, sweat dripping down their faces. What kind of pill is Master refining? Dong Qingyin also came out and looked around curiously, her two big eyes flashing with excitement. Yang Kai watched for a while, then walked up and asked, "Do you need our help?" Aunt Xiang stood up when she heard this and looked at them with a smile. He nodded and said, "Yes." Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and said, "What should we do?" Aunt Xiang pursed her lips and smiled. "You don't need to do anything for now. These two cauldrons of medicinal decoctions are for the two of you. I boiled them all night long, so they will be ready soon. For us." Yang Kai was stunned. Aunt Lan nodded. "That's right. For the past month, old Xiao has been concocting all kinds of herbs. The herbs you collected yesterday are all inside." "I have a share too?" Yang Kai was a little touched. If it was said that old Xiao had worked hard to prepare something for Dong Qingyin, Yang Kai could naturally understand. After all, Dong Qingyin had worshipped him as her master and was his successor, but now he also had a share. Yang Kai was a little surprised. Aunt Xiang nodded lightly and said, "Naturally, since you have entered Hidden Cloud Peak, you are one of its people. The two of you go eat something first and prepare yourselves. Come back in an hour." Yang Kai opened his mouth, a touch of emotion flashing across his eyes. Breakfast had been prepared in the kitchen, and it was also steaming hot, so it should have just been finished not long ago. As she ate, she watched Annie Xiang and Annie Lan work in full swing. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a faint warmth in his heart. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. After an hour, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyin each entered a room. Yang Kai's room was Aunt Xiang's responsibility, so under her instructions, Yang Kai took off his shirt and wore only a pair of thin trousers. Then, he jumped into the medicinal soup. Yang Kai had always respected these two beautiful women on Hidden Cloud Peak. They had silently devoted themselves to Hidden Cloud Peak for more than 20 years. They had spent the best years of their lives, but the world only knew of Xiao Fusheng on Hidden Cloud Peak. No one had ever known that there were two unknown women here. Even Yang Kai, who had been on Hidden Cloud Peak for a month now and had been taken care of by these two women, only called them Aunt Xiang and Aunt Lan and didn't know their full names. So even though he was topless at the moment, his expression didn't seem the slightest bit unnatural. "Aunt Xiang, what should I do now?" Yang Kai felt the warmth around him and felt comfortable both physically and mentally, so he couldn't help asking. "Circulate the secret art that old Xiao taught you." That secret art was prepared to absorb the medicinal efficacies of this medicinal soup. It has no other use. It's not easy to gather these herbs. Old Xiao also spent a lot of effort to gather all of them, and there are only 2 furnaces, so you have to be careful. Don't waste the medicinal efficacy and let down old Zhao's good intentions. "I know." Yang Kai nodded solemnly, closed his eyes, and began circulating the secret art. As he circulated the secret art, Yang Kai felt hundreds of millions of pores on his body open up, the medicinal efficacies contained in the medicinal soup seemingly turning into sharp needles. They were everywhere, everywhere. Penetrating his pores, they pierced into his body. Unable to restrain himself, Yang Kai let out a groan, his body trembling slightly. On the other hand, Dong Qingyin next door let out a pitiful cry. Dong Qingyin was a woman after all, one who had been pampered since childhood. How could she bear this kind of pain? Aunt Lan's comforting voice came from next door. Aunt Xiang stared closely at Yang Kai's reaction, her beautiful eyes flashing a dignified light as she couldn't help feeling slightly moved. Old Xiao had said before that the effect of using this medicinal soup to cleanse the body was remarkable, but the pain was also inhumane. Before, she had been worried about whether Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan could bear it, but now it seemed that Yang Kai didn't have any problems at all. The pain seemed to be increasing little by little, and after a moment, not only did he feel pain all over his body, even his meridians and 5 viscera and 6 bowels were filled with pain. It was as if millions of ants were gnawing at his body. Large drops of sweat dripped from his forehead as Yang Kai's skin became as red as blood, but the secret art didn't stop, continuing to circulate. This kind of boundless pain lasted for a full 2 hours. Suddenly, this kind of pain lessened by a lot. As if it had reached a limit, this slow down became more and more obvious, and a moment later, the pain all over his body disappeared. What replaced it was a hearty feeling. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a deep breath and slowly open his eyes, his pupils shining brightly. Aunt Xiang looked at Yang Kai with satisfaction, a smile on her face as she listened for a moment before saying, "Old Xiao underestimated the endurance of the two of you. It seems that the other side has also endured." As she spoke, she tossed the various herbs in her hand into the medicinal soup, then turned around and continued to fan the fire below. The magical secret art no longer needed to be deliberately circulated, and under the influence of the medicinal soup, it began to circulate on its own. With each cycle, Yang Kai could feel his physique becoming stronger, his meridians becoming wider and tougher, and the yuan qi in his body becoming more and more pure. "Aunt Xiang, I should have left this medicinal soup for young Lady Dong." Yang Kai felt a little uncomfortable. He had come to Hidden Cloud Peak for another purpose and had clearly stated that his ambition was not alchemy, but Old Xiao still didn't treat him as an outsider. Aunt Xiang chuckled, "Old Xiao's medicinal soup is too overbearing. A person can only use it once in their life. If your young lady uses it a second time, her meridians won't be able to withstand it." After a pause, Aunt Xiang continued, "You don't need to feel burdened. Old Xiao is actually quite optimistic about you, but the path you pursue is different from that of an alchemist." "What is the effect of this medicinal soup?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Aunt Xiang pondered for a moment before patiently explaining, "According to Old Xiao, it can improve a person's meridians, so when you cultivate in the future, it will be easier to temper your yuan qi and purify your yuan qi." "This is related to alchemy?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow, suddenly remembering the first time he had met Old Xiao. The latter had said something to him. The path of an alchemist. Many people have taken the wrong path. This old master was also wrong. Yang Kai still remembered the loneliness and regret in Old Xiao's words. Aunt Xiang nodded. "Naturally, it's related. Old Xiao had only managed to comprehend it a few years ago, but it was too late for him to realize it. An alchemist is the same as a cultivator. They need pure yuan qi as a foundation in order to refine good pills. That's why he used such a test to select a disciple." Brushing her hair behind her ear, Aunt Xiang fell into contemplation for a moment before saying, "Old Xiao once said that if he accepted a disciple, he would definitely teach them a certain principle." "What principle?" "Alchemy cannot be performed until one reaches the immortal ascension boundary." Aunt Xiang smiled bitterly. "Perhaps this is not the truth, nor is it necessarily correct, but this is Old Xiao's alchemy insight. Alchemy cannot be performed until one reaches the immortal ascension boundary." No wonder he hadn't taught Dong Qingyan any alchemy skills until now. Instead, he had been quite concerned about her growth this past month. "If you have the heart to learn alchemy, you are actually a talent that Old Xiao desires." Aunt Xiang smiled bitterly. Before Old Xiao trained an alchemist, he would first train an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, which required his disciple to have a certain level of pursuit of the martial Tao. Yang Kai's yearning for the martial Tao obviously met this condition. "Old Xiao is too kind." Yang Kai shook his head lightly. Before his strength grew to a certain level, Yang Kai wasn't prepared to be distracted by other things. Alchemists were indeed respected and respected by the world, but this was not Yang Kai's pursuit. "Right. I heard that yesterday you beat up 3 of Cloud Gathering Peak's Elder Duan's disciples?" Aunt Xiang changed the subject, fearing that Yang Kai would be too embarrassed. Yang Kai blushed and scratched his head, muttering, "I didn't know they were talking about a competition of alchemy." Aunt Xiang pursed her lips and giggled, her shoulders trembling slightly as she took a moment to calm down. Now there are rumors going around that Hidden Cloud Peak has a new disciple whose alchemy skills aren't very good but who is very good at fighting. I didn't cause any trouble for old Xiao, did I? Yang Kai asked guiltily. Aunt Xiang shook her head. No, you didn't hurt them. It was just that someone came over this morning to inform you. But next time be careful, don't fight without reason. Of course, of course. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. What he had done was simply too improper. Every time he thought about it, it made him blush. Chapter 278. Throughout the day, Auntie Xiang busied herself in front of the fire, occasionally adding herbs to the medicinal soup. It wasn't until late in the evening that she came out, gasping for breath and sweating profusely. She told Yang Kai that he could come out after absorbing the medicinal efficacies before leaving the room to rest. Yang Kai soaked in the medicinal soup all night, absorbing every last drop of its medicinal efficacies. Returning to his room, Yang Kai closed his eyes and meditated, feeling the changes in his body. His cultivation had improved a little, and the yuan qi in his body had also become purer, but the most significant improvement was in his meridians and physique. Auntie Xiang had said during the day that the main effect of the medicinal soup was to fundamentally improve a person's meridians. It would make it easier to refine one's energy when cultivating in the future. It would make it easier to condense and purify one's energy. This kind of benefit was not obvious for the time being, but it was enough to affect a person's entire life. Trying to circulate his true yang secret art, Yang Kai was surprised to find that his true yang secret art's circulation speed was faster than before, and the world energy he absorbed was indeed a little purer than before. This kind of change was very subtle, but as the saying goes, dripping water can penetrate stone, and sand can build a tower. After accumulating for a long time, the effect would definitely be extraordinary. A single medicinal soup and a set of mysterious secret arts were able to achieve this. Xiao Fusheng's methods were truly heaven-defying. Xiao Fusheng's combat effectiveness may not be ranked high in this world, but he was one of the few mysterious grade top-rank alchemists in the world, and his mastery of alchemy had reached the pinnacle. The various magical methods he had discovered while performing alchemy could be described as a great achievement. At dawn, Xiao Fusheng called Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan together. He did not teach them alchemy, but instead taught them a set of methods to control yuan qi. This had a lot to do with alchemy, because when an alchemist refined a pill, they needed to control their yuan qi to the point of perfection. There was a saying that a slight difference could lead to 1,000 miles of difference, and if one wanted to refine a good pill, a subtle yuan qi control was essential. This method of controlling yuan qi was also closely related to any cultivator, especially in battle. Yuan qi's control was closely related to the execution of martial arts techniques. Any expert would carefully calculate their yuan qi. If they could use one portion of yuan qi to release a martial skill, they would definitely not waste 1.5 portions. This kind of careful planning would allow yuan qi to exert the greatest effect and allow a cultivator to sustain the longest battle. So whether it was Yang Kai or Dong Qingyan, both of them studied seriously. This set of methods had been developed by Xiao Fusheng himself when he was practicing alchemy and could be said to be one of his most valuable experiences. All of them were bestowed upon him. After this teaching, several days passed. Learning from time to time, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan were both familiar with the method. All that was left was to put it into practice. At this time, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something else Xiao Fusheng had said that day, who said that alchemy could not allow one to reach the peak of martial arts. When old Xiao said this, his face was brimming with confidence. Just this method of controlling yuan qi, if practiced to the extreme, it was possible to peek into the mysteries of the peak. Yang Kai was in awe. Every word old Xiao said had a deep meaning behind them. It was thought-provoking and could be said to be a gem. Over the next few days, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan both practiced the subtle control of yuan qi. As time passed, Yang Kai found that this kind of practice not only allowed him to better control each portion of yuan qi, but also allowed his yuan qi to slowly fuse and purify. Yuan qi's second stage had faintly reached the peak, only a small step away from breaking through to the third stage. On this day, just as Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan were practicing their yuan qi control outside the house, they were surprised to find that the surrounding peaks were bustling with activity. Many people were walking back and forth on the rugged mountain roads of these peaks. Many of them were disciples of Medicine King's Valley, but there were also many outsiders. What's going on? Dong Qingyan stopped and looked around curiously. Why are there so many outsiders in Medicine King's Valley? Yang Kai shook his head, indicating that he did not know. The Alchemy Summit will begin in a few days. Ani Xiang and Ani Lan walked over and softly explained. Medicine King's Valley usually does not allow outsiders to enter. But after all, this place is inextricably linked to the world's great forces, so whenever this time comes, many people will come to visit the various elders. Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan suddenly realized that ever since they entered Hidden Cloud Peak until now, the two of them had lived a carefree life, rarely venturing out. The days passed very quickly, and neither of them noticed that the Alchemy Summit was about to begin. Ani Xiang chuckled. All the peaks are very lively, except for the Forbidden Pill Saints Peak and our Hidden Cloud Peak. Our place is still the most peaceful. Ani Lan also smiled. Dong Qingyan giggled. If Master opens the mountain gate, I guarantee that everyone will rush in like a flock of ducks. I'm afraid the peaks will soon become peaceful. Ani Xiang glanced at her and said, Then your Ani Lan and I will be exhausted. With so many guests coming and going, how can we possibly keep up with all of them? After getting along with each other for some time, Ani Xiang and Ani Lan also became very fond of Dong Qingyan. The two beautiful women also had no children, so they only regarded Dong Qingyan as their own daughter and took great care of her. The little girl's mouth was also very sweet, and she did not despise them because they were just ordinary people or maidservants. As soon as Ani Xiang's voice fell, Xiao Fusheng's door suddenly opened and a loud laugh rang out. It seems that my Hidden Cloud Peak will also be peaceful today. Master! Old Xiao! Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan quickly bowed, only to see Xiao Fusheng grinning from ear to ear as he walked out of his room with a majestic gait. Master, why are you so happy? Dong Qingyan stepped forward and asked softly. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a prickle run down his arm. His little cousin was always mischievous in front of him, but in front of Xiao Fusheng, Ani Xiang, and Ani Lan, she was extremely well-behaved. A friend has come from afar. Of course I'm happy. Xiao Fusheng laughed. Dong Qingyan's eyes narrowed slightly. I thought Master didn't like people coming to visit, so that's not the case. Xiao Fusheng chuckled. That depends on who it is. Those who come to ask me for help naturally won't be welcome, but the one who is about to arrive is different. Haha. Old man Xiao, this time this old master came to ask you to do something. Are you also going to drive people away? With a burst of laughter, a figure quickly approached from the bottom of the mountain road. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown, his expression suddenly becoming strange. This voice, why does it sound like? When Ani Xiang and Ani Lan heard this visitor daring to call Old Man Xiao, they couldn't help feeling surprised. Obviously, they didn't know who this visitor was. In this world, even if the patriarchs of the central capital's 8 great families came, they would still have to respectfully address him as Grandmaster Xiao. No one dared to call him Old Man Xiao so unscrupulously. But when Old Man Xiao heard this, not only did he not become annoyed, he instead joked, How could this old master dare drive you away? This old master still owes you his life. After a few words, Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan suddenly realized that this visitor was actually one of Old Man Xiao's saviors, their pretty faces immediately becoming solemn as they respectfully greeted him. The figure below suddenly flickered, and the person who had been a few thousand meters away suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Moreover, it wasn't just one person, but two. The one in the lead was an old man about the same age as old Xiao. His face was full of wrinkles, but he had a sincere smile on his face. Following behind him was a pretty girl. This girl had a pair of beautiful eyes that were as bright and pure as the stars. She wore a light green dress, and her bright and clean forehead was adorned with a sky-blue gem. With the gauze covering her face, it was impossible to see her face clearly. The wind blew, causing her veil and dress to flutter, making her look like an ethereal fairy, untainted by even a speck of dust and dirt. Yang Kai's expression shook, and a strange smile appeared on his face as he stared at this masked woman. The woman felt this aggressive and unscrupulous gaze and couldn't help but frown slightly as she glanced over at Yang Kai. Immediately, her star-like beautiful eyes flashed with a strong sense of surprise. Her fan-like eyelashes trembled slightly as she blinked her eyes in disbelief. For eyes met, Yang Kai smiled slightly while the woman's eyes also curved into crescents. This woman was none other than Xiaoning Chong, and the old man who had arrived first was actually Meng Wuya. "Brother Ming, long time no see." Old man Xiao stepped forward and cupped his fists. Meng Wuya smiled and hurriedly cupped his fists in return. "Xiao, ku. He only had time to spit out a single word before he suddenly felt as if his bones were stuck in his throat and he began coughing loudly, causing him to feel dizzy. "Master!" Xiaoning Chong was startled and quickly patted Meng Wuya's back. "Is Brother Ming injured?" Xiao Fusheng's expression became dignified as he hurriedly stepped forward to check Meng Wuya's pulse. Meng Wuya quickly waved his hand and coughed for a long time before he finally managed to catch his breath. His expression was one of shock as he stared at Yang Kai, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Smelly brat, why are you here?" "Damn! This is really a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road." More than a year ago, this little brat had been sent by Ling Tai Su to Nether Mountain for life experience and had not seen him for more than a year. Although at first his precious apprentice had been absent-minded and sighing all day long, with the passage of time and his earnest teachings, his precious apprentice had finally emerged from the shadow of lovesickness and her strength had become even more refined. Originally, Meng Wuya had thought that his apprentice must have forgotten about Yang Kai, but he had not expected to see him again in this broken place today. Looking at the deep emotions in his precious apprentice's eyes, how could Meng Wuya not know that she had never forgotten about Yang Kai and had simply suppressed her longing for him in the bottom of her heart? Perhaps, when no one was around, she would take out her memories and relive the pain of lovesickness. At this moment, Meng Wuya understood what it meant to say that love was like wine. The longer it was hidden, the more mellow it would be. At this moment, Meng Wuya wanted to turn around and leave, but it was obviously too late. At this moment, Meng Wuya wished he could slap his own mouth a dozen times. He had also noticed that Xiaoning Chong had been somewhat depressed these days, and it just so happened that Medicine King's Valley was holding some kind of alchemy summit, so he had deliberately brought her out to relax. How could he have imagined that he would run into this little bastard here? Damn it! Who told you to meddle? Who told you to meddle? Meng Wuya even had thoughts of hanging himself. Chapter 279. On Hidden Cloud Peak, Meng Wuya's face was filled with grief and indignation while Xiaoning Chong was supporting her master, smiling lightly. Xiao Fusheng's expression became strange as he looked at Xiaoning Chong and then at Yang Kai, a light of understanding flashing across his eyes. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan felt as if they had fallen into the clouds and were completely confused. Dong Qingyan quietly approached Yang Kai and poked him with her finger. "Hey, don't stare at him like that, he's blushing. Do you know each other?" Xiao Fusheng looked at the crowd with a smile. Yang Kai nodded slightly, smiled, and bowed in the manner of a disciple. "Treasurer Ming." Turning his head, he gently called out, "Little senior sister." Xiaoning Cheng's delicate earlobes blushed as she lowered her head slightly and softly replied, "Junior brother." Her voice trembled slightly. Obviously, her heart was not calm. Ahem. Meng Wuya quickly coughed twice, interrupting the tender and sweet atmosphere, not even bothering to greet Yang Kai as he rolled his eyes. "Old man Xiao, you're a guest from afar. Are you really going to block this old master's way?" Xiao Fusheng laughed. "Brother Ming, please come inside and talk." Although he was full of doubts, Xiao Fusheng was a wise old man. How could he not see that Meng Wuya's apprentice had some feelings for Yang Kai? When they first met, this little girl was only about 12 years old and Meng Wuya had treated her like a treasure. Now that this young girl was experiencing her first awakening of love, Meng Wuya was probably worried about this. This was understandable. Such a beautiful and pure little girl. If she worshipped him as her master, he would definitely be worried that she would misjudge him and suffer a loss. Meng Wuya and Xiao Fusheng walked together while Xiaoning Chong nodded lightly to Yang Kai and followed closely behind. Gently, Meng Wuya's voice drifted over with the wind. "Disciple, look at this little bastard. He's really romantic." Wherever he goes, there are beauties accompanying him. He's a complete pervert. You need to open your eyes carefully. Xianing Cheng nodded meekly. This old man. Dong Qingyin suddenly pursed her lips, a look of dissatisfaction. Annie Xiang and Annie Lan chuckled. She glanced at Yang Kai in surprise, and then followed him to pour tea for him. Cousin, who is that? After everyone entered the house, Dong Qingyin asked curiously. A senior sister of High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai lightly replied. Just a simple senior sister? Dong Qingyin grinned meaningfully. Yang Kai rolled his eyes at her and walked back to his room. Dong Qingyin stood in place, lightly tapping her red lips, her eyes darting back and forth for a moment before muttering, Humph, you really think I can't see through you? I'm not a child. He thought for a moment. Suddenly, he began to chuckle non-stop. Meng Wuya and Xianing Chong coming to Medicine King's Valley was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Although the Alchemy Summit was just around the corner, and Yang Kai had thought that someone from High Heaven Pavilion would come to participate, his little senior sister's physique was special. Her alchemy skills were not something the younger generation of alchemists could compare to, so if she participated, there would be no need to hold this Alchemy Summit. First place would definitely be hers. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai smiled slightly, stood up, and opened the door, only to see Xianing Cheng standing there. Junior brother. Xianing Cheng's starry eyes flashed with the joy and happiness of reuniting after such a long time as she softly called out, Come in first. Yang Kai stepped aside. Xianing Cheng nodded gently and walked in, bringing with her a fragrant scent. Yang Kai closed the door behind her. Why are you here? Yang Kai asked as he poured a glass of water and handed it over. Master said that there was the best alchemist in the world here and told me to ask for some advice. Xianing Cheng sat there quietly. After not seeing each other for more than a year, at this moment she was obviously a little nervous, but more than that she was happy. Old Xiao is indeed the best alchemist in the world. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Junior brother, why are you here? Xianing Cheng looked up and asked, Didn't you go to Nether Mountain? It's a long story. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and didn't go into detail, simply saying, I came here to do something. What is it? Can I be of any help? Yang Kai didn't want to hide it from her, but there was an ethereal divine sense floating around the room, so he didn't need to think to know that it was Meng Wuya monitoring them. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and beckoned to Xianing Cheng, moving his mouth closer to hers, quietly moving closer to her ear. Xianing Cheng's heart trembled and her body suddenly tensed up. Her pretty face blushed and she didn't dare to move, even holding her breath. Yang Kai ignored her and still moved closer to her delicate red ear and whispered, I'm going to Pill Saint's Peak to see the Myriad Drug Pond. Oh. Xianing Cheng responded unconsciously, her 10 fingers gripping the teacup tightly, not even hearing what Yang Kai was saying. Coo. Meng Wuya's violent coughs came from a nearby room. Brother Meng. Opposite Meng Wuya, Xiao Fusheng looked at him helplessly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry as he tried to persuade him. Some things are best left to their own devices. Yes. Meng Wuya looked embarrassed and nodded repeatedly, taking back his divine sense with a red face. Although he cared about his apprentice, he couldn't always spy on her all the time. But when he thought about how just a few dozen meters away, his precious apprentice was alone in a room with that little bastard boy, the two of them so intimate, Meng Wuya couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. Sigh. Out of sight, out of mind. Inside the room, Xianing Cheng's body stiffened for a long time, but she could still feel the hot breath in her ear, causing her heart to beat violently. After a long time, she suddenly reacted, Junior brother, you want to go? Shoo. Xianing Cheng quickly shut up and suddenly said, I also want to go there. You want to go too? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Xianing Cheng nodded slightly. Master said that there are many mysteries hidden there, and that there may really be the insights of a generation's alchemy grandmaster. So he wanted me to go and have a look. I just don't know if the owner of this place will be willing to accommodate. If it was little senior sister, perhaps old Xiao would agree. Yang Kai frowned and thought about it for a while before his eyes suddenly lit up. He still didn't know what was hidden in the myriad drug pond, but if he borrowed Xia Ningchang's hand to investigate it first, it would be much more convenient. If he could go there himself, that would naturally be the best. But even if old Xiao treated him well, it was impossible for him to open the myriad drug pond so casually. Meng Wuya had saved his life, and Xianing Chong had the sacred spirit medicine body. Opening the myriad drug pond to him was already his bottom line. Little senior sister is really my savior. Coming at the right time, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel happy. Just as he was feeling happy, Yang Kai suddenly glanced towards the door, snorted lightly, and sent out a burst of energy. With a bang, the closed door opened. Aya, Dong Qingyin, who had been listening to the conversation inside the room, was momentarily distracted and fell head first into the room. She fell to the ground. What are you sneaking around for? Yang Kai glared at her. Dong Qingyin quickly got up from the ground. Patting the dust off her clothes, she giggled and stared at Xia Ningchang with great interest. This is... Xia Ningchang slowly got up. She asked curiously. My cousin, the Dong family's young lady. Yang Kai whispered. Dong family? Last time there was a Dong family member who went to High Heaven Pavilion. It's that Dong family. The one who went to High Heaven Pavilion last time was her brother. So it's young lady Dong. You're too polite. Don't be an outsider. Dong Qingyin didn't treat herself as an outsider at all. Walking up to Xianing Chong, she carefully stared at her until Xianing Cheng's face turned red, then smiled and said, You're my sister-in-law, right? Xianing Chong was stunned, her heart in chaos, secretly glancing at Yang Kai and quickly waving her hand. No, your sister-in-law is someone else. I think so, sooner or later. Dong Qingyin nodded slightly and said in a firm tone. Straightening up, she pretended to cough lightly, then walked over to the side and pulled out a chair. Sitting down in front of Xianing Chong and Yang Kai, her pair of watery eyes widening as she giggled. Just pretend I don't exist and do what you need to do. This little girl was also experiencing her first awakening of love, so she was very curious about love between men and women. Now that she had finally caught a pair of golden boy and jade girl, she naturally wanted to study them carefully. Xianing Chong was at a loss for what to do, so she hurriedly said, Master is calling me. I'll go first. Saying so, she hurriedly left. Dong Qingyin was stunned. Her face filled with disappointment and annoyance. She frowned. It shouldn't be like this. Then what do you think it should be? Yang Kai looked at her strangely. You reunite after such a long separation. Shouldn't it be? Should it be a series of loving words? Then the heavenly thunder ignites the earth's fire, and then, as she spoke, Dong Qingyin couldn't bear it anymore, her face blushing as she felt embarrassed. Yang Kai sighed faintly. It should have been like this, but since you came, it's not like this, do you understand? Dong Qingyan's tender body trembled, suddenly feeling extremely guilty. Cousin, I was wrong. The next time you two are together, I won't bother you again. Good. It's good you know you're wrong, now scram. Yang Kai nodded lightly. And, in another room, Meng Wuya and Xiao Fusheng were drinking. After drinking several cups of tea, Meng Wuya grinned meaningfully and said, Old man Xiao, what this old master's purpose for coming here this time? You should know, right? Xiao Fusheng chuckled, put down his teacup and nodded. Of course I know. This old master is duty-bound to learn alchemy from me. But there's another matter. What? Is it inconvenient? It's not that it's inconvenient. It's just that I don't know if your disciple has the qualifications. If she doesn't have the qualifications, opening the myriad drug pond will be useless. The cost of opening the myriad drug pond is also very high. Hearing this, Meng Wuya laughed. How could my disciple not have the qualifications? If she can't, no one in this world is qualified. Are you so confident? Xiao Fusheng frowned. Meng Wuya smiled lightly. It's not that I'm confident. It's that I have confidence in her. If you don't believe me, you can test her now. Xiao Fusheng's expression shook, quickly nodding. Good. This old master is also a bit impatient. Disciple, Meng Wuya called out. Yes. Xianing Chong quickly responded. Old man Xiao wants to test your alchemy skills. Perform well, don't disappoint him. Meng Wuya grinned wickedly. Yes. Chapter 280. While Xiao Fusheng was testing Xianing Chong, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyin also sat to the side and listened quietly. Old Xiao obviously wanted his apprentice to learn some alchemy knowledge from this test. As for Yang Kai, he was probably just a foil. This test lasted for an entire day, with Old Xiao asking questions about various aspects of the alchemic way, starting from simple to deep, step by step, going from easy to difficult. Xianing Chong answered one by one, her attitude serious and meticulous. Half a day later, Old Zhao's expression changed to one of pleasant surprise, and a day later, to one of horror. The way he looked at Xianing Chong had also changed. As if he had discovered a peerless treasure, his two eyes flashed with a green light, full of greed. Meng Wuya grinned from the side. Dong Qingyan also looked at Xianing Chong with admiration and worship. Only Yang Kai's expression remained the same. A day later, Old Xiao let out a long breath. How is it? Meng Wuya squinted towards Xiao Fusheng, a smug look on his face. Xiao Fusheng's expression became dignified as he pondered for a long time before replying, "Your basic skills and theoretical knowledge are very solid, and your experience is not inferior to this old man's." In the process of testing Xianing Chong, Old Xiao had also benefited a lot from her various answers. This was not so much a test as a mutual exchange of pointers. It was just Xiao Fusheng asking questions while Xianing Chong answered. Naturally, Meng Wuya said lightly. But the pride and smugness on his face could not be hidden, the corners of his mouth almost reaching his ears. Xiao Fusheng chuckled and glanced over at him meaningfully. Theory is theory. Sometimes, no matter how good one's theory is, when it comes to actual action, it's not the same. Meng Wuya was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He said in a sarcastic tone, "Old Xiao, you only care about the questions. If my disciple can't convince you, I'll change my surname to yours and call you my father." Dong Qingyin couldn't help laughing. She couldn't help laughing, her hands clutching her stomach as her shoulders shook. Xiao Fusheng also smiled bitterly inside. Looking at Xianing Chong, he asked, "So far, what is the highest grade of pill you have refined?" "Mysterious grade low rank." Xianing Chong replied softly. Xiao Fusheng's body shook as his old face immediately changed. He stared at her incredulously, as if he wanted to see the slightest trace of a joke. But those pure stars like stars without any impurities, how could there be any trace of a lie? Mysterious grade low rank. Didn't that mean that at such a young age was mysterious grade low rank alchemist? Medicine King's Valley's #1 genius, Qinze, was already 35 years old this year, but he was only a heaven grade high grade. In terms of Sheng's age, Qing's SSSS teases to her. How could such a bye by the Ning Chong by the bye her, to Qing Yin by asking, to ask bye. I've only refined it once, and it was rather strenuous. Oh. Xiao Fusheng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, thinking that this was quite reasonable. It seemed that he had only been lucky enough to refine a mysterious grade low-rank pill last time. Impossible. Quickly changing the subject, he asked, "What about heaven grade? I have never failed." "What?" Xiao Fusheng was shocked. "Never failed?" Xianing Chong nodded slightly. "Impossible." Xiao Fusheng's brow furrowed. Even if this old master personally refined a pill, he could not guarantee a 100% success rate. Alchemy was always accompanied by a certain amount of risk, although Xiao Fusheng had reached the pinnacle of alchemy. Even though Xiao Fusheng was an alchemist, he could not completely avoid this. It could only be said that his chances of failure were very small. Meng Wuya laughed strangely. "There is nothing impossible in this world. If Brother Xiao is skeptical, just try." Xiao Fusheng's face was gloomy, but after a moment he stood up and beckoned to everyone. "Come with me." He took the lead and left. Everyone hurriedly followed. Following him into the house where he usually lived, there was a secret passage that led directly to the ground. Obviously, the underground of Hidden Cloud Peak was also quite famous. The group of people were all martial artists, so they landed lightly. After making a few turns at the bottom, they suddenly arrived at a huge stone chamber. This stone room was the size of a dozen houses and was filled with a variety of furnaces. There were also many medicine shelves filled with a variety of herbs. The number of herbs stored here was astonishing. "You have a lot of things here." As soon as Meng Wuya came in, he looked around, picking up a few things and touching them, unwilling to let go. Xiao Fusheng didn't care at all and just lightly snorted. This is the result of this old master's lifetime of hard work. Anyone who asked Xiao Fusheng to perform alchemy would always give him a lot of precious treasures as a reward, slowly accumulating them over the years. This was how this magnificent scene had come to be. Standing in the middle of the stone room, Xiao Fusheng looked at Xianing Chong and said, "Martial nephew, you can use everything here. Choose the pill you are best at, and let this old master take a good look at your methods." Yes. Xianing Chong nodded, and then began wandering around the stone room. Dong Qingyan and Yang Kai also quickly went up to help. Whatever herbs Xianing Chong found, the two of them carried them for her. After a short while, the group returned. Xiao Fusheng stepped forward to inspect the herbs and couldn't help frowning. These materials are all for refining heaven-grade mid-rank pills. Martial nephew, are you sure you can use them? Xianing Chong nodded slightly. Then let's begin. Use whichever pill furnace you like. This old master has a lot of pill furnaces here. Xiao Fusheng smiled lightly. There's no need. Xianing Chong said softly. There's no need for a pill furnace. Xiao Fusheng hadn't finished his sentence when Xianing Chang's yuan qi suddenly surged. Her small hand picked up one of the medicinal herbs. Her true essence transformed into strands of translucent silk, penetrating into the medicinal herb in her hand. The medicinal efficacy quickly condensed from this medicinal herb, floating in the air. A drop of translucent crystal rain, a fragrant medicinal liquid was quickly formed. With a flick of her finger, this drop of medicinal liquid was transferred to her other hand, where it floated in the palm of her hand. Xianing Chong picked up another herb and did the same thing. Soon another drop of crystal-clear medicinal liquid appeared. All the herbs whose medicinal efficacies had been extracted, all of them lost their spirituality and became like dead wood. Heavens! Dong Qingyan's eyes filled with amazement. Her face also filled with shock. This was simply not alchemy. All kinds of magical methods were simply too shocking. Xiao Fusheng also looked shocked, muttering under his breath, "Medicinal liquids can be refined like this. How is this possible? How is this possible?" Less than a quarter of an hour later, all the herbs had been condensed into medicinal liquid and gathered in Xianing Chang's small hand. Waving her hands, she sent one drop of yuan qi after another into the medicinal liquid. A moment later, she suddenly clenched her hand, and the surrounding world energy quickly gathered. It was unknown what kind of transformation had occurred, but when she opened her hand again, a green pill had taken shape. This pill was round and smooth, without the slightest impurities. On its surface, there were lines that made the whole pill look full of spirituality and mystery. Pill veins. Xiao Fusheng's eyes suddenly widened as he exclaimed in shock. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. He still remembered the first time he had seen Xiao Fusheng. The latter had just finished refining a pill. At that time, when he had come out with that pill, he had muttered something related to pill veins. "Martial uncle, please examine it." Xianing Chong picked up the pill and handed it over to Xiao Fusheng. "Softer, softer, my little grandaunt. Don't ruin the pill veins with your fingernails." Xiao Fusheng's hands trembled as he received the pill. As if he was on a pilgrimage, his face filled with piety. "Good for nothing." Meng Wuya timely ridiculed. "Layman, what do you know?" Xiao Fusheng angrily scolded before gently picking up the pill. Placing it in front of his eyes, he examined it closely. "It really is pill veins. It really is pill veins." At this moment, Xiao Fusheng no longer had any trace of the demeanor of a grandmaster. Instead, he looked like a country bumpkin who had suddenly walked into a big city, completely losing all sense of elegance. "Master, what are pill veins?" Dong Qingyan asked softly. "Pill veins?" Xiao Fusheng gently exhaled. "Pill veins are the highest manifestation of an alchemist's attainments. They are the lines on a pill, just like the meridians in our bodies. Pill veins are the meridians of a pill. Pills are divided into mysterious, heaven, earth, and mortal, but for pills of the same grade, there is a big difference between having pill veins and not having pill veins. A pill that has pill veins is equivalent to stealing the good fortune of heaven and earth, and its medicinal efficacy is more than twice that of a pill without pill veins. Moreover, the existence of these pill veins can prevent the loss of a pill's world energy, so no matter how many years it has been stored, its medicinal efficacies will not be lost. Xiao Fusheng sighed. This old master has been performing alchemy for many years, and in the last few years I have been studying pill veins, but I have only been able to occasionally refine a few common-grade pills with pill veins. Earth-grade pills basically never appear. As for heaven-grade pills, not even once. Suddenly changing the topic, he stared at Xiaoning Chong with a burning gaze. Martial nephew, what is the probability that a heaven-grade pill you refine will form pill veins? Xiaoning Chong bit her lip and timidly glanced over at Meng Wuya, not knowing how to answer. Grandmaster Xiao had suffered too many shocks today, so she really couldn't bear to tell the truth. Meng Wuya grinned meaningfully. Just tell me. About 50 to 60%. See? Xiao Fusheng sucked in a breath of cold air. If 50 to 60% pills could form pill veins, each pill with pill veins would have twice the medicinal efficacies of the others. This kind of method, it was simply amazing. Looking shocked, Xiao Fusheng asked again, what about pill clouds? Have you ever seen pill clouds above pill veins? Xiaoning Chong slowly shook her head. It should be because your strength is not enough. If you can reach the immortal ascension boundary, you should be able to refine pill clouds. Xiao Fusheng nodded repeatedly, his hands trembling as he paced around the stone room. After a while, he suddenly said, all of you go out. I have something to say to Brother Meng. The expressions of the three youngsters became serious, and they hurriedly saluted and took their leave. A moment later, Meng Wuya's angry shout came from below. In your dreams, this old master only has this one disciple in his life. How could I give her to you? If I had known you were such an ungrateful wretch, I wouldn't have saved your life and let you die at the hands of those sixth-order monster beasts. Xiao Fusheng retorted, that's one thing, you don't know alchemy. What can you teach her? Such a good piece of jade in your hands is simply a waste. Worshipping this old master is the right thing to do. Meng Wuya laughed strangely. I can't teach her, but you can? I can teach her everything I've learned in my life. I can help her become a mysterious grade top-rank alchemist in the shortest time possible. Mysterious grade top-rank is nothing. You look down on my disciple too much. Chapter 281. Meng Wuya and Xiao Fusheng quarreled for half a day before finally reaching some kind of agreement. The two old men walked out with smiles on their faces. Xiao Fusheng immediately went to prepare to open the myriad drug pond so that Xiaoning Chong could study the alchemic way in front of the Pill Saint statue. Opening the myriad drug pond was a very expensive matter because every time it was opened, a large number of pills had to be poured into it in order to allow the Pill Saint statue to contain immeasurable mysteries. Each time, at least 100 pills were poured into it. The more pills and the more valuable they were, the longer the energy inside the Pill Saint statue could be maintained. Because of this high cost of materials, even Medicine King's Valley was not able to open it more than a few times a year. Every time it was opened, it was either for the elders of the various peaks or for the elite disciples of the various peaks. In addition to those from Medicine King's Valley, other alchemists who wanted to study the alchemic way in front of the Pill Saint statue could only do so through the Alchemist Summit. The Alchemist Summit was held every 5 years, and every time it was held, countless alchemists would flock to it. The pills these alchemists refined at the summit, regardless of their quality or quantity, would all be thrown into the myriad drug pond to open the restricted area, and the top 50 of the Alchemist Summit would share the Pill Saint's legacy. Over the past thousands of years, the myriad drug pond had swallowed countless pills. This was why it was called the myriad drug pond. The connection and mystery between the myriad drug pond and the Pill Saint statue had been repeatedly investigated by Medicine King's Valley for many generations, but they had never been able to discover anything. This place had become a sacred land in the hearts of all alchemists. The Pill Saint statue was a treasure that all alchemists dreamed of seeing. Many people worked hard their entire lives just to sit in front of the Pill Saint's statue for a moment. After learning that the myriad drug pond was about to open to Xiaoning Chong, Yang Kai's mind suddenly became active. Although he could not personally accompany Xiaoning Chong to the myriad drug pond, he could send the old demon to investigate the situation. After making some preparations to ensure that nothing went wrong, Yang Kai found Xianing Chang and handed over the Soul Breaker All and the Old Demon to her, as well as Dong Qing Yan's aura-shielding Ancient Jade. If not for this Ancient Jade, the Old Demon's Demon Chi would not be able to hide from an immortal Ascension Boundary Master. 2 days later, after everything was settled, Xiao Fusheng personally led Xianing Chang to the Pill Saints Peak and headed towards the Myriad Drug Pond. Meng Wuya's request shamelessly said he would be able to enter the drug palace could, but he was ruthlessly refused. This heaven's palace's palace. On the day that Xianing Chang went to the Myriad Drug Pond, Meng Wuya was bored to death, so he took the opportunity to find Yang Kai to talk. Fuyes. He hisses and sues days. Of su s. He's of hers. Yang Tian T's Yang could of ss. Yang Kai chuckled, Treasurer Ming. Let's not beat around the bush. Are you worried that I'll do something to little senior sister? Meng Wuya's expression stiffened. He hadn't expected Yang Kai's skin to be so thick. Forcing a smile, he said, Little Yang Kai, this old master watched you grow up. I know you aren't such a beast, right? Ning Chang wasn't old, and she was innocent. She's easily deceived. Ahem, I'm not talking about you. I just don't want her to be hurt by love. Su Yin is a proud daughter of heaven. Being able to win her favor is a dream come true for many people. If she likes you, what more could one ask for? You can't just eat what's in the bowl. What's in the pot? This was the first time Meng Wuya had spoken so openly with Yang Kai about Xianing Chang, so naturally he was honest. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, Treasurer Ming, I just want to ask you one question. And, will little senior sister marry and have children in the future? Or do you want her to be alone for the rest of her life? How could I want her to be alone for the rest of her life? Meng Wuya rolled his eyes. She's my precious disciple, so I naturally want her to be happy for the rest of her life. She's free of worries. Then Treasurer Ming, who in this world do you think is worthy of little senior sister? Meng Wuya shook his head. With a proud expression, he said, No one is worthy of her. This old master's disciple is like a pearl, and no one worthy of her has yet to be born. What about Su Yin? How does she compare to little senior sister? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Meng Wuya's expression turned serious. Su Yin is indeed extraordinary, but this old master isn't bragging. She's still a bit lacking compared to Ning Chang. Even if she obtained the Heaven's Cave inheritance, it's still the same? Yang Kai's voice lowered. Meng Wuya's expression changed. She really obtained it? Yang Kai nodded slightly. Meng Wuya's expression changed a few times as he recalled the Dragon Phoenix seal. If that's really the case, then her future achievements will be limitless, and she'll be on par with Ning Chang. Heh. Yang Kai chuckled. Meng Wuya looked at him suspiciously, suddenly understanding why he was beating around the bush for so long. Su Yin and Xianing Chang were on par with each other, and since Su Yin was willing to be with him, why couldn't Xianing Chang be? That's why. This bowl must be eaten, and what's in the pot must not be left out. A man must dare to love and dare to hate. If he hesitates, that will only hurt little senior sister's heart, Yang Kai said lightly. Meng Wuya opened his mouth, but couldn't find a way to refute. So he stood up and cursed, You little bastard. I already knew you were up to no good. You pervert. Fuck. This world is so big. How could this old master have chosen to stay in High Heaven Pavilion all those years ago? I'm just asking for trouble. But now it was too late to regret. His precious disciple was completely devoted to Yang Kai, and this little rascal was clearly a bastard who didn't refuse anyone, so there was no way to end this matter. Gritting his teeth, Meng Wuya shouted, Little brat, if you dare hurt Ning Chang, this old master will go to the central capital and destroy your Yang family. Saying so, he angrily stormed off. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and didn't seem to care. Meng Wuya's divine technique was quite profound, so it wasn't surprising that he knew his identity. He should have inquired about it from the sect master, and since the shopkeeper dared to tell him, he must have trusted him. So there was no need to worry about him betraying him. One day later, Xianing Chang and Xiao Fusheng returned together. After secretly handing the Soul Breaker All and the Ancient Jade to Yang Kai, little senior sister hurriedly entered retreat. After meditating for an entire day in front of the Pill Saint statue, she had also gained a lot and needed to spend some time sorting out the knowledge she had gained. Returning the soul breaker all to his body, Yang Kai asked about the details. What's the situation there? The security is very tight. In addition to the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters guarding the 300-meter radius, there are also more than a dozen Yuan Qi boundary masters patrolling the area. The old demon hurriedly responded. Did you manage to sneak in? Old servant could only walk around the bottom of the myriad drug pool and didn't find much, but there seems to be a very mysterious spirit array at the bottom that I can't open. What kind of spirit array? The old demon quickly condensed his divine sense and transmitted what he saw to Yang Kai's mind. What he saw was also very vague, but fortunately, his eyesight was good enough to see some traces of this spirit array. If it had been anyone else, it would have been impossible to find any clues. This spirit array? Yang Kai stared at it for a long time before suddenly realizing that this spirit array was similar to the one on the 5th page of the wordless black book. There must be some kind of connection between the two. If his guess was correct, the pattern on the 5th page of the wordless black book should be the key to opening this spirit array. I'll have to go there myself. But with such tight security, how am I supposed to enter? Young master, this old servant heard the whispers of the guards. Once the alchemy conference starts, the guards there will be less vigilant. Because there aren't many people in Medicine King's Valley, the alchemy summit is always very lively. So many people need to go to the foot of the mountain to maintain order. At that time, there will only be 2 immortal ascension boundary masters left. That should be an opportunity. The old demon reminded him. 2 immortal ascension boundary masters. Yang Kai frowned. 2 immortal ascension boundary masters were still immortal ascension boundary masters. Even with the ancient jade concealing his aura and Yuan Qi, it would be difficult to escape their detection. Moreover, in addition to these 2 immortal ascension boundary masters, there must be others. If only someone could take his place and lead them away. The old demon should be able to lead a group of them away. As long as he was fast enough, he could escape back to Hidden Cloud Peak and return to his little senior sister's side. It wouldn't be too late for Yang Kai to deal with him after he finished his task. The key was that he definitely wouldn't be able to lead all the guards away by himself, so he would need a helper. Yang Kai frowned as he thought. The Alchemy Summit was held as scheduled, and all the world's alchemists had gathered in Medicine King's Valley, all of them preparing to show off their skills and win a good ranking. Everyone on Hidden Cloud Peak didn't care much about the Alchemy Summit. Only Dong Qingyan wanted to go and watch the fun. In this regard, Xiao Fusheng didn't stop her, allowing her to often go and broaden her horizons. Xianing Chong and Meng Wuya also temporarily lived on Hidden Cloud Peak, studying alchemy theory with Dong Qingyan from Old Xiao every day. After she finished her studies, she would accompany Kai Yang. Sometimes she would just sit there, not saying a word, and sometimes she would talk to Kai Yang. Every day she was very happy, as if she felt that if she could continue like this in the future, she would be satisfied. The Alchemy Summit was held for 10 days, and tomorrow was the finals of the Alchemy Summit. After the summit, the top 50 alchemists would be selected and all the pills refined during the summit would be used to open the myriad drug pond for these 50 alchemists so they could comprehend the Pill Saint statue. This was a grand event that only happened once every 5 years, and it was the focus of everyone's attention. Late at night, Yang Kai floated out of his room like a ghost. Tomorrow was the finals, so tonight should be the busiest time for Medicine King's Valley. After waiting for so many days, planning and preparing, it was finally time to act. Holding the ancient jade he had borrowed from Dong Qingyan in the palm of his hand, Yang Kai continued to pour his Yuan Qi into it, shielding his aura and all traces of Yuan Qi. The moon was bright and the stars were few, so Yang Kai flew through the forest like the wind, quickly approaching the Pill Saint's peak. After half an hour, Yang Kai arrived at a position 3,000 meters below the Pill Saint's peak. If he continued to go up, he would enter the restricted area. After listening for a long time, Yang Kai leaned forward and continued to approach. Only when he was 1,000 meters or so away did he stop. Looking up at the sky, Yang Kai waited for the passage of time. Chapter 282. A dark cloud slowly drifted over, obscuring the moonlight. Taking advantage of this moment, Yang Kai once again pushed forward 500 meters. Still not being discovered, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Dong Qingyin had this magical ancient jade, otherwise, he really wouldn't have known how to approach this place. Old demon, it's time for you to act. Yang Kai sent out a message. Old servant understands. The old demon quickly responded. Wrapping the soul breaker all around his body, the old demon swiftly flew out, his movements similarly cautious. After waiting for less than a dozen breaths of time, from the top of Pill Saint's Peak, an angry roar suddenly rang out, "Who goes there?" As soon as this voice rang out, a dozen or so people rushed out in pursuit. A series of strange laughter rang out from the distance, like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves, causing anyone who heard it to shiver. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters guarding the edge of the Myriad Drug Pond originally did not pursue, but after hearing this voice, their expressions couldn't help changing, one of them shouting, "Demon Lord." The two of them leapt up at the same time and chased after the old demon. Midair, the two men exchanged a glance before one of the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters hurriedly returned to the edge of the Myriad Drug Pond, allowing the other to pursue. In this short period of time, Yang Kai took advantage of this opportunity to push forward another 200 meters. Not having time to catch his breath, Yang Kai quickly took out something hidden in his sleeve. This was a gray rabbit. Although there was no monster beast in Medicine King's Valley, there were many small animals like rabbits, so this gray rabbit was quite easy to capture. After being struck by the beast slave seal, this little thing had to obey Yang Kai's orders at this moment. Skillfully tossing the rabbit 300 meters away, Yang Kai landed it firmly on the ground. The little thing then began to crawl forward unhurriedly. After crawling a few dozen meters, it began to run as fast as the wind under Yang Kai's command. The movement it made was quickly investigated. The immortal Ascension Boundary Master who had been left behind to guard this place coldly flashed and sent out a palm strike towards the source of the movement, his whole body like a giant bird spreading its wings. He flew in that direction. Right at this moment, Yang Kai took a deep breath and used his self-created footwork. His figure only swayed twice before he arrived at the edge of the pool of all medicines. He didn't have time to see what the forbidden area looked like before he plunged into the pool without even making a splash. The immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator who had been left behind only managed to chase a few hundred meters before catching the gray rabbit. He pinched the struggling little thing. He secretly shook his head, thinking that he was being overly paranoid. He casually threw the rabbit on the ground. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of clothes flapping could be heard. The dozen or so people who had gone out to chase after them had returned. How is it? I lost him. That evil fiend is very fast, and he gives me a very strange feeling. There's no sign of life. The expert who had chased after them replied. He frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" "I heard some commotion and came over to take a look. I didn't expect it to be a rabbit." The two of them looked at each other, and their expressions suddenly changed. Luring the tiger away from the mountain, he hurried back to the Myriad Drug Pool and carefully examined it. The Myriad Drug Pool was fine. The Pill Saint statue was also fine. Everything was calm. The group of people glanced at each other, not knowing what that evil fiend wanted to do. But fortunately, nothing had happened. This was the foundation of Medicine King's Valley. If something had really happened, not only would it be a loss to Medicine King's Valley, but it would also be a loss to all the alchemists in the world. This kind of crime was not something two immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivators could bear. The Myriad Drug Pool was not deep, only about a dozen meters or so. Yang Kai fell into the pool of water and quickly dove down. During the process, while diving, the wordless black book was already in his hand, directly flipping to the 5th page. When he reached the bottom of the pool, a brilliant light suddenly appeared on the 5th page, wrapping him up. At the bottom of the pool, a series of hidden lines appeared and Yang Kai's body directly passed through the pool. He fell even deeper. His vision blurred, and when Yang Kai recovered, there was no longer any pool of water around him. This was a sealed space, but although it was sealed, it was not stuffy, and the energy here was rich, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. The brilliant light wrapping around his body quickly disappeared into his body. At this moment, Yang Kai's mind was filled with a few new things. He didn't investigate immediately. Instead, he looked around at his surroundings. This place should be at the bottom of the myriad drug pool. Because of the mysterious spirit array at the bottom of the pool, he was able to enter. Even if an ordinary person was stronger, they would not be able to discover this place. No wonder Medicine King's Valley had not been able to discover the mysteries of the myriad drug pool for thousands of years. It turned out that the mysteries were hidden here. What he saw caused Kai Yang's eyes to shine brightly, a brilliant light flashing in all directions. He found that not far away, there was something like a deep well. The mouth of this well was only about the size of a wash basin. Walking closer, Yang Kai saw that the well was filled with a crystal-clear milky white liquid. The surroundings of this well were covered with mysterious patterns and characters. It should be a profound spirit array. Under the effect of this spirit array, there was a column of energy visible to the naked eye that continuously poured into the well like moonlight. The source of this energy was at the bottom of the myriad drug pool, and the end of this energy was this well. Taking a sniff of the well, Yang Kai could smell the fragrance coming from the liquid in the well. Carefully stretching out a finger, Yang Kai dipped it into the liquid and placed it in his mouth. A sweet taste spread from the tip of his tongue, and the liquid instantly turned into a warm energy that flowed into his limbs and bones. Yang Kai's body shook, feeling that the bottleneck of the second layer of Yuan Qi had been broken in an instant, and he had stepped into the third layer of Yuan Qi in one fell swoop. An invisible aura spread out, causing Yang Kai's expression to change slightly, for fear of disturbing the guards above the myriad drug pool. But what surprised him was that this sealed space completely blocked the movement of his advancement, and it did not spread to the outside at all. Secretly letting out a sigh of relief, Yang Kai thought to himself, that was close. Good stuff. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. What exactly was this liquid in this well? The effect was remarkable. Although as early as half a month ago, Yang Kai had faintly felt that he was about to reach the peak of the second layer of Yuan Qi and had been cultivating for such a long time. It was thanks to this liquid that he was able to break through at this moment. Yang Kai believed that the additional information in his mind should be able to solve the doubts in his heart. Calming his mind, Yang Kai carefully examined the well. A moment later, Yang Kai opened his eyes in surprise. After a while, he had obtained the answer he was looking for. The milky white liquid in the well was something called myriad drug liquid. Every year, hundreds of thousands of pills were thrown into the myriad drug pool. The energy contained in these pills did not disappear, but rather, under the effect of the spirit array at the bottom of the pool, all of it converged into this well. Then, under the effect of the spirit array in this well, it was transformed into myriad drug liquid. This wasn't something that could be formed overnight. Instead, it required many years and months of continuous use of medicinal pills before it could be formed. The Medicine King's Valley had a heritage of 5,000 to 6,000 years. Every year, hundreds, thousands, or even more pills were thrown into the myriad drug pool. After so many years of accumulation, the number of pills collected in the myriad drug pool was at least a few million. Several million pills. This was a number that would make anyone's heart tremble. Even if the grade of these pills was low and the quality was poor, when so many of them gathered together, it was enough to create a destructive energy that could change the color of the world. What's more, many times Medicine King's Valley would throw in heaven-grade or earth-grade pills in order to allow the Pill Saint statue to last longer. Every year, during the ancestral worship ceremony, there would even be mysterious grade pills thrown in. Now, all of this energy had converged into this well and transformed into myriad drug liquid. It was easy to imagine how precious and rare this myriad drug liquid was. This was a miraculous liquid that took thousands of years and millions of pills to condense. Not only could it increase one's cultivation, but long-term consumption could also allow one to be reborn and cleanse one's body. Even if one was mediocre, as long as they continuously took this myriad drug liquid, they could become a genius. Moreover, it could also assist in alchemy. When refining any pill, if a drop of myriad drug liquid was added, it could increase the quality of the finished pill by half a grade. Don't underestimate half a grade. If a mysterious grade top-rank spirit pill could be upgraded by half a grade, it would cross the threshold of spirit grade pills. This was something Xiao Fusheng had pursued his entire life, but had never been able to achieve. It could also heal injuries, increase one's lifespan. There were all kinds of benefits. Although Myriad Drug Liquid was derived from a variety of pills, its effects far exceeded the effects of those pills. It was a quantitative change that led to a qualitative change. What's more, the strange spirit array around this well was constantly absorbing the energy of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. What kind of changes this spirit array had undergone after thousands of years of operation, no one could say for sure. This well was the most precious treasure in the world. Anyone who obtained such a well would be able to achieve great things. They might even be able to establish an enormous force that could look down on the world and sweep through the universe. Medicine King's Valley sat on a mountain of treasures, but only used it to stimulate the Pill Saint's portrait, not even 1/10,000th of its original function. However, it was precisely because of the existence of the Pill Saint's portrait that Medicine King's Valley and the world's alchemists had continuously poured pills into the Myriad Drug Pond over the past thousands of years, creating the current Myriad Drug Liquid. If there was no Pill Saint's portrait, there would be no medicinal liquid in this well. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed the excitement in his heart. He wondered what kind of expression Medicine King's Valley would have if they learned that their sect had spent thousands of years only to pave the way for someone else. Yang Kai and Medicine King's Valley had no grievances, and this time he had only come here to follow the Black Book's guidance, not to steal their treasures. Feeling ashamed, Yang Kai held the wordless Black Book in his hand and quickly sat down cross-legged. This large well of Myriad Drug Liquid could not be taken away without a suitable item. Even if Yang Kai had the universe bag given to him by Ling Tai Su, he would not be able to hold it all. However, he had already made a plan. Turning another page, Yang Kai arrived at the 6th page of the Black Book. As early as when he broke through to the Yuan Qi realm, Yang Kai had discovered that the 6th page could be opened, but although he knew the mysteries contained within the 6th page, he had not immediately acted upon them, because the spirit array pattern on the 5th page might still be useful. Now that he thought about it, his scruples at the time were correct. Chapter 283. The first 5 pages of the Black Book were empty except for an incense burner. Taking out the incense burner, Yang Kai poured his Yuan Qi into the 6th page. Suddenly, some lines began to appear on the dark page. These lines were obviously a kind of spirit array, but it was completely different from the one on the 5th page. As the Yuan Qi poured in, these lines began to wriggle, like a whale swallowing water, crazily sucking in Yang Kai's Yuan Qi. The lines of the spirit array also began to flicker. Yang Kai's Yuan Qi was quickly consumed. Yang Kai directly ignited a drop of Yang liquid in the dantian, filling up his dried-up meridians and continuing to pour it in. After consuming a total of 10 drops of precious Yang liquid, the 6th page seemed to be saturated, and as the lines on the 6th page began to change, the first 6 pages suddenly merged into one, becoming a whole. Using his divine sense to explore it, Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction. It has been 2 or 3 years since he obtained the wordless Black Book, and although he already knew that it was made from soul-suppressing stone, it was only now that he was able to display its most basic function. Soul-suppressing stone was a treasure that could be used to make storage items. Storage artifacts, this was something that only existed in legends. When Yang Kai obtained the wordless Black Book, he had always been looking forward to when he would be able to use it to store things. Especially when he went to that isolated world a year ago, Ling Tai Su had given him a universe bag, which allowed him to see the convenience and speed of storage artifacts. Having a decent storage artifact could save him a lot of trouble. And now, his wish had finally come true. What the 6th page of the Black Book gave him was the ability to unlock the wordless Black Book storage ability. The first 6 pages merged into one, forming an independent space. Unlike the universe bag, which could only hold one thing, this space was extremely large, the size of several dozen houses. Except for living things, anything in the world could be stored inside. Moreover, in the future, if he unsealed the back pages of the wordless Black Book, he could integrate those useless pages into it, thus expanding the size of this space. Using his divine sense to wander around this huge space, Yang Kai was amazed. With such a large space, there was no need to worry about not being able to fit everything in the well. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew his consciousness. He held the wordless black book in one hand and controlled the yuan qi in the other, taking the myriad drug liquid out of the well with great precision. Then, he put it into the black book. Every drop of myriad drug liquid was extremely precious, so Yang Kai's movements were extremely careful and meticulous, for fear of spilling a single drop. Fortunately, during this time, Yang Kai had learned how to control his yuan qi from Xiao Fushang, so his control over his yuan qi was much better than before. This kind of thing was naturally easy to do. In the beginning, Yang Kai was very cautious, but as time passed, his movements gradually became faster. In the end, he took out the myriad drug liquid and directly threw it into the wordless black book space. He didn't even bother to look at them. This process took a total of 12 to 14 hours. Yang Kai was so busy that his waist and back were aching. His hands were completely mechanized. The amount of myriad drug liquid he had taken out was more than 1,000 kilograms. Looking down into the well, Yang Kai saw that half a meter down there was a layer of something richer than the myriad drug liquid. It was still milky white, but it was in a semi-solidified state. Myriad drug liquid. Compared to the myriad drug liquid, this was a grade higher. After all, this well had existed for many years. For thousands of years, the people of Medicine King's Valley had constantly thrown all kinds of pills into the myriad drug pool. The energy of those pills had sunk into the well, and the more essential the pills were, the more ancient they were and the better their effects were. Looking down at the myriad drug liquid, Yang Kai took a deep breath, grit his teeth, and continued to collect. After another 3 to 4 hours, the myriad drug liquid was completely collected. Although it wasn't as much as the myriad drug liquid, there was still at least 200 to 300 kilograms of it. The effect of the myriad drug liquid was twice that of the myriad drug liquid. In other words, with this kind of thing, Xiao Fushang could truly refine spirit-grade pills. Just a little bit of this myriad drug liquid was enough to raise the grade of a pill by 1 grade. After the myriad drug liquid was collected, the bottom layer of the well was revealed. This was a thoroughly solidified material and the most precious treasure in this well. Myriad drug cream. Its effect was twice that of the myriad drug liquid. Enduring his fatigue, Yang Kai once again carefully collected it. After a long time, Yang Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead, sat down cross-legged on the ground, and breathed out a sigh of relief to restore his strength. The amount of myriad drug cream he had collected wasn't too much, at least compared to the myriad drug liquid and myriad drug liquid, only a few dozen kilograms. However, these few dozen kilograms were the result of the accumulation of the best essences of millions of pills over thousands of years. It wasn't until now that this well had been completely emptied, all of the thousands of years of accumulation now belonging to Yang Kai. Frowning and contemplating, Yang Kai felt that this was clearly a trap that had been set up for thousands of years. The Pill Saint statue outside was the biggest bait in this trap. If an alchemist wanted to comprehend the alchemic way from this statue, they had to throw pills into the myriad drug pond. And the energy and essence of these pills that were thrown in were all gathered here. After thousands of years, the myriad drug liquid was formed. Was this a trap set up by the creator of the wordless black book? Yang Kai didn't know. But it was undeniable that this trap was ingenious, taking advantage of the pilgrimage mentality of these alchemists, taking advantage of their generosity in order to comprehend the myriad drug liquid. As long as the Pill Saint statue still existed, as long as the myriad drug pond still existed, as long as Medicine King's Valley still existed, after a few thousand years, there would likely be another well filled with myriad drug liquid. However, the world was constantly changing, and it was a miracle that Medicine King's Valley had been able to maintain itself for thousands of years. After a few thousand years, who could say for sure whether this place would still exist? While contemplating this, there was suddenly an abnormal reaction in this sealed space. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly opened his eyes and was surprised to see that all around this small space, a variety of complex characters and patterns were flashing. These characters were ancient and obscure, making it impossible for anyone to understand them. These patterns were also strange, but Yang Kai could tell at a glance that many of them were spirit arrays and spirit arrays. These characters and patterns flashed in this secret room, and for some unknown reason, they were like fish in water, swimming quickly. Yang Kai remained calm and his brow furrowed as he deeply observed all this, trying to figure out what was going on. Before he could figure out what was going on, the secret room lit up and countless characters and patterns madly shot towards Yang Kai. Silently, all of these words and patterns drilled into his mind, causing him to feel slightly dizzy. As they drilled into his mind one after another, Kai Yang felt as if his mind was about to explode. Blue veins popped out on his forehead, wriggling like earthworms. It was a terrifying sight, causing anyone who saw it to feel their scalp go numb. This abnormal situation lasted for a long time until the last ray of light shot into Yang Kai's body and the entire secret room suddenly dimmed. Yang Kai felt a heart-wrenching pain in his mind before a warm feeling washed over him and the pain disappeared. Involuntarily exhaling, Yang Kai knew that this was the effect of the soul-warming lotus. This situation was similar to what he had experienced in the white mist in that isolated world. His soul had been damaged, causing the soul-warming lotus to automatically repair itself. Faintly, Yang Kai felt a lot of information enter his mind. This kind of information was not like the information transmitted by the wordless black book. The two were not on the same level at all. When each page of the wordless black book was unsealed, it would also transmit information, but the amount of information was very small. Even if one hadn't cultivated their divine sense, they could still easily understand it. However, the amount of information this time was enormous, so much so that Yang Kai didn't know what it was. Calming his mind, Yang Kai began to carefully comprehend the information in his mind. After a while, some inexplicable information jumped out. True alchemic way. As he slowly investigated, Yang Kai discovered that this information was actually related to alchemy. It wasn't a secret art, nor was it a martial skill, but rather a guide to alchemy and how to refine good pills. The first part of the true alchemic way contained the experiences and insights of countless top alchemy grandmasters. Many of their unique alchemy methods were also recorded in this book, making it an absolute treasure. Yang Kai himself wanted to pursue the peak of the martial Tao, so he didn't want to be distracted by alchemy, but his little senior sister needed these things. If she had the help of this true alchemic way, she would definitely be like a tiger that had grown wings. With her physique and skills, refining higher grade and better quality pills would be a piece of cake. Considering all this, Yang Kai smiled slightly and didn't rush out, instead carefully examining the information. However, after less than 10 breaths of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, and the stabbing pain he had just calmed down once again struck his mind. Inhaling sharply, Yang Kai waited for the soul-warming lotus to take effect and slowly repair the damage to his soul, making him feel much better, but the feeling of exhaustion still lingered. The power of his spiritual energy had been completely consumed in this short period of time. There was also a limit to the power of one's divine sense. Just like the origin chi in a martial artist's body, once their origin chi was exhausted, a martial artist would not be able to fight. Once their divine sense was exhausted, they would no longer be able to use their divine sense. This was why, even if an immortal ascension boundary master cultivated their spiritual energy, they wouldn't easily use it under normal circumstances. Restoring Yuan Qi was easy, but restoring one's spiritual energy was much more difficult. Any precious treasure or pill that was linked to one's spiritual energy was many times more valuable than ordinary things. Yang Kai was currently only at the Yuan Qi third stage, and although he had cultivated his spiritual energy and was no weaker than an average immortal ascension boundary fourth or fifth stage master, it was obviously not enough to pry into the true alchemic way in his mind. Frowning, Yang Kai waited for 4 or 5 hours before feeling his spiritual energy fill up again. Even with the help of the soul-warming lotus, it would still take him 4 or 5 hours to restore his spiritual energy. If it was an ordinary immortal ascension boundary master, if their spiritual energy was completely exhausted, it would take them at least 10 days or even half a month to restore their spiritual energy. I need to find some soul-restoring pills and bring them with me, Kai Yang secretly planned. Not wanting to give up, Yang Kai tried again, and after a dozen breaths, his spiritual energy was once again exhausted. This time, Yang Kai didn't wait for his spiritual energy to recover on its own. instead taking out some myriad drug liquid and swallowing it. His spiritual energy rapidly increased. In less than half an hour, his spiritual energy was back to full. Chapter 284. After trying a dozen times in a row, Yang Kai was finally able to pry into a little bit of useful information. It was a spirit array. A spirit array specifically designed to assist in alchemy. This spirit array could be engraved inside the alchemy furnace to enhance the grade of a pill, but the effect wasn't very good and it wasn't very stable. After consuming a huge amount of spiritual energy and consuming a dozen myriad drug drops of spiritual energy, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. The cost was not proportional to the gains. It was a bit of a loss. The profoundness and mystery of this true alchemic way was obviously impossible for him to see through with his current weak spiritual energy. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little regretful and slowly put away his thoughts of prying into the true alchemic way, planning to wait until his soul grew stronger in the future before making any plans. Feeling his soul, after such a long time of tempering, Yang Kai found that it had grown slightly, a pleasant surprise. But how could this true alchemic way be here? Moreover, it had poured into his mind through this method. If the creator of the Black Book wanted to master the true alchemic way, they could have sealed it into a certain page of the wordless Black Book and waited until their strength grew to a certain level before unsealing the Black Book to obtain it. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to accept such a huge amount of information. This time, if not for the help of the soul-warming lotus, his soul would have been damaged when this information poured into his mind. Although he didn't understand this point, Yang Kai understood the mystery of the Pill Saint's portrait. It was said that one could comprehend the alchemic way from the Pill Saint's portrait, and even Meng Wuya felt that there was something special about it. Now it seemed that these rumors weren't groundless. The mystery of the Pill Saint's portrait was this true alchemic way. However, those alchemists who comprehended the true alchemy way from the Pill Saint's portrait had obtained very little, so Yang Kai had directly swept it clean this time. He didn't know if the Pill Saint's portrait could still be comprehended in the future. Yang Kai felt uneasy. Everything here had been taken away, leaving only a dry well. It was time to leave. Yang Kai sat in meditation for a few hours, adjusting his state to its peak. Only then did he look around for a way out. He originally thought that there must be a secret passage to leave this sealed space, but after searching for a long time, he still found nothing. He couldn't help but wonder how he was going to leave. Could it be that they would follow the path they came in from? There were 2 Heaven's Gate realm experts and a large number of Yuan Qi realm experts guarding outside. Once he jumped out of the myriad drug pool, he was afraid that he would be captured immediately. Yang Kai believed that there was always a way out. After searching the secret room for a long time, he still didn't find anything. Kai Yang's brow furrowed. The current situation was a bit strange. The Black Book had instructed him to come here to collect the myriad drug liquid. There was no reason not to leave a way out for himself. But why couldn't he find it? Could it be that there was something missing? Yang Kai was sure that he had already searched this place more than a dozen times, not missing a single inch. Half a day later, his patience had reached its limit. Yang Kai was certain that there was no secret passage here. If he wanted to leave, he could only jump out of the myriad drug pool. Wasn't that the same as throwing himself into a trap? The myriad drug pool was a restricted area of Medicine King's Valley. Even if he was now considered half a hidden Cloud Peak disciple, if he appeared at the bottom of the myriad drug pool, he probably wouldn't have a good end. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai decided to break through from the top. Although there were many guards outside, if he was fast enough, he might be able to survive. After making up his mind, Yang Kai rushed to the top, reached out his hand, and without the slightest hesitation, sent out a punch. This punch was just a test. The myriad drug pool had existed in Medicine King's Valley for so many years, so there must have been many masters who had come down to investigate. They wanted to see if there was any secret at the bottom. Those masters couldn't break through the bottom because of the spirit array. Yang Kai didn't think that he could break through the bottom of the pool with a single punch, but things were so strange. As soon as he sent out this punch, with a muffled bang, the entire ceiling above his head suddenly burst apart. The myriad drug pool's water poured down from above. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, but he didn't hesitate and quickly rushed to the surface of the pool. his yuan qi fiercely surging, ready to attack. He had already prepared himself to be besieged and quickly counterattacked. But unexpectedly, even when he was in the air, he didn't receive any attacks. Looking around, Yang Kai's pupils couldn't help shrinking. Beside the myriad drug pool, corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. The 20 to 30-foot tall statue of the pill saint that originally stood beside the pool was now shattered into several pieces, and the ground was littered with rubble. A thick smell of blood drifted in the air, and the sound of fighting and killing could be heard everywhere. Kai Yang's face suddenly sank, and he quickly turned around and landed back on the ground. Looking around, Yang Kai found that a few thousand feet away, there were traces of people fighting everywhere. Medicine King's Valley's 12 peaks were filled with smoke and smoke. Looking down at the city below, Yang Kai could see that at this moment, the city was also in chaos. High up in the sky, there were many immortal Ascension Boundary Masters fighting fiercely, all kinds of fierce martial skills and strange artifacts displaying their might. Someone was actually attacking Medicine King's Valley. What kind of people were so bold? And at such a sensitive time like the Alchemy Summit, Medicine King's Valley had existed for thousands of years and had never become enemies with any great force. Whether you were good or evil, strong or weak, Medicine King's Valley had always adhered to the principle of neutrality. Many evil cultivators would come to Medicine King's Valley to ask for alchemy. It was because of this principle of neutrality that it had been able to survive for thousands of years. But now, someone had actually set their sights on Medicine King's Valley, wantonly slaughtering people here, and even destroying the Pill Saint statue. This was an earth-shattering change. Medicine King's Valley was inextricably linked to all the great forces in the world, and in the city below, there were masters from all kinds of great forces guarding it all year round. Daring to attack Medicine King's Valley, no matter how strong, was already a public enemy, not far from destruction. But at this moment, the battle in Medicine King's Valley was obviously quite tense. Moreover, Medicine King's Valley seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, the Pill Saint statue had actually been destroyed. This was a great loss to the world. Yang Kai faintly felt that the destruction of the Pill Saint statue had a great deal to do with the true alchemic way pouring into his mind. After all, the true alchemic way he had previously obtained was inside the Pill Saint statue. Standing in place for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly reacted and quickly used his movement skill to rush towards Hidden Cloud Peak. Dong Qingyan and Xianing Chong were still there. Old Xiao and the two powerless women were also there. Although Meng Wuya was guarding Hidden Cloud Peak, who knew what the current situation was? Moving as fast as lightning, Yang Kai quickly approached Hidden Cloud Peak, the scenery on both sides receding as he spread out his divine sense. The situation within a dozen-kilometer radius was clear at a glance. Evil qi and demonic qi filled the peaks of Medicine King's Valley. Those who were currently fighting with Medicine King's Valley disciples were also covered in demonic qi. It was actually a group of evil cultivators. Yang Kai just didn't know which evil force they belonged to. In addition to these cultivators who had fallen into the demonic path and Medicine King's Valley disciples, there were also many other cultivators from all over the world who were fighting. These people were here to help Medicine King's Valley, but there weren't many masters among them and they also lacked coordination, so they were forced to retreat in battle, leaving behind a trail of corpses. A few kilometers away, a dark green poisonous fog had enveloped a radius of a few thousand meters. Inside this poisonous fog, all the trees and flowers had withered, and the ground was littered with the corpses of many cultivators, their flesh and blood rotting away, revealing their pale white bones. High up in the sky, immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were constantly being shot down or killed. Most of these people were masters from the various great forces. On the contrary, the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters covered in demonic qi had the upper hand. Yang Kai's expression was gloomy, although he didn't know why such a big change had occurred in Medicine King's Valley. However, his footsteps didn't stop. Halfway through the journey, a brawny man covered in blood suddenly jumped out in front of him. This brawny man was holding a boning knife in his hand, and there was a piece of bloody flesh on the knife. Letting out a gloomy laugh, the burly man's pair of wolf-like eyes stared at the approaching Yang Kai, shoving the piece of flesh into his mouth and chewing, as if he was eating the most delicious food in the world, a look of satisfaction appearing on the burly man's face. Yang Kai swept his eyes around and saw a corpse at the feet of the burly man. This person wasn't a disciple of Medicine King's Valley and should have come from one of those sects. He had been dead for a long time, and a piece of flesh had disappeared from his face. Another delicious meal delivered to my doorstep? The burly man laughed strangely, his face grim, his yuan qi violent and restless, exuding an evil aura. Yuan qi 5th stage. Yang Kai snorted, his expression cold as he suddenly sent out his divine sense, instantly invading the burly man's mind. The burly man's expression froze, his eyes becoming slightly confused. Having never cultivated a soul skill before, Yang Kai's divine sense wasn't any worse than an immortal ascension boundary 4th or 5th stage masters, but he could only use it roughly and couldn't display its full power. It was enough. In the blink of an eye, the burly man recovered, but before he had time to launch an attack, Yang Kai's fist slammed into his chest. With a loud bang, the burly man's 200-kilogram body flew out like a cannonball, his chest visibly caved in. Midair, the burly man's body exploded into a bloody mist. He didn't even have time to mobilize his yuan qi to resist. Without stopping, Yang Kai's footsteps flashed past like a meteor. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at Hidden Cloud Peak. Compared to the other peaks, Hidden Cloud Peak had suffered the least casualties. After all, this place was always quiet and no one came here. But now, the battle here was the fiercest. Before arriving at the peak, Yang Kai looked up and saw Meng Wuya fighting with a large group of Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Treasurer Meng's strength was unfathomable and his methods were heaven-defying, but at this moment, he was only a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. He was fighting a total of 6 masters, 2 of whom had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage, while the remaining 4 weren't weak either, each of them at least an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage master. Compared to the masters from Blood Battle Gang, they were clearly stronger. 7 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were fighting fiercely on Hidden Cloud Peak. In the midst of this battle, one of them shouted, "Where did this old dog come from? How could he be so strong?" If it was an ordinary peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, they would have long since fallen under the attacks of these 6 masters. But Meng Wuya wasn't at a disadvantage. The power of his martial skills left everyone dumbstruck. Chapter 285. This group of people had been ordered to capture Xiao Fusheng. Originally, only 2 of them had come, but they had clearly been determined to capture him. Just as they had appeared on Hidden Cloud Peak, they had been directly killed by Meng Wuya. After the death of the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, the 6 of them had learned that there was a powerful master on Hidden Cloud Peak, so they had come together to kill him. However, even with the 6 of them joining forces, even an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master would have to avoid them, but Meng Wuya was only a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, yet he was able to block them all. Treasurer Meng's martial skills were extremely lethal and were all completely unheard of. The more the 6 of them fought, the more frightened they became, knowing that they had kicked an iron plate this time. Which corner did this old man jump out from? The 6 of them were confused. Wasn't Xiao Fusheng the only Immortal Ascension Boundary Master on Hidden Cloud Peak? On top of the peak, Xiao Fusheng stood there with a dignified expression, quietly watching the battle in the sky. He was indeed an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, but all his life he had been immersed in alchemy and was not proficient in combat. The martial skills he had cultivated were also not very useful, so he couldn't help at all. The 2 dignified beauties also stood behind him, followed by Dong Qingyan and Xianing Chong. All 4 of these women's expressions were somewhat tense, completely different from old Zhao's calm and collected demeanor. "Young master is back," the old demon suddenly called out in surprise. The next moment, Yang Kai appeared on top of Hidden Cloud Peak. The Soul Breaker all flew over and Yang Kai reached out and caught it, transforming into a black gas that disappeared into his body. Xiao Fusheng glanced over at them faintly but didn't say anything. Dong Qingyan quickly beckoned to Yang Kai, asking him to come over quickly. What happened? Yang Kai quickly came over to the group. He asked softly. A day ago, the ash-gray cloud evil land suddenly attacked Medicine King's Valley in a menacing manner. The masters from the various great forces who had been guarding the towns and cities in the valley were either killed or injured, but they were unexpectedly driven straight in. They rushed into Medicine King's Valley's various peaks and captured countless disciples from the 12 peaks. In addition, the alchemists who had come here to participate in the Alchemist Summit were not spared. Xianing Cheng softly told him everything that had happened that day and the information that she had gathered. Through her story, Yang Kai also figured out many things. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land was the world's largest gathering place of evil demons. It was the place where all the cultivators of evil resided. It occupied the entire southwest territory of the Great Han Empire. The southwest region was the territory of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. There were countless masters in the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, and the strength of their forces was comparable to any of the central capital's 8 great families. As early as a few months ago, the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land had been planning this operation, going around to capture the direct descendants of the various great forces. The attack on Dongqing Yin outside Medicine King's Valley was also the work of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. This time, he had deliberately chosen to launch an attack during the alchemy conference, using the captured direct descendants as a shield to open up a path, causing many forces in the valley towns to hesitate in taking action. He didn't dare to act rashly. This had led to the complete defeat of Medicine King's Valley. The purpose of this operation was not to destroy Medicine King's Valley, but to capture all the alchemists in the world, whether they were disciples of Medicine King's Valley or foreign alchemists participating in the alchemy conference. They had even set their sights on the Pill Saint statue, but it was simply too large. The immortal Ascension Boundary Masters of Medicine King's Valley desperately tried to stop them, but failed to succeed. During the fierce battle between the two sides, the Pill Saint statue was accidentally shattered. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land had used all kinds of despicable means, making it impossible for Medicine King's Valley to resist. Inside Hidden Cloud Peak, if Meng Wuya hadn't happened to come here as a guest, Xiao Fusheng would have been captured long ago. Soon, Yang Kai understood the situation in front of him. Secretly shocked by the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's boldness, he also began to guess what their purpose was and why they wanted to capture so many alchemists. The battle in the sky was still extremely tense, but Meng Wuya was still fighting 1 against 6. Set up the spirit array. A black-haired old man roared. Hearing this, the 6 people suddenly moved and arranged a mysterious spirit array. As the 6 of them unleashed their full power, Meng Wuya let out a grunt as his face paled slightly. Just as he was adjusting his breathing, the 6 people glanced at each other, and one of them, an immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master, suddenly jumped out of the battle and flew towards Hidden Cloud Peak. The remaining 5 people fiercely attacked, trying to disrupt Meng Wuya. You dare! Meng Wuya let out a roar. Huge palm prints filled the sky, causing the 5 people to lose their balance. Taking advantage of the situation, Meng Wuya sent out a palm strike towards the person who was flying down the Hidden Cloud Peak. Deadwood Divine Hand. Mysterious grade top-rank martial skill. An invisible palm strike suddenly struck, causing the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's immortal Ascension Boundary Master to feel something was wrong and hurriedly dodged to the side. The palm wind swept past one of his arms, numbing it instantly. As far as the eye could see, his entire arm was like an old tree that was about to wither, quickly shriveling up. The man's face was filled with shock as he quickly circulated his secret art to resist. Fortunately, he was only swept by the palm strike, so he was able to resist. Seeing his shriveled arm slowly restore its vitality, he couldn't help feeling relieved. Letting out a strange laugh, the man's speed suddenly increased. Like an eagle spreading its wings, he swooped down. Yang Kai and the others were on high alert, all of them madly pushing their yuan qi, secretly preparing themselves. On the peak, only Xiao Fusheng was an immortal Ascension Boundary Master, and one who couldn't fight, so even if this man was only an immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master, it was more than enough to kill them all. A wave of demonic qi rushed towards the man's face as he laughed fiercely. Xiao Fusheng, if you don't want to die, don't resist. This old master invited you to the Holy Land as a guest, not to take your life. Old Zhao's expression remained unchanged, not showing any fear. The old man took a moment to glance over at Ani Xiang and Ani Lan, then back at Dong Qingyan and Xianing Chong, licking his lips and grinning wickedly. So many delicious beauties. Unfortunately, this old master has an important matter to attend to today. I'll come back another day to pamper you. As he spoke, he stretched out a big hand and grabbed towards Xiao Fusheng. Old Xiao coldly snorted, raising his hand and sending out a giant hand seal. The man sneered again and again, shattering Xiao Fusheng's martial skill with a flick of his finger, not slowing down at all as he quickly placed his hand on Xiao Fusheng's shoulder. Inhaling and exhaling, the man leapt up into the air. At that moment, Yang Kai, Xianing Chong, and Dong Qingyan all attacked. Although Yang Kai was only a 3-year-old martial artist, but the full power of his martial skills had caused this expert's complexion to change slightly, especially Kai Yang's attacks. His true qi was incomparably pure, and his moves were heavy and powerful. If he really was hit, then it would definitely not be good. Hurriedly withdrawing his hand, he easily resolved the 3 attacks and shouted, "Scram! This old master doesn't have time to play with you." Before his voice had even fallen, 2 slender palms suddenly shot out to meet his attack. The world energy around them suddenly became chaotic as a burst of floral fragrance filled the surrounding space. All kinds of petals flashed in the air, as if a rain of flowers was falling from the sky, creating a beautiful scene. Yang Kai stared at all this in amazement. Xianing Chong and Dong Qingyan were also stunned. Amidst the rain of petals, Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan's figures flickered as they flanked this ash-gray cloud evil land master from both sides. Their movements were light and nimble, their graceful figures dancing gracefully amongst the fluttering petals. The ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator's face was filled with shock as he inadvertently inhaled some of the floral fragrance, his body suddenly softening as he exclaimed, "You actually have such skill." "Humph." Xiao Fusheng crossed his hands behind his back and coldly snorted, "Since you've come, don't even think about leaving." "I've been tricked." The man cried out in grief. Whether it was Auntie Xiang or Auntie Lan, the strength they displayed at this moment was not inferior to his. With the 2 of them joining forces and Xiao Fusheng glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey, even if he wanted to escape, he had no chance. The 2 beautiful women didn't say a word, their pretty faces filled with indifference. Auntie Xiang stretched out her jade-white hand and gracefully picked up a flower petal that was falling from the air, flicking it out. With a puff, the seemingly light petal pierced through the man's shoulder, causing him to scream in pain. Auntie Lan's hands flickered as her voluptuous body danced about, the petals filling the air suddenly fluttering like butterflies, wrapping around the enemy. A series of pitiful screams rang out, and by the time the rain of flowers had disappeared, the man was already covered in wounds, his clothes in tatters and blood flowing freely. The 3 young men glanced at each other, all of them wearing looks of horror and disbelief. In particular, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan, the 2 of them had spent more time with Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan than Xianing Chong, but they still hadn't found any traces of a cultivator on them. In the outside world, this was also the rumor that on Hidden Cloud Peak, besides Xiao Fusheng, there were only 2 unknown ordinary maidservants who had served him for more than 20 years. Many people didn't even know their names. But now, these 2 ordinary maidservants had suddenly become Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th or 6th stage masters. The change was so great that Dong Qingyan couldn't even believe that these 2 beautiful women were the gentle, dignified, and considerate Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan from before. Yang Kai was secretly shocked, thinking to himself that no wonder old Xiao was so calm. It turned out he had these 2 masters guarding him. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan were fighting against the ash-gray cloud evil land's master, forcing him to be unable to fight back. Amidst the rain of petals, the 2 women shuttled back and forth, each strike leaving some damage to their opponent, completely occupying the upper hand. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out from the distance, one that was loud and clear. Hearing this voice, the 5 experts who were fighting Meng Wuya in the air looked at each other and suddenly made a feint. They all withdrew from the battle and flew away without looking back. Meng Wuya didn't chase after them and instead stood mid-air, taking a deep breath and suppressing the roiling blood in his chest. The immortal ascension boundary cultivator on the peak saw that his companions had all left and knew he had no hope of escaping, but suddenly let out a strange laugh as his yuan qi surged fiercely, his demonic qi becoming more and more intense. "Stop him!" Xiao Fusheng's complexion changed as he shouted, but it was still too late. Before Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan had time to stop him, the man's yuan qi suddenly dissipated and his entire body withered. He had actually destroyed his own meridians. Heh. The man laughed strangely before he died, glancing around disdainfully and saying, "The demon lord has returned. None of you can resist. Surrender to my ash-gray cloud evil land as soon as possible, and you may be spared from death." After saying that, he fell straight to the ground. Xiao Fusheng's complexion changed greatly as he muttered, "Demon Lord." Chapter 286. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land had wantonly attacked Medicine King's Valley, abducting hundreds of its disciples and even capturing 3 of its elders. The alchemist who had come to Medicine King's Valley to participate in the Alchemist General Assembly had also suffered heavy losses, many of them disappearing. In addition, the disciples of the various great forces had suffered countless casualties. Medicine King's Valley's 12 peaks were littered with corpses and blood dyed the pure land red. In the valley's towns, countless houses had collapsed. The earth was groaning. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's actions this time were a crime against the entire world, causing all the great forces to be furious. The central capital's 8 great families even sent representatives the next day to discuss how to counterattack the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land and recapture the captured alchemists. However, the news that Xiao Fusheng conveyed shocked everyone. The Demon Lord had returned. This was what the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's immortal ascension boundary master had said before he died. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land covered an extremely large area with countless masters and evil demons everywhere. Because of its size, the entire Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land was divided into 6 great evil kings who each ruled over an area. Although they all belonged to the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, under normal circumstances, they would not interfere with each other and would simply mind their own business. Above the 6 great evil kings was the Supreme Demon Lord. The position of Demon Lord had been vacant for more than 100 years. The position of Demon Lord was not easy to sit on. The strength of the 6 great evil kings was not any worse than the top masters of the central capital's 8 great families. There were countless capable subordinates, and after ruling the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land for so many years, no one dared to touch the Demon Lord's throne. It was clear how strict the Demon Lord's requirements were. 100 years ago, the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land once had a Demon Lord. This person's strength was profound. Countless lives were lost. In the end, the central capital's 8 great families joined forces and dispatched all of their masters to kill this person at Wolf Sobbing Cliff. In that battle, the masters of the 8 great families also suffered countless casualties. After 100 years of cultivation, they were able to restore their yuan qi. But now, another demon lord had appeared in the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. How could people not be shocked? If this news had come from someone else, no one would have believed it, but since it came from Xiao Fusheng, the situation was different. The entire world instantly became chaotic and the atmosphere became tense. Spies from the various great forces frequently entered and exited the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land to inquire about reliable information. But the result was unbelievable. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land had really produced a mysterious demon lord. As soon as this person appeared, he used absolute strength to subdue the 6 great evil kings and took control of the entire Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. The situation was worrying. Everyone was in a state of panic. On Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai bid farewell to Xiao Fusheng. His purpose in coming to Medicine King's Valley had already been achieved. He hadn't returned to High Heaven Pavilion for a long time, so naturally, it was time for him to return. Xiao Fusheng seemed to have known this would happen, but his expression didn't change much. He simply said lightly, "Although I know you have other motives for coming to Medicine King's Valley, since you have entered my Hidden Cloud Peak, you are now considered a disciple of my Hidden Cloud Peak. If you have time in the future, come back and visit more often." Yes. Yang Kai felt a little guilty in his heart. He bade farewell with a serious expression. Xianing Chong was a little reluctant. But knowing that Yang Kai had already made up his mind, she naturally didn't ask him to stay. What's more, Yang Kai had already told her last night and left her a drop of brilliant flame liquid and a drop of soul cleansing dew, as well as a large amount of myriad drug liquid. Xianing Chong had already broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary 7th order, and her strength had improved tremendously. The things he left behind would help her break through to the immortal ascension boundary. As for Dong Qingyan, Yang Kai had given her a drop of brilliant flame liquid. She should soon be able to break through to the Yuan Qi boundary. This drop of brilliant flame liquid should be enough to make her Yuan Qi purer. Not only that, Yang Kai had also taught Xianing Chang the spirit array he had obtained from the true alchemic way, which he then passed on to Xiao Fusheng. Yang Kai believed that with the help of this spirit array, Xiao Fusheng should be able to refine a mysterious grade or above pill. Although it wouldn't be a true spirit grade pill, it should be enough to satisfy Xiao Fusheng's lifelong wish. Old Xiao, Auntie Xiang, and Auntie Lan had all treated Yang Kai well, and he had only given them this spirit array in return. After leaving Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai hurriedly rushed back to High Heaven Pavilion, not hesitating to consume his Yuan Qi. 7 or 8 days later, Yang Kai finally returned to the sect. The moment he stepped into High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai felt that something was not quite right. The entire High Heaven Pavilion was filled with a faint evil qi. His expression sinking, Yang Kai's pace quickened a lot, and as he walked, he quickly found that the entire High Heaven Pavilion was filled with traces of battle. Many of the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples were in a hurry and had actually left the sect with their belongings. Brother. Yang Kai looked around for a long time but couldn't see anything, so he quickly stopped one of them. What are you doing? The man's expression was somewhat impatient, but after discovering that the person who stopped him was Yang Kai, his expression suddenly changed. Are you Yang Kai? As he spoke, his attitude also became more cautious. A year ago, he had also heard about Yang Kai's battle with the Bai families by Yunfeng. What happened in the sect? Where are you going? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. It's hard to say. The man's expression became awkward as he broke free from Yang Kai's grasp and said, You should ask the sect master and the elders yourself. Saying so, he hurriedly left. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, but at that moment, he suddenly felt something in his heart. Looking up, he saw a white figure flying towards him. It was Su Yin. Just like before, Su Yin was still cold and beautiful. After not seeing her for a year, her strength had increased by a lot. As her strength grew, the cold aura around her also became more powerful. Her cold temperament was enough to freeze all things in the world. Only when her eyes met with Yang Kai's would a trace of gentleness appear in her eyes. Bringing along a fragrant wind, she landed in front of Yang Kai, a smile appearing on her delicate face. You're back? Yang Kai nodded slightly, anxiously asking, What happened here? Su Yan's bright eyes dimmed as she reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. Something happened. I'll tell you as we go. Saying so, her body soared into the air. Yang Kai also circulated his Yuan Qi and flew together with her. Feeling the Yuan Qi fluctuations, Su Yan turned to look at Yang Kai in surprise. You've already broken through to the 3rd stage of Yuan Qi? Yang Kai grinned. Your strength has increased so quickly. You're not slow either. You've already broken through to the 8th stage of Yuan Qi. Yang Kai was also surprised by Su Yan's strength increase. He had been training outside and had various opportunities to improve so quickly. As for Su Yan, she had only bitterly cultivated in the sect, but she had also grown to this point. If she had the same resources as him, her improvement would have been even greater. Hearing Yang Kai's praise, Su Yan's pretty face blushed slightly, a look of satisfaction appearing on her face as she whispered, The Ice Heart secret art focuses on the cultivation of one's mental state. This past year, my mental state has improved a lot, so my strength has also increased. Yang Kai thought about it, knowing that her mental state had improved so quickly because of the art of yin-yang joyous unification. Chuckling, he leaned forward and kissed her cheek. Su Yan couldn't help but glare at him, but she didn't say anything. Where are we going? Kai Yang asked as he adjusted his direction. Narrowing his eyes, he frowned. Are we going to Sect Master's retreat? Su Yin nodded slightly, her expression suddenly becoming gloomy as she smiled bitterly. Sect Master said that if you came back, he would immediately take care of you. I will bring you there as soon as possible. What happened to Sect Master? Yang Kai noticed that Su Yan's expression was not right and quickly asked. Su Yin pursed her red lips lightly, and after a long time said softly, "He's injured, seriously injured." Who did it? Yang Kai's face instantly sank. Grandmaster Ling Tai Su's strength was not much worse than Meng Wu Ya's. His talent was outstanding, and in this life, if not for the matter of his two disciples, he would have been able to cultivate for more than 10 years. He would have broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary long ago. Such a master was now seriously injured, and looking at Su Yan's expression, this injury was definitely not ordinary. Who could have beaten him to this extent? Sect Master's second disciple. What? Yang Kai was shocked, but quickly reacted, he isn't in, but he managed to escape from the coiling dragon stream, and his demonic arts had reached the grand accomplishment stage. The day he emerged, he fought all of High Heaven Pavilion's immortal ascension boundary masters. Sect Master was seriously injured. Fourth Elder Zhou Fei was killed on the spot. The other elders were also injured, and countless disciples died. Su Yan's brow wrinkled as she sighed. If not for Sect Master desperately defending, I'm afraid High Heaven Pavilion would have already... When did this happen? A month and a half ago. Su Yin shook her head and smiled bitterly. The aftermath of that battle still hasn't dissipated. High Heaven Pavilion is now filled with demonic qi, and the disciples have to constantly circulate their secret arts to resist. The elders have all suffered heavy losses, and some of them are afraid they will be implicated. So they have already packed up and left the sect? Yang Kai's expression sank, finally understanding why the sect had become like this. However, the fact that the second disciple was able to escape from the coiling dragon stream was something no one had ever expected. Under the coiling dragon stream, countless people had been sealed away for hundreds of years, and no one had ever been able to escape safely, but the sect master's second disciple had actually succeeded. When Ling Tai Su had captured him, it was because of their relationship as master and disciple that he hadn't killed him, only crippling his cultivation and trapping him in the coiling dragon stream. Unexpectedly, more than 10 years later, he had sowed a seed of disaster for High Heaven Pavilion. If he had known this would happen, Ling Tai Su would never have let him live. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the sect master's retreat. Before they had even entered, they were greeted by a thick demonic qi, causing Yang Kai's brow to wrinkle. Go in. Sect master has been waiting for you. Su Yin said softly. Yang Kai nodded, opened the door, and walked in. When he saw the scene before him, his heart couldn't help clenching. A year ago, when they had parted ways in Nether Mountain, his grandmaster had still been in high spirits and had even agreed to a life or death battle with Ghost King Valley's Gueli. But now, seeing him again, his appearance was haggard and his body was covered in black qi. Obviously, due to his severe injuries, he was unable to suppress the demonic qi that had invaded his body. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's return, Ling Tai Su, who was lying on the bed, moved his fingers slightly and his eyes slowly opened. Yang Kai's heart tightened, and he quickly stepped forward. Inside the room, in addition to Ling Tai Su, there was also a High Heaven Pavilion alchemist accompanying him. This alchemist's strength wasn't high, probably only at the Yuan Qi boundary 7th or 8th order, and was a disciple of the previous generation. Martial uncle, how is sect master? Yang Kai turned and asked. The martial uncle slowly shook his head, not optimistic. I'm afraid he won't last long, huh? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.